नमस्कार जी।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार जी। आप अच्छे हैं?
एकदम ठीक, थैंक यू।
अच्छा, आवाज हमारी साफ आ रही? शुरू कर दें अगर आपका भी स्टार्ट कर लें सर।
हेलो, यस यू कैन स्टार्ट। मुझे थोड़ा सा 11:30 बजे दूसरा कार्यक्रम है, इसलिए जल्दी कराइए।
हाँ जी जरूर।
क्या था, बिल्कुल इसीलिए इमीडिएट स्टार्ट करते हैं। श्री गडकरी जी, माननीय मंत्री एमएसएमई के, और हमारे बहुत ही डायनामिक मंत्री जी, सर इट इज़ एन ऑनर टू हैव यू विद अस टुडे एंड वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल कि आपने आईमा का न्योता स्वीकार किया और आप हमारे 10वीं एमएसएमई कन्वेंशन में पधारे हैं। सर क्योंकि समय कम है, आप सब परिचित हैं एमएसएमई की इश्यूज से, बट मैं खाली इतना कहना चाहता हूँ कि MSMEs are, as you know, the foundation of any Indian business, and out of almost 6.3 crore enterprises that there are in India, out of about 6.5 crore enterprises that there are in India, almost 6.3 crores are micro businesses. Less than 3 lakh are small, and only few thousands are really large. तो ये बहुत important एक backbone है Indian business का. Now in the COVID crisis, sir, they were very badly affected, as you know, but they had difficulties in finance, in finding markets, raw material. But sir, the government, I'm happy to say, had been very supportive, and you have been leading it personally, and you've changed size parameters, credit offerings have been made, and equity infusion, which has saved not only the MSMEs, but very large number of jobs. So sir, challenges still exist in front of MSMEs on these fronts, but the MSME sector, we believe, has a potential to create more than 5 crore jobs. And our government has done other support things like having the GEM platform, like saying that 25% of procurement should be done from MSMEs. ये सब चीजें आपने बहुत करी हैं, और MSMEs को मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी का एडवांटेज लें, और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी खास करके, और संग संग में जो नई इनोवेशन है उसका इस्तेमाल करें। तो सर ये ब्रॉड हमारी थिंकिंग है। अब हम आपसे समझना चाहेंगे आपका विजन। वी लाइक टू हियर फ्रॉम यू सर अबाउट योर थिंकिंग ऑन दिस सेक्टर, and which will be very helpful to all the people. There are very large number of people logged on to this event, sir. You would be happy to know. And once again, we thank you very much on behalf of AIMA for making this here. Dr. Juneja here, of course, is our past president of AIMA, and he is also heading the MSME here. And then we have other people, Dr. Raj Agarwal and Rekha Sethi, who is the Director General. But sir, to your address now.
Yeah, before we start, Honorable Minister, can we have 1 minute to release a souvenir?
Haji, please, sorry, I forgot.
Yes.
Thank you.
Rekha, can we get that going?
Yes, please release the souvenir.
अभी आपके हाथ से है, पर आपके हाथों से हुआ है। बहुत बहुत
Thank you. All respectable dignitaries and dear friends, today's your subject is very important. This theme is very important. This is important for the country. That innovative solution for MSMEs challenges and opportunities. Today, the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill, and successful practices, we name it as a knowledge and conversion of knowledge into wealth, is exactly a future for the country. Regarding MSME, MSME contributes 30% of the growth of GDP. That is contribution from MSME. 48% export. And up till now, MSME creates 11 crore jobs. Now our mission is to contribute 40% in GDP growth and 48% export of MSME. We want to take it up to 60% and creating 5 crore new jobs. Most important thing is the village industry is equally important. In 115 aspirant districts, agriculture, rural and tribal, where we are facing economic problem, the GDP contribution from the rural agriculture tribal area and 115 aspirant district is very negligible, and they are facing the problem of poverty and unemployment. So exactly we need to develop this area. Now the most important innovative solutions where we need that how we are going to increase our exports. Now I'm just giving you 2 examples. These are the practical example where it is easy to understand what exactly in my mind. Now we are giving priority for electric car, electric buses, electric bikes, electric auto rickshaw. And now even we are planning to make electric trucks in the country. So regarding these e-vehicles, we have to develop vendors. For example, there is one magnet in the bike, in the car, everywhere. But that magnet is we are importing from China. Even many of the products, they are not available in our country. So this is the time for the industry, for the government to identify what are the things which are important for the future, which we are presently importing, how we can make it. And that is to be a mission for all of us to make in India for that we can manufacture here. Exactly, we need our IITs, engineering colleges, research organizations. They should give a practically a solution, innovative solution for all these alternatives. So this type of lot of things are there. If you can make a research and study of our import material, once upon a time this PP kits was imported. Now we are self-sufficient. Everything now sanitizer, PP kit, we are in position to export. Exactly what are the imports which we are making, how we can make with innovative approach, with alternative for that is exactly a challenge. Now, yesterday I have a discussion with the UP's Industries Minister and his secretary. I was telling with that you can easily create at least 10 lakh jobs in Uttar Pradesh. He say, how it's possible? Now I'm telling you the story. There are a lot of sugar factories are in UP, but sugar production is surplus. And at the same time, ethanol, we have shortage. Present, our ethanol purchase is 450 crore liters. Only to add into 10% in petrol, we need 1600 crore liter of ethanol. So at least 4 times more ethanol we required. Then we are in position, we are already have in the process that we can add 10% ethanol in diesel. And again, there will be a huge requirement. At least that requirement will be more than 2000 crore liters. Then we are now launching a flex engine where 100% ethanol can be used or 100% petrol can be used. It is with the vendor. So the total shortage is there, and we are importing 8 lakh crores of petroleum products, the crude oil. So I suggest him that in place of making sugar meal, we can directly making sugar cane juice, and from that we can make ethanol, and we can fulfill the demand, and that can create more employment potential and wealth in UP. Now government is giving permission to make ethanol from corn, from rice, from fruit grain. We have stock of 280 lakh ton of rice surplus. We can supply rice to the whole world. The corn is also available in Punjab and Haryana. It's a big problem. The MSP is 1700 rupees per quintal and the market rate is 1000 rupees per quintal. So the corn is available in Bihar, Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, everywhere. We can convert that corn into ethanol so that we can make the ethanol industry presently, which is a size of 25,000 crore, we can make it up at least for 2 lakh crores. And we can create jobs, opportunities in the rural agriculture area. It will be import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. Now lot of things where that can be import substitute. Lot of things where we can get import substitute, and some of the things where we can plan it for as far as the international price is concerned, we can increase our export. Yesterday, we have a conference with MasterCard and Amazon. Now, Amazon is having the export of Indian MSME of 70,000 crore. We have got handloom, handicrafts, honey, everything. Our products are unique products. Quality is very good. Cost is very effective. We need to present and market in a proper way in international market. I just tell you a story of Khadi. We are making denim. That Khadi denim is very popular in USA. The one of the Levi's is company, they are purchasing Khadi denim. Now we have the shoes and chappals by using the silk of Banaras as a cover to that shoes and for chappals, and they are using denim, different type of khadi material for that. Very good, looking very attractive. There is a huge market for all these shoes and chappals in USA and abroad. So exactly by new designs, new innovation, new research, first of all, we can make 100% good quality of products where we can sell all these products in global market. The second important thing is, which is very important, that upgradation of technology. First of all, whatever the technology available in our country, if it is possible, we can upgrade our technology. By using innovations, different type of research also, we can use it. If we don't have, we can take it help from the international standards, international institutions, industries about their new technology, and we can make the joint venture for that. So presently sky is the limit. We are the fastest growing economy, and MSME is the backbone of our Indian industry, Indian economy. And that is one of the reasons that different type of innovation, different type of research, these are very important. So upgradation of MSME, upgradation of industry and accepting new technology is very important. But where is a problem we are facing? First of all, identification of products. What are the products which we can manufacture in India? How we can make innovation? It can be import substitute, cost effective, pollution free. At the same time, it should be indigenous, and 100% how we can make a product of that design with good quality, with reducing the cost of the product, we can make available to international market. So I feel that for that reason, we need innovation and research. We have technology centers. Actually, I am telling you the story of at the time when the COVID was in a higher level, the sanitizer was the need of the country, but we don't have that much sanitizer. Actually, in my area, sanitizer rate go up to 1200 rupees per liter. So we have sugar factory and we are manufacturing alcohol, and I am giving alcohol to the small people and they make sanitizer and selling by rate of 1200 rupees per liter. So I decided to make sanitizer and we decided to sell it 160 rupees per liter. So that sanitizer was available and the market cost was reduced. The same time, the PP kits are now available. So my suggestion is surplus production is also important and 100% of good quality. But without compromise the quality, we have to reduce the cost. That is also important. And for that reason, I am telling you that innovation point of view, we have 18 technology centers And these technology centers, existing 18 tool room centers, for in 2014, 15 new technology centers at a cost of 2,200 crore were approved. In 2018, 20 new technology centers, tool rooms, and 100 extension centers with a total investment of 6,000 crore were approved. Now, my interest is the Godrej has got their technology tool center. Their turnover is very good. So now we have decided now with a PPA mode, we are going to tender process and giving government tool center to the private successful industry or a tool centers privately who are doing excellent jobs. So the pump was the most important thing for that bottle of sanitizer. But pump was imported from China. But now our industry, with their innovative approach, they invented the pumps and pumps are available. So there are a lot of things where we can develop and where we can make the supply of all this material to the global market. And there is a huge potential. But one thing which is very important, that is a concept of cooperation, coordination, and communication between the stakeholders. Now, we need to understand the present our automobile industry, for example, their total volume is 4,50,000 crore. Our automobile industry create maximum jobs. But now they are making electric trucks, electric equipments, construction equipments, machinery on CNG, trucks on LNG, then different type of transport system, buses, trolley buses, electric buses, double-decker buses. Everywhere we need new products, new technology, new innovations. Our IIT, our engineering colleges are making constant research on it. But my suggestion to the new generation that you have to identify, and identification is very important, that what is the need of the country, what is the shortage, what is the demand, and what is the requirement, what type of requirement for industry. On the basis of that, if our research and innovation is going on, then it is useful. Now the problem is that there is a lot of research are with the defense research institutions like DRDO, and a lot of people, they have a lot of research. But that research is not coming to common man. I request them, by why this is, you are just take it your research in a safe deposit vault. Why you are not take it to the people? So this is the time to identify the technology, the research, innovations, and take it to the common man. And by using that technology and research, we can make the products, and not we are going to only fulfill the demand of our society, but we can make export from that. So exactly, there are also important thing we need to understand. What is the need of the world? What is the need of the different countries where we have a good relationship? And exactly that material, that product, how we can manufacture here with the lower cost without compromise with the quality, that is to be a success story. For that reason, for import and export, technology and research, demand and supply, requirement, here we need information. And for that reason, we need to have cooperation, coordination, and communication between the stakeholders. So this is the very important thing. Our Prime Minister's dream is to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for that purpose, we need to increase our more export. We have to increase our GDP growth, create more employment potential jobs, and we should give the highest priority for the rural agriculture, tribal sector. At the same time, 115 aspirant districts. My request to AIMA that just if you take in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, the honey, the high altitude honey has got a tremendous potential in the Western countries. So the Amazon side, the high altitude honey's rate is 6,000 rupees per kg. So this type of different things, by using the climate of Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, what type of product we can develop, what type of product we can design, what type of raw material which is available there, on the basis of that, how we can make the good quality of products. That is exactly innovation with market sense, with considering demand and supply, at the same time with the appropriate technology, without compromise with the cost. without compromise with the quality, we need to reduce the cost. And at the same time, good packaging, good presentation, that is equally important. So this is the time that whole scenario is changing. India is the fastest growing economy. We have to convert knowledge into economic power, and that is exactly the innovation and research is very important. I am giving my all best wishes to all India Management Association for giving inspiration and motivation to the young talented youth of our country. 100% these youth are the pillar of the country, future of the country, and their inspiration and motivation with them, 100% they will create huge miracles which is going to helpful for the country. I am giving my all best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mantriji. Thank you for your time, Dr. Juneja. You want to say something quickly? Thank the minister, Dr. Juneja. आप म्यूट पर हैं डॉक्टर जुनेजा, आप म्यूट पर हैं, अनम्यूट करिए डॉक्टर जुनेजा, यू म्यूटेड.
Honorable Minister, sir, we are very grateful to you for inaugurating this convention. But I tell you, your words of encouragement are very delighted. People are very enthused with this. I can assure you that, having long experience working with SME sector. And I know you have been known to be a performer. So people expect a lot from you, particularly MSMEs. Two suggestions I have for your consideration. Number one, Prabhat Committee was appointed by the government, and they recommended an innovation corpus fund for 1,000 crore rupees. So maybe you could consider and sanction it. The reason being that you have to encourage the SMEs to be innovative. You already talked about it. Second thing, you just talked about encouraging manufacturing sector. We in our country, our Prime Minister indicated that we should reach a level 25% of GDP. And we are still very low compared to that by 2025. So maybe we should have a special package for MSMEs so that they could be encouraged for manufacturing. As you know, most of the MSMEs today are going in service sector. And we have to encourage them to be in the forefront in manufacturing and continue playing the role as a backbone of the manufacturing sector. So these two suggestions I thought I will suggest to you. And you have given guidelines and you have talked about innovation and you encourage them. We are very grateful to you, Honorable Minister, sir. Or not only on my behalf or AIMA, but all the MSME sector are very grateful to you for giving new suggestions and new guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
भाई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Right now, Rekha, we are through with this section.
I think we are through. Maybe Dr. Juneja, you would like to talk about the convention. The participants are still there. We can log off because we are a little ahead of time.
Yeah. What time was the next session actually?
It's
40.
11:45.
Okay.
So I think we can log off, Mr. Singhania. We'll let Dr. Juneja speak to the participants.
Dr. Juneja, thank you. I think.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, madam.
Good morning to all of you once again. Namaskar. I would like to tell a couple of things. Number one, the Honorable Minister talked about, you already heard of him, on various issues confronting MSMEs and what the government is going to do about it and what are his guidelines on this issue. Whereas what we have to see during the course of the day today, we have 5 sessions, technical sessions, and they are going to talk about the challenges and the opportunity to be faced by you. So therefore, you could possibly look at, carefully listen to all the learned speakers. We are not only talking on the area of what you call the innovative readiness of issues and challenges, and what are the innovations, how does they work, and the MSMEs. You will be our session is going to be chaired by Dr. Praveen Arora. He's the senior advisor in the Ministry of Science and Technology and DST, and he will be talking to you on what innovation is going to help. And in fact, he has been working on this subject for a long time. There are other learned speakers in the same session. Second thing is, then we are also having the next, what are the opportunities which are emerging? This session is being given in a very international flavor. The UNIDO local director, resident director in India, is going to talk about the opportunities which are available not only in India and other countries where we can learn some lessons. And third session will be on financing, which is a major issue. You know about that. So we'll be talking about the financing, how to source the financing. I already requested the Honorable Minister to sanction a 1,000 crore corpus for innovation, because I think we have to encourage the young people to be innovative and be creative, and then they should be able to work on that. And the the next session we have on branding. You know, you can say the brand guru called Prahlad Kakkad, very well known. He will be sharing a session and guiding how to benefit and from what you call the IP related activities, what the importance of branding, because many SMEs don't know about branding. Even if they know, but they don't practice. So therefore, you have to work on that particular area, how to brand, how to register yourself under the IPR and that kind of stuff. Then we'll be coming to the digital and social marketing, because marketing is a major problem for all the SMEs. You have to link with the large companies or export houses and so on. So therefore, you cover a key in that area. So with that, toward the end of today's convention, we'll be summing up the whole convention. What are the major recommendations which are emerging? We'll be preparing a document on this, and we submit it to the government and other institutions who are concerned, so that they can take action on particularly this area. So with that, I thought I will mention to you, and we who are associated with MSMEs, or who are small entrepreneurs ourselves, or micro entrepreneurs, or maybe working on medium enterprises, we are very proud we are associated with the sector, and our contributions are very maximum, and we create we are the largest employment creator after agriculture. So I think we're very proud of that, and we also contribution to GDP. So please continue doing that, and don't hesitate to take advantage of the various institutions in the country, because we find our MSME is a little bit shy and don't use the institution. Maybe CSR laboratories, maybe other institutions, government related to technology areas, and maybe other support institutions, technology centers. I think we should benefit from all of them. With that, I like to thank you all for a few minutes given to me, and to be able to say a few words to you. And thank you so much indeed to all of you. We'll have the session first after this.
Good morning, everyone. We are about to start our first session for the day. Good morning, everyone. Start. We are about to start our first session for the day. Hello. Before we start the session, just I request all the panelists to check their mic.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries and delegates. Once again, on behalf of All India Management Association, I welcome you all to AIMA's 10th MSME Convention. And this is the first MSME convention that we are conducting in the virtual mode. And I feel privileged to extend a warm welcome to all present. The outbreak of COVID-19 has posed great challenges to global economy. Indian economy and its MSME are no exception. But at the same time, this unprecedented COVID-19 has also brought in great innovation-driven opportunities for the 63 million MSMEs of India. We at AIMA have been encouraging micro, small and medium enterprises to enhance their managerial capabilities and to take COVID-19 as an opportunity and a strong driver to innovate and grow with newer solutions. In this context, AIMA's 10th MSME convention that we are holding today on the theme Innovative Solutions for MSME Challenges and Opportunity becomes very, very relevant. Today, we promise to bring to you the best of the speakers from industry, government, business, intelligentsia, and they would primarily focus on innovative solutions in management of finance, technology, marketing, branding, intellectual property rights, and many other issues which are critical to MSMEs. I now request all of you to join us together for the first panel session, and we have the privilege of having a very learned panel with us for the first session. The theme of the first session is Innovative Readiness for Indian MSMEs, Issues and Challenges. And the session is being chaired by Dr. Praveen Arora, Advisor, Head of Innovation, Department of Science and Technology. Joining him on the dais is Dr. Vipin Tyagi, CTO, EVP, Strategic Relationship, PGI, Mr. Arun Kumar Sharma, Director General, Northeast Center for Technology, Application and Research, Nectar, Mr. Trilok Kumar Jain, Director, Ecosystem for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And as I request the chairman of the session to start the proceeding, I present to you a brief profile of Dr. Praveen Arora. Dr. Praveen Arora is presently head and advisor of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He holds a PhD in Science Policy from Jawaharlal Nehru University. He's been closely associated with international bodies like UNESCO, OECD, and other members countries in developing guidelines and benchmark for STI indicators. He has been instrumental in conceptualizing and evolution of the first ever national program, Science, Technology, Innovation and Creation of Knowledge, STIC, launched in 2010 by DST, and in bringing out National Innovative Survey Report on Understanding Innovation in the India context. With this, I would request the chairman to take on the session. And I would request all the participants, if they have any questions for the panelists, they can post the questions on the post question link. We also have, as we all know, we are going live today on all our social media platforms. You can view us on YouTube, Twitter, and our Facebook page. And for all the questions, the question link is already there on your screen. You can also download the souvenir that we just released from the panel itself. With this, I request Dr. Arora to take on.
Thank you. Is it audible to everyone, first of all?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So, good morning to one and all. First of all, my heartiest congratulations to AIMA on this 10th MSME convention. and giving me an opportunity to initiate a dialogue on innovation readiness for Indian MSMEs. I hope the voice is not getting echoed.
No, it's
Is it
perfectly
okay? I'm
fine.
again. Yeah. So I also welcome at the same time my fellow panelists, Mr. Vipin Tyagi ji, and we have Trilok Kumar Jain, and we have Arun Kumar Sharma from Nectar. In fact, Vipin Tyagi ji is from EVP Strategic Relationships. Arun Kumar Sharma ji is from Nectar, DG Nectar, and Trilok Kumar Jain is from the Ecosystem for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So I have a healthy panelists and speakers who would do full justice to this area. In fact, before we begin, I have just few thoughts on this. When you say innovation readiness of MSMEs, because we have been channelizing this, National Innovation Survey in the department, and the first national survey, in fact, was a whole scale dedicated to the industrial innovation. But when we did this, we found that largely 90% of them happened to be MSME. So that's how we had to rename it as National Innovation Survey Report with special emphasis on this MSME. So and that's how. Just wait for a minute. I think my voice is getting echoed. So I am to close a few of the windows, here.
So you have logged in from 2 locations. If you can just log out from one of the location, it would be great. And I would also request Professor Trilok Kumar Jain to switch on his video. Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Just a minute glitch, that it's not going, Because it is so much reverberation, so I'm not able to concentrate what I'm saying. Should I log in again or what?
I can hear you okay.
So you may be hearing it, but I am getting the echo back,
We will request one of
this thing, then it will be okay. Now it is fine.
Sir, it is perfectly.
I
Yes,
think it's better now.
Yeah, it's okay now. It's better.
Yeah. So sorry for this technical glitch, but then so what I was saying was the first National Innovation Survey we launched happened to focus on MSMEs, and that's how my traction for MSME. Then we know MSME better, as we all know that MSME is the India's economy's backbone. And I would not narrate much, their contribution, and everyone knows, their exports and contribution, and also their employment potential. But the point here, what we are emphasizing is, are they still relevant? Yes, they are very much relevant in any time to come, because they are more than 95% of our industry is, comprised of MSMEs. And when we say innovation readiness, so I was just looking at, readiness. Are we not ready earlier, or what is that readiness we are talking about? It is probably I could make out that when we talk of, say, readiness, it has to do with the context and the time. So when we say a context, whether it is the national context or it is the global context. So if you have to be relevant or ready, means you have to be competitive enough to sustain both. So you have to be in the present context. It has become all the more important, as the PM has said, Atmanirbhar. What does it mean for MSME here in that context? Are we ready at the national level, but yet globally also competitive? It means what I mean to say is that we are relevant nationally and yet globally competitive, So with this kind of readiness and the scale, means the MSMEs are being challenged and there are issues of that challenge and opportunities. And we already know that MSMEs are facing a lot of challenges, even though it was a pre-pandemic or it is a post-pandemic, you call it. So there has been a challenges uh, uh, related to capital, related to attracting of talent, or it could be the infrastructure, or it could be the innovation itself, and the other like a digital challenge and a marketing know-how. So this type of challenges not only have been very much now widely known, but then our innovation survey, when we did this, also brought out many such challenges, in terms of capital. There was a challenge that the innovation was being driven largely by the in-house, so the capital was a challenge, even the cost was a challenge, and many of the innovative firms were doing innovation in the form of through the machinery, through by imported machinery largely. So that happened to be the technological challenge at the same time, and we found that there happened to be public innovation system, but there is another production system which is not able to capitalize on that properly. So we found some kind of a disconnect between the public innovation system and the production system in the industry. So how to bridge this? And we found that there are regional innovation systems as well, like the industry is situated in a region or a state, which also has its dynamics or the context which will play in its readiness. So it is when we talk of readiness, then we see that this is also to talk of context, global competitiveness, and the whole set of the eco, which comes into foreplay with the interaction of the national factors and the global factors. So when I talk about the national factor, it is not just merely the uh, the location per se, but it is also to do with the eco of the human capital, with the technology flow, and with the current challenges and which are being thrown in the global order, like it could be the industry 4.0. Now it is the intelligent machines which are coming and taking over. Are we prepared and ready to adapt and take it forward in our production system and utilize it, and yet become locally and also globally innovative or competitive enough? So these are the kind of conundrums one has to look into when we talk of innovation readiness. So it is not, and the plus is that through this innovation, through this changes, if we keep a balance between this technological what you call integration and the human capital investments, and also some kind of a policy stimulus, probably I think we can convert these challenges into a great opportunity. I think this is what it's the topic here is all about, issues and challenges. And all of us know that the government has done a lot of things now since the pandemic has come over, and then they have changed the definition first of all of MSME sector to see that a lot of support and the stimulus which is being given in the form of investment or the production link incentives, what they're talking about, can percolate and MSME can take benefit. In fact, today I was reading that the whole ecosystem would be not only charged up through fiscal stimulus, but through other kind of stimulus. I was reading in the newspaper, Delhi government saying that they will make Delhi as the startup, capital. So they are saying that the startups would be nurtured, and there would be no collateral fee kind of a loans, and there would be access to the knowledge. What we are talking about, what the survey shows, that we are now third in the production of the knowledge, as far as if we benchmark it globally. But it is not the knowledge production, but it is the consumption is the issue. Then how to carry that knowledge to the industry and make it transferable to products and processes. I think that is the challenge. The translation of the knowledge becomes a challenge. So are we ready on all these fronts? Then only if we can call it innovation readiness. Though we have improved a lot in terms of both, in terms of the global indices, if we talk of the global competitiveness index, but not to say global competitiveness index, but global innovation index, we are moved all the time for the last 2-3 years. We have been moving 5 points or 4 points, So we are currently standing at 48. But if you talk of global competitiveness index, of course, there is slightly a dip is there. We are still at 68. So this two indexes, if you look into a deeper, they put you on a good innovation ranking. But the other associated factors which make up this whole eco, probably there the pitfall lies. And then you have this government of India saying ease of doing business coming up. Of course, we have moved up in that, but then still a lot has to be done, probably on the commercialization aspects, on the translation of the knowledge, and also forging alliances with the academia industry, and how to take forward this investment into R&D. And in fact, it is the only way left is through innovation and through sectoral growth. So this is where, if we can make a dent, and then only we would be ready to face this. Otherwise, we are bound to continue in the stalemate. So these are the issues and the challenges. This is what I thought is a very interesting topic. If my fellow panelists can also throw some light with their insight, wisdom, success, or failures, even, I think all are equally welcome, so that this will enrich this thought process, and maybe we can come out with, at the end of the day, some kind of recommendations and better insights how to cope up with this. So with this, I would like to, this initial remarks, I would like to say, invite Mr. Vipin Tyagi ji to speak up his mind on this topic and enrich us with his wisdom. Yeah, Mr. Vipin Tyagi ji, please.
Good morning to everybody. I'm delighted to be here, and my slides can be put. I have 6 slides that I put together, and but I want to also add to my introduction. I am the former executive director of CDOT, and now I am chief technology officer and executive vice president of strategic relationship. In both of these roles, what I've seen is that till March last year, we have done the technology transference from CDOT to 90 plus TOT provider. 50% of those were MSMEs. And I was analyzing, what is that it takes for us to really make MSME successful, because it was very close to my heart, because my entire success was dependent on MSME. Now, I don't think the slides will come up, because I sent it to AIMA, and it's not shareable from here. So, okay, here comes the slides. So, so first of all, this topic is very, very close to my heart and mind at the same time. And consequently, I will dwell on the real issues with the wherever it is there, but it's going to be simple messaging. Next. And so what I'm going to talk about, adoption of the digitization. What digitization is doing is creating a level playing field for everybody who embraces the digitization. Because the digital world is flat. And also the people have become flat now. You and me, we are on the screen and talking to each other. Consequently, the question remains is, are we taking advantage of the digital world completely? And everybody may be doing it to a different extent, but more and more we actually adopt these technologies, more and more competitiveness can come about, because differentiation between big and small actually goes away if we put the right strategy in place. The small can be competitive. Another thing that we have to recognize is that India is now recognized globally as the powerhouse of many creative things. Also, the SMEs and the startups are generally globally seen as the more agile, more flexible, and they are supposed to provide give more attention to detail, which are in the customer domain. Are we doing that? I would say in most of the cases that we are able to do that. But what I have seen is that our MSMEs try to ape the big guys, and that's where and big guys look at the startups to be more agile. So what happens is that we are caught in a dilemma, and consequently we are not able to take full advantage of digitization. And I will get into next slides on that. Quality and transparency is the key. COVID has taught some basic lessons to us. And it's very interesting for me to put some data in front of you. 56% of the US jobs were remote doable. Only before the COVID, only 3.6% of these jobs were working from home. What has happened after the COVID-19 is that more than 60%, by the Gartner says by 24, the more than 50%, which is about 60% of the jobs will be done online or remote jobs. 30 to 35% of the workforce will be working from home multiple days in a week by the end of 2021. Also, as customers and budget manage the distribution, so there'll be more communication oriented, less physical orientation, and that helps the whole industry big time. About $23.4 billion worth of industry of collaboration is coming in front of us. Now, if I only talk about the experience that PGI had, was they saw 350% increase in demand. And something that was happening in 2019 as 12 minutes per week soared up to 76 minutes per week interaction online through the video. And consequently, about 1.5 billion streaming minutes is what came about. So what I'm saying is, if we adopt some of these digital technologies, we can have the same level playing field which are there. So consequently, what we have to look for is create your own brand. And the digital world, if you create your own brand, means how do you create your own brand? All the customer facing interactions should have your logo. Your logo then will get recognized. So private labeling, white labeling, the brand visibility, also have the .in URL, have your own email, and you have your own meeting tools. That will be one way of doing that. There has to be a focus on connectivity, smartphones, and laptops. Also, it means that your Wi-Fi connection, wherever your employees are, they require attention. And you also require attention in terms of giving a proper smartphone and laptops to the people who are working in the organization so that you can adopt digitization. The sophistication of tool becomes very important. Okay, now let me just come about what I'm saying. The events that we used to do, the interactions that we used to do earlier, now we don't have to compromise. They become less cost, but they become more sophisticated. You can show your design or the product in really good video form by using webcasting. And you can have the visual interaction, which is of very high quality. And without really traveling. That's why you require the technologies which are in there. But make sure that if you are doing global business, then you have the operator assistance available all across so that you don't keep tuning things and all of that, right? Online real-time help should be available to you. You may have to pay. Always the free is not the best. The digital payment on the smartphone is kind of, has picked up. India has taken big time lead in this. And consequently, digital frauds and the ransomware and all of those are happening. We need to take care of them. Security and safety, hygiene are considered to be socially responsible way. Organic is gaining the center stage now. This is the effect of COVID. Next one is the Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think we are not actually taking full advantage of the Atmanirbhar Bharat at this point in time. And the India, if you want to really make India Atmanirbhar, we have to generate demand. And we have seen how in such a short time, like Honorable Minister talked about, we are able to do sanitizers, we are able to do all the medical essential equipments in India. So creating demand and challenges directly in front of the MSMEs is the key. Work from home is viewed as more responsible now, and consequently, we need to really focus on outcome and not the process of meeting people. Next. And that is what will actually bring about the innovation. Now, innovation we have to do at the core function. Just now, what I talked about is communication, interaction, all of that is available to you in good form. But you have to look at what can you do with this digitization and what innovation you can bring to your core deliverable functions, and how you have to clearly state how are you different from your competitor. Don't worry if you're competing with large guys, but if you are able to state that you are cheaper, you are faster, you are better, or you are disruptive, then that will go a long way with the evidence. No free lunch. You have to do your part of the bargain. Innovation in the business model is something which is coming along, and it is happening as we talk about. More flexibility is required from both the sides. Create a strength through ecology. Your alone strength is what you need not project. You have to project the strength of your partners or your suppliers and or your friends in the industry as to what you can bring together collectively as a ecology. Have the realistic assessment of what we can do, clear vision and roadmap. It is very important. Be aware of regulatory licensing and law. It is the value creation that takes the organization forward. Next. So what is that innovation that has been talked about, right? A lot of things have been talked about the innovation. Now, one thing is that it doesn't require a lot of money to be innovative or do the patents and all of that. What it requires is more thinking. And I will give examples of some of those based on the innovation and IPR. Patent, maybe a little bit of a, if you think that you have something very valuable, file a patent of 5,000 rupees, you get the protection for 1 year. Within 1 year, you can then file the full-fledged patent. Then when you get granted, you get it for 20 years. So you have to see whether it is worthwhile. Product design, I mean, see, this is like very easy to, if you have a unique design of the product, how it looks and feels, you can do that. Copyright is something which is like, can be very easily done for anything that you have written, your own processes. Trademarks and secrets you have to keep secret, like Coca-Cola, right? The original idea and its implementation are source of fascinating word of originality. So don't copycat. Whatever you do, invest a little bit in creative processes, and R&D for the business outcomes is what you have to do. You don't have to do blue sky research, but at least improving certain things, putting something new. Quality is now required for survival. It's no longer option, and that's why monitoring the trend and imagining future of what you're doing is what is required. Everyone expects the MSMEs to be more innovative anyways. And the innovation, as I have just now talked about, can come from any quarter of your business, right from dispatch to delivery to creation to how you experience the whole thing, how do you configure the things, how you actually deliver your own ideas and product. Next. Okay, so that was the last slide, and I want to present to all of you these beautiful flowers which are blooming around there. Find time to go and have a look at, this beauty which is there. They don't spread virus. Thank you.
So thank you, Vipinji. So may I now call upon, I think we can take questions from the participants at a later, once we finish. So may I call upon Mr. Arun Kumar Sharma ji to say his words of wisdom on this topic.
Thank you to and namaskar. Good afternoon to all of you. This is basically the whole topic is issues and challenges on innovation. I feel to me, I look at in a positive sense. I don't see any challenges. I don't see any issues. I see there are many technologies which are available in our country, indigenous technologies, where we can add some values and we can use it in a very proper way. So I would like to share some of the innovative technologies which has been developed in our country with you, and now with the participants, maybe probably they can get some idea about how to take it further. So we took some initiative as an actor, we took some initiative and we have identified at least 55 different technologies which is developed in our country in different labs. And then we thought that as an experimental sector, we thought that install all these technologies in Northeast. Why? Because as you know that due to this pandemic, there are 12 lakhs of migrant workers have shifted to the Northeast. And now it's very challenging for them to how to make them livelihood. So we thought that some of the very essential technologies which are there in our country and which the raw materials related to those technologies are available in Northeast. So can we take some of these technologies and give a training and technology know-how to the people or to the entrepreneur or to the government officials or to the NGOs so that we can create a livelihood of the migrant workers. So I will just show some of the innovative technology which are there and then it's a tremendous technology which you can take it further. So some of these things I will just like to share with you. Then we can discuss a little bit more about that. So this is what a technology called the fiber extraction from the banana, bamboo, and pineapple. As you know that these are the raw materials related to the banana, pineapples are enormous in Northeast. So we thought that why not we can try to find out some technology which can extract the fibers from the banana. Pineapple and can make some beautiful sarees or clothes or whatever maybe. And this is developing in India. It is a guy in Chennai who is doing everything by hand. He is not using any machine over there. He is extracting technology, but we have identified few technology by which we can also extract the fibers, and it will just increase the productivity rate as well as the yield. I mean to say it's no loss is taking place, and you can increase the productivity rate almost 10 to 20 times. So this is one technology is available in our country which we have adopted. Similarly, there is a technology in BRC that is developed, Bhava Academic Research Center. This is for biodegradable film manufacturing, where you can keep the food and the vegetables for the longer time. So this is available in our country. Similarly, we have developed a technology where we can produce this sanitary napkin, which is biodegradable napkin. This is what we have developed, and this is we are installing in Assam, in Northeast, for the large scale production. This has already been started. And in this similar point of view, we have also developed some sanitary. This I think you can see this one. This is bamboo based. This we have developed, and then now if some entrepreneurs come and go for the large scale production, we have patented also for this. So this got some similarly, we have developed some bamboo bottle, which you can see that this bamboo bottle we have developed. So these are some with the technology that we have developed in here itself. So this is, and again, some of the important technologies that I want to show you that this is one technology that we have found out, that we can extract ethanol from waste plastic. As we are talking about the Swachhata, then we can also, and then this is a Pune-based company. They have the company they have developed this technology. You can produce 50 liters to 100 liters of ethanol per day, which is replaceable or any hydrocarbons. So you can see that you can at this one time you can also clean the environment, and at the same time you can also produce ethanol, which can provide a huge livelihood to the people. So this technology also we have adopted in our experimental setup over there, and we started giving the training. Similarly, we know that this is another thing is that we have huge amount everywhere in our country, particularly with this coconut. So you can also produce cocoa peat, and it can also give a huge livelihood. So this technology related to the production of the cocoa peat are there in our country itself. So this is a huge opportunities for our young entrepreneurs who can provide a huge the livelihood to the many people. Another thing that has been developed in our lab itself in India, which is in IIT Kharagpur. This is what called the arsenic mitigation from the water. And you know that many places we have so much arsenic, but this is a totally indigenous technology. It has been supported by our the TIFAC and the Department of Science and Technology. So these are the indigenous technology and innovative technology that has been developed in our country. So that's what we are talking about, that how to take up this technology, innovative technology further. And another technology that we have been talking about, which is very famous in Europe, but it is not been adopted in our country in that way, it is called hydroponic technology. And we know that why we have taken this up, because we know that the northeast is a heavy rain and flood prone zone. So we didn't get the fodder of the cows and goats all the time because of the raining. So that somebody can be used as a hydroponic technique to produce fodder for the cows and goats. So that's why we took this technology in Northeast. Similarly, and there are some high-end technology now. I will talk about few of the high-end technology. You can see this is called high voltage and plasma technology. It's very interesting. Nowhere in our country has been adopted. This is very, very innovative. So that's what I thought that I'd like to share all of you to get this glimpses of that. And what is this technologies, so that at least it is a tremendous application in agriculture sector, in automobile sector, in food processing sector, as well as in medical sector. I will just show you the few of them. I will not go in details of that. You know, this is a very interesting and very innovative, and every one of us can use this technology. This is what you can see. This is what we are talking about, that the water that you pour in our plantation, if you can drainage water, you can take it and give some voltage in that water, then it will basically generate some NOs, some SOs, some ODOs, and some volatile organic compounds which are very fertile for the plant growth. And it is very simple. I can show you the video. You can just look at the video. It is very simple. You can see the pour water is there, and let's grow together. This is the grow. This is only the few seconds, and then you pour the same water to the plant. You can see the growth of the plant is increasing almost 10 to 20 times per day compared to the normal water. So this is one technology, and for your information, just I'm telling you, this is what developed in Iote University in Japan, and now this technology has been adopted in the whole state for the production of any vegetables, anything over there in the Iote state. And it is also proved that no DNA, nothing gets changed. It is remaining everything same. So this is a very nice technology what we can adopt in our country, because we need a large scale production. You can see the changes that is taking. I'll just go to the next slide. You can see the changes that is taking place because of this technology. The left side is the peripheral, where this technology has not been adopted, and the right side, the growth of the plant on the same day. You can see in the left side there is no growth, but the right side you can see the growth of the plant on the same day. Similarly, you can see in the down, it is onion, the same day growth. One is without technology, other is with technology. This is strawberry. You can see the strawberry plant. This is without technology, and this is with technology. You can also change the size of the plant, size of the fruits. You can also, if you want, you can change the sugar content of the fruits. So this is what the technology is available in the go. And we have not adopted this technology. And nothing is there. It's very, very simple. I can show you the next slide, how it is working basically. This is this tractor, the plowing tractor. Over there you can see, if I look, you can see the sparking over there. This sparking is nothing but this is ionizing, and this is what creating the land fertile. So this is the simple technology, and this is not also very costly. So these are the innovative technology that this is available everywhere, but somehow we are missing. So that's what we thought, that we have to adopt this kind of technology. Cucumber, you can keep it in that machine, the high voltage taking machine. You can keep this at the same day. After a few days, you can see nothing is taking place. Similarly, you can see the potatoes are there inside the food processing, and these are all possible with the technology doesn't require that much of cost. This is all developed technology. Similarly, you can and then one more thing is that in mushroom, I got shocked that how this mushroom is producing within 30 days and with 100% yield. And that is also in a very nice way. So with the help of this technology. So this is called, you can see the change in mushroom of different types of mushroom. And one more sector just I want to share with you, maybe this has not been explored in our country at this moment. This is what called in automobile and medical fields. Just a few minutes I will take. This is the parts related to two-wheelers and four-wheelers. And you can see that some of the parts which we have been using in our two-wheelers and four-wheelers, if you replace the parts, at present you are using steel, but if you replace it with aluminum with some little bit technology, you can reduce the cost and at the same time you can increase the fuel efficiency. And this technology already been developed in our country and it has been transferred to TVS motors. So this is one very important technology that can be used by this high voltage technology, and this is huge applications in automobile tools and automobile parts. At the same time, you can see the right hand side, there's a knee plantation. This is also that this knee, you know that there's no company in our country which is producing this knee because we don't have the facility over there, and we have the facility in some places but we do not know how to do it. And all these things are basically taken from. There are two companies in our country which is providing to our hospitals. And if we produce, I'm not going into details about this technology, but if somebody is interested, some entrepreneurs is participating in this, is interested, he or she can contact me. I can give you the details about how it can be done, and it will reduce the cost of the knee replacement like anything. I'm telling you now, if we go to any hospitals, I mean to the government hospitals, if the replacement of knee is 70,000, but if you go to the 5-star hospital like Fortis or Apollo, it will take 3 to 3.5 lakhs. But if we do this thing, if we manufacture in our country, the cost will reduce down like to 25,000 to 30,000. As this is our calculation. So this is what I mean to say. When you talk about the innovative technology, I mean we should think about in such a way, in a holistic way, from all sides, so that we can be more self-sufficient. As we have been talking about the Atmanirbhar, we need to think about from all sides, from the agriculture, from food processing, from medical, from automobile, all sides we need to think about. And it is not like that we don't have the technology. We have the technology. Only thing is that we have to find it out, and we have to have the mindset to take it up to the farther. That is what we cannot always depend on other countries or the proper systematic way to go. So with this, I will end. I will not show the others. So I must thank the organizer to give me the opportunity to show you some of the innovative, and this is a very important meeting because many people are MSME, through MSME is doing this, many people are looking at it. So I think that the people who are really interested to take the innovative technology, particularly innovative technology for the betterment of the country, we should come together and make it successful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you, Sharma ji. A small question here.
Yeah, please.
See, nice to see all these technologies, but then are these, I understand that you are diffusing these technologies developed by our other sister organizations or institutions in India to the Northeast sector, is it?
Right,
or
right.
Are these, some of them are also developed by Nectar?
Yeah, basically that's what I'm talking about. The sanitary, and the electrical from the bamboo bottle. These are all production of the Nectar. We have and then sanitary napkin, as I told, the bamboo sanitary napkin, the sanitary pads. These are developed by Nectar. This is all patented, and we are producing in a large scale and providing to the tribal society in Northeast now, free of cost.
Okay. And what about that agriculture technology?
I must tell you one thing. As I think 2 years back it came to the newspaper also. You know that this saffron, the production of the saffron was there only in Kashmir, in few districts of Kashmir. So what we did, we took this soil from the Kashmir of those districts, and then we test the soil testing we have done, and about the pH and all these things, and we have also took the soil of the few similar places of Northeast like Arunachal, Meghalaya and Sikkim, and we found that few of the soils are almost similar. So we had a farmer from Kashmir took this saffron sheep, shifted him to the Sikkim, and he had successfully produced the saffron in Sikkim. and it came also in the newspaper. So it is so this is now we are expanding. You understand that if you now take this whole saffron cultivation in Sikkim, Northeast, and what is the actual the saffron cost and this thing.
Potential. Okay.
So it will generate a huge the livelihood in Northeast Asia. So we are taking everything initially. The experimental side is Northeast because nectar, we have to do everything in Northeast. So that is why.
So great that you exposed us to the lot of potential of technologies for its application in the Northeast, and also which will create livelihood and also for the particular that region. I think the institute is meant for. So great. So may I then now invite Mr. Trilok Kumar Jain, Director Ecosystem for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, to speak on the topic. Hello, Mr. Jain.
Please unmute, Professor Jain. Please unmute yourself.
Mr. Jain, you are on mute.
फाटक बंद कर दे, फाटक बंद कर दे.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry because of this technical glitch. Slightly, I have eaten away some time of the participants. Hello. Hello. Is my voice clear? Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It has been a wonderful day for me to listen to very knowledgeable and experienced panelists, and this is really important for MSME sector of our country. MSME sector has been playing a very important role, but I have a few other requests to the MSMEs, micro, small, medium enterprises. I wish to request them that you should connect to the nature, because the environment will become the most important issues in the times to come. Our modern technologies have caused tremendous harm to our environment, and because of that, we are facing so many problems like climate change and others. Micro, small, medium enterprises can play a very important role in being close to nature, because there are many things, we have already seen that the micro entrepreneurs of India, the traditional micro entrepreneurs of India, have always been respectful to the nature, and they have always created nature friendly products which have been very innovative as well as very useful, and they have not caused any harm to the environment. Take up, for example, our traditional artisans. Our traditional artisans, for example, Kumhar, they prepare earthen pots, which are very useful from environment perspective as well as from nature's perspective, and they are reusable. That's very important, because whatever we prepare, whatever we develop, those products should be such which do not cause harm to the earth, to the mother earth. That is very important, and therefore we have to give ourselves a new orientation. Micro, small, and medium enterprises are facing very difficult times at the present time, and it's all because of corona crisis and so many things. And of course, most of the policy makers also, I would like to suggest here, of course, the policy makers intent is to help micro, small, medium enterprises, but indirectly, because they tend to create such policies, such documents which are very lengthy, verbose, full of documentation, and make it difficult for micro, small enterprises to operate. We want to create innovative entrepreneurs rather than legalistic entrepreneurs, and therefore we have to create an environment where innovative and innovation should become the top priorities for entrepreneurs. At present, law and other issues become, very, very important issues. Look at Companies Act. It's one of India. It's the world's largest Companies Act. And even those who have studied Companies Act in detail, even they find it difficult to, understand it and apply it without referring to the book every time. Even they also get confused. The priority should be that you simplify all these things. Indian Income Tax Act, one of the lengthiest act in the world. 600, almost 600 different clauses, sections, so many things are there, making it difficult even for a chartered accountant to understand it fully. How can we expect an entrepreneur? And therefore, the entrepreneur remains preoccupied with all these legal formalities, and the focus on innovation is lost. What is required is that the policymakers must understand that if they want the entrepreneurs to thrive, if they want the entrepreneurs to become innovative, they should simplify the regulations, they should simplify laws, enable the entrepreneurs to focus on innovation aspects. Because a man's attention, cannot remain on every sector. You cannot focus on innovation, you cannot focus on law, you cannot focus on technologies, everything same time. That is not possible. At one time, you have focus on one thing. What we want is that entrepreneurs should focus on innovation. And if they will focus on innovation, they can drive innovation, they can create new products, and their products can help our country to grow. I have seen many entrepreneurs, just with the change in their focus, just with a change in their attitude, they have done outstanding work, and their products are selling all over the world. It's just because they have shifted their focus. Instead of focusing on legal issues, or instead of focusing their attention on negative issues. They have started just focusing on innovation, the possibilities. I mean, they have tried to connect our traditions, our backgrounds, our rituals with present context and modified their products. They have tried to offer new products and they have become tremendously successful. So that is a request that I want to make. I have been interacting with micro small entrepreneurs for quite a long time. For last 3 decades, I've been interacting with them. And through these interactions, what I have found that these entrepreneurs who are capable of doing outstanding, they are just working at 2% of their capacity. They are just operating at 2 or 3% of their capacity, while they can perform outstanding. But the shift, the focus has to shift. They have to now put their attention on customers' requirements, on market trends, on how they can blend the traditions, the old technologies with the modern requirements. That kind of a little bit of attention, shift in attention, can enable them to perform really outstanding, and they can bridge the gap. Recent speakers just before me gave the examples of digitalization, that how micro entrepreneurs can use digital revolution, how they can use online businesses, how they should use e-businesses. I would like to give you a few examples. It was only 3 months back. 3 months back, 3-4 months back, we had the Corona lockdown, and because of this lockdown, almost all enterprises were facing difficulties. Now, one small enterprise started, telephone booking and all those things in my city, and immediately the government also encouraged that entrepreneur, and that entrepreneur started, supplying goods to people at their homes. It was all lockdown, and that entrepreneur was able to adapt, change, and introduce new technologies, and all other entrepreneurs started adapting themselves, changing themselves, creating new innovations. One entrepreneur started innovation and a problem was solved, and immediately other entrepreneurs followed. So it's just shift in focus. While there were a few people were only thinking about problem, lockdown, and all those things, one entrepreneur thought, let's change, let's innovate, and that triggered a series of innovations, right? There are many institutions emerging in India now which are promoting innovations. There are many professors, many researchers who are now creating series of innovations. What MSME sector has to do is to connect with these institutions, with these researchers, with these academicians who were otherwise not focusing. But if one or two starts interacting, there will be a series of such innovations. I'll give you example from my own city, Bikaner. There's one professor from a polytechnic. He has created about 100 innovations. There, he has developed a new technology of pumping fertilizers in the fields. He has developed a new machine through innovative applications. This machine has been listed in National Innovation Foundation, Ahmedabad's listing also. And he has developed a new type of sanitizer equipment. He has developed a new type of machine to undertake irrigation. So many innovations are there. The point is that those innovations are not translated into products, because somebody has developed them as innovative products. Now there is a need that MSME should connect. They should produce this on mass scale. They should sell it. So that can happen only if there is a good connection between MSME and researchers. So MSME forums should come forward. MSME forums like 40, FICCI, or other associations. These associations, small associations, they should establish a connection with industry and academy. Industry and academy, they should connect. And researchers, researchers should get an opportunity to work on real projects. In India, every year, about 10 lakh students are doing engineering, and they undertake projects. At present, their projects are not on useful topics. But if this connection is well established, 10 lakh students, students of BTech, students of MTech, students of various other courses, they will do on live projects from micro, small, medium enterprises. Their work will be useful for micro, small sectors, and MSME sector will be able to get benefits from the research which is being undertaken at IITs and other institutions under the guidance of professors by the students. And in this way, the students will also get a feel of micro, small, medium enterprises. At present, most of the students undertake their projects in very large companies, and their projects are more of a book value kind of thing. The result is the students don't get exposure of micro, small, medium enterprises. The students also do not get mentally preparation for that. They wish to do a job in MNC, and they want to make a career in some MNC or go abroad. If they will work on project for micro, small, medium enterprises, they will also aspire to become an entrepreneur later on, and probably many of them will set up their own micro, small, medium entrepreneurs. This is based on my own experience also. I have encouraged many of my students to work on live projects in startup area, in micro, small, medium enterprises, and that has resulted in development of many innovative solutions, and my students have converted into entrepreneurs. A large number of my students opted for entrepreneurship rather than going for placements. They established their own small enterprises. Many of them started during their course also. So this will help. Yes, there was some interaction. Somebody was speaking. Yes.
No, please carry on, please.
Okay. I would also like to mention here two more points. One point is that sustainable development goals is very important for all of us. Micro, small entrepreneurs can play very important role in the field of sustainable development goals. There should be, every MSME forum like micro, small entrepreneur association like 40 or FICCI, they should organize regular interactions on sustainable development goals. Micro entrepreneurs can play a very important role in attainment of sustainable development goals because their technologies are not their technologies will not cause much harm to environment. Therefore, that is one area where there should be work. And second area is there should be regular training and development programs for micro, small, medium entrepreneurs, because that will help them tremendously in improving their innovativeness. Every entrepreneur is innovative. Every entrepreneur, they can do tremendously outstanding. They can transform their enterprise from a small to a global enterprise. There is no doubt about it. But there is a need of training inputs. There is a need of more inputs with regard to how to innovate. Those innovations which were mentioned by speakers just before me, if these kinds of innovations are shared with the entrepreneurs, they will also think in these lines. They will also create new innovations. They need to get an exposure of innovative people. In Rajasthan, in Jaipur, every year there is an exhibition of women entrepreneurs, which is organized by Ministry of Women and Innovative. So self-help groups come and they organize that kind of exhibitions. I also visit that every year, and I find every year some new women entrepreneurs come. For the first time, they just see the meetings, and in next meeting when they come, they introduce their innovations and share those innovations, and we find that those women entrepreneurs become very innovative. Their products, their presentation, their packaging, their display, their understanding of the market, their understanding of the customers, their ability, their vision, all these things change. So these are small initiatives, and these type of initiatives can help tremendously. Entrepreneurs should also come forward individually as well as in their associations, and that will help them, right? There are a few questions coming, so if there are any questions, I welcome, which will help us in interaction and which will help us in sharing the knowledge.
Hello,
Yes.
Professor Jain, are you over with it?
I just saw a few questions. I thought some question was coming for me. So I thought if there is any question, I can handle those questions and then I'll close the discussion. There is a question, is there any negative effect of high voltage technology for the land? Okay. There's another question. I am from Assam.
I think we can open up the Q&A generally, right?
Yeah. So I think let's open the Q&A where I think very few questions, maybe they may belong to many of us, you know. So whoever feel appropriate can answer, because the different domains are there. You may answer in a different way. Nectar will answer in a different way. So maybe I will give the chance to Professor Jain, because I think the question came during his period. So probably if they are directly in in sync with what you are saying, probably you go ahead. So shall we take one by one, and then we can discuss ourselves as well before we part with the session.
Yes.
So
good idea.
Yeah. So is there any negative effect of high voltage technology for the land and data collected? Is it useful for all types of land?
Yeah, I think this is for me.
Okay, please.
Yeah, I think till now it is not found that there is some negative effect on the land. But of course, not much analysis has been done in this sector. So this is a technology that is newly evolved. So the negative effect has not been yet analyzed properly. But it is working nicely. That's what we know. And then we have to look at it. Because in 5 years' time, what is happening to the land, or in 2 years' time, what is happening? Is there some changes taking place? That has to be analyzed properly.
But you are not specifying who has done this work. Is it Nectar or some other institution?
No, this is not Nectar work. This is I told already. This has been developed in IoT University, Japan. And then all these technologies are being used in IoT provinces in Japan for every cultivation, for each and every cultivation over there.
But you are pilot testing in here, or what?
No, till now it's not. We are preparing for that.
You are trying to adapt this.
Right. Only we have adapted in mushroom, for generating mushroom, for producing mushroom.
Okay. Yeah. Then there was a next question. I think the question, I am from Assam. Can we get access to the cultivation technologies where that was listed?
Sure. So I think go to the Nectar website and see the contact, and then you can directly contact. He or she can directly contact us to know more details about this technology.
Question. Then I have a startup in electrical vehicle area. How should I go about the IPR and process patent?
Yeah, I think I'll answer that one, right?
Yeah.
So there is another question which is also there, is that MSMEs are working in traditional areas
of production.
Yeah, and so generically, let me answer that question for everybody. Kindly mute. Somewhere the noise is coming back. Okay, so the whole issue of MSME doing the innovation, I would like to touch upon. First of all, it is a big misunderstanding that only high technology can do the innovation. As I said, you are doing things in a particular way, which you think is very effective. Say, for example, you are protecting the fruits by the in some method, which you don't think others are doing globally. It will be a good idea for you to look at how can you patent that. If you are packaging certain things in a particular way, which is very effective, then you can patent that. And these patents cost 5,000 rupees, as I said, for initial filing. And subsequently, within India, if you want to do now, Indian Patent Office has become very efficient. Within 1 to 2 years, they give you after filing. Then the filing fees you can pay, and then you can protect that. If you think it is, going to be very useful for you to build your business on. Okay, so the point that is there is that you don't necessarily require computers and high tech to do the patenting. Okay, I'm done.
Hello, sorry, I was mute, you know. There is a question for Mr. Sharma. The Northeast has many micro enterprises, but still commercial success is limited. So how are the schemes available to make this organization more viable?
Yeah, but unfortunately, NACTR is not giving any, the market linking is not there with the NACTR. We are only giving the technology, we are providing the technology for uplifting the whole thing, production. But this is an issue basically. How to take it properly to the market is a very, we are also thinking about that, but our mandate is not saying that we should take it to the market. So
No,
this is.
But sir, you have a Assam State Council of Science and Technology. Do you have not linkages with them?
We have been in our last governing council meeting. This issue was taken out over there. So we have now and then decided that somehow we have to take it up further. Not only the technology providing, but also the output product should go to the market in a proper way.
They are talking about the schemes. Actually, they are talking about the schemes available to make this organization more visible. You know, viable. I think there is some mismatch. There is a question not just enterprises, but there is also
limited. But
I think there is an information deficit they are talking about. How?
Yeah, that is whatever we have been doing. We are regularly doing it. During the lockdown, we have done lots of lockdown series to know about what are the different things. We have involved the entrepreneurs, involved the NGOs, all these Northeast people, and we the experts from the different background from the all over India. So we have been trying, but of course, yes, we still feel that we have to do more.
So there is a last question. In COVID, many micro organizations have mushroomed, but they will die once regular employment comes back. Vipin sir, please share your views.
Okay, thank you. I think, you know, the name of employment is not the entrepreneurship.
Exactly.
Entrepreneurship is the game of the brave people. And somebody told me that you have to be literally, you know, passionate to the scale of madness to succeed in this new competitive world. Consequently, but if you're doing that and you're frustrated and you're going to die in terms of the organization, it is important for you to hold up the IPR and learning that you have done. Reduce that to writing before you get out of that. Give it to somebody. Build the whole thing, right? So failure is always there in any startup because your idea becomes obsolete, then everything is gone. But if you think that idea is not obsolete, only circumstantial things are pushing you into this particular part, then definitely hold your thoughts. Come back again, right? Whenever along with your friends and families.
So what
I would like to add here that those micro entrepreneurs which have created innovations during this COVID time will remain innovative, will keep on adapting, keep on changing themselves. In the future, there may be new difficulties, new challenges. They will come up with better solutions and they will be able to survive. While many micro entrepreneurs have been wiped out during this COVID time, just because they could not adapt, just because they could not innovate.
Yeah.
You think about that.
Yes, I have started, I have done a couple of startups myself. And the startups have a nature. Only 2% of the organizations succeed, but they succeed big time, what I mean. So we have to be mindful of that, you know, a startup in technology specifically is a game of, you know, passion. Consequently, you know, when you are starting up something, you should be ready for failures as well as part of that. But failures should not be considered by the society as something bad. It is your step to go for next level. It is your step to go on the side and change yourself. So that's what my view is. And having done something successfully, I can always say that it is the most fun thing that you can ever do in your life.
Yeah, that's right. Failure, in fact, is a learning for us, you know, or for the entrepreneurs. And as Darwin said, you know, very beautifully, the Darwin theory itself of evolution, you know, those who can withstand the change, or those who move with the change only can survive. Otherwise, those who are inflexible will automatically get extincted. That's the theory of evolution as well. So I think that beautifully sums up how the entrepreneurship is all about, and it is not just a very pointed game. And in fact, many of the entrepreneurship draw the success or see the role model in the market, connecting the market dots, connecting the dots in the market through this Ola, Uber, or through other kind of approaches, or the companies which have become successful, maybe in the service sector domain, probably maybe in the automobiles, or it could be in the food side, or it could be giving you some kind of a financial services. If they have succeeded because they are exploited that gap in the market, which was quite open to be exploited, and they are first one. And you see a lot of mobile pay services also chipping in and then making a huge profit with a little kind of a peanut kind of a money, but then it accumulates because of the volume. So everyone cannot be playing that, but then the creativity definitely has to be nurtured. And then nurturing means the ecosystem. I think you would agree with me, the ecosystem has a lot of role to play. There are facilitators, there are hubs now available, there are institutions there available. Probably I think the guidance and the lookout for that is also lacking. So how to communicate with them, what is their demand? I think that also needs to be addressed somewhere. Like these are the questions
I agree with you.
these are the questions which are the basically FAQs for the entrepreneurs or innovators. They are always looking at what I should do in this situation, how to connect, how to go about it, what is the alternative left for me. Is there any such kind of a site which offers them this kind of a hand-holding and communication, what they expect from the institutions, labs, or the ministry? I think probably that need to be revisited and recorrected and then calibrated with our ministerial framework or the organizational framework. Probably then we can handhold them in a better way, and they will feel comfortable that there is some kind of an help, 1, 2, 3 help, which comes to your rescue. And later on also, it may work or not work, but at least you feel that you may still die, but you have not go with a grudge that I have not consulted the doctor and I have not gone to the hospital at least for that. And after that, things may turn up in favor or not favor. That's a different. At least that kind of confidence one should have. I think this is where the lack is. Probably what we are seeing from these questions is that kind of fame still there in their mind.
There was a great question that somebody has asked. Is innovation lacking creativity? Okay, I don't know whether he meant is the creativity lacking from the innovation, or the innovations are lacking creativity. In either case, I think you have to be having creativity as a fundamental thing for innovation. But the definition of creativity may change for different people, for different businesses. So consequently, the passion is number one requirement. After that, believing the change is second requirement.
नहीं, वो हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, नकल के लिए भी अकल चाहिए. तो something like that, sums up what you are saying. अभी नकल करने के लिए भी अकल चाहिए ना, तो उसके अंदर भी क्रिएटिविटी चाहिए आपको. ऐसा नहीं है कि किताबें रखी हैं तो आप क्वेश्चन आंसर कर लोगे.
माइंडसेट भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा. हम लोग शॉर्ट टर्म गोल देखते हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म नहीं सोचते हैं. वो माइंडसेट भी काफी बड़ा माइंडसेट है. माइंडसेट तो चेंज करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा.
नहीं तो फाइनली what we conclude now, are we ready for innovation, Indian MSMEs, or we said go with the Arun Sharma ji, who said that I have nothing to say on issue and challenges, but I have technologies to adapt and diffuse and then get going. So still, this is a question which will always boggle, because this will keep changing with the dynamics of the time and the context. I feel tomorrow, we were earlier in the pre-pandemic or not pandemic, then issues of when the economy was growing very fast. And then the issues of startups and other things we were realizing after this, the pandemic came, then we were not having those COVID peripherals or PPEs and everything. So I've seen the Ministry of Textile has done a very good job in overcoming that, and seeing that how they have overcome during the pandemic and then brought in those PPE kits, and even the testing swabs, they were imported. So they could overcome this. So this is how one has to keep, testing
Yeah.
ourselves, our strength, our creativity, and then yet become effective locally and also globally. So
One of the
please,
great,
yeah.
yeah, sorry, there was a great question. I thought I will pick that up.
Yeah,
Somebody has said that the question here is that innovation should be practically feasible in every respect. I think we should show how you look at the innovation. So what it means is that the answer to that is very simple. Once the idea comes to you, once you have built something, you want it to be complete in every respect, build a prototype, do the field trial, right? All technologists do that. Even, I think my panel member also will agree that unless you do something in the field trial to scale up, the whole thing is going to be tough for you. So that's why there is a stage process where you create the concept all the way to manufacturing. In between, you have to build prototype, engage with the stakeholders, generate the investment from some institutional bodies, and go forward and build product.
There's something called ABC of innovation. One can, there's, I think, need to create some kind of a site which can, take you out from all these initial jargon or something, initial mind thoughts which boggles you all the time. And
there are many institutions which are working, like National Innovation Foundation in Ahmedabad. There are many institutions which have now emerged, and they're doing very good. Even Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship, Guwahati, is helping many MSME. I've seen one entrepreneur taking help of Indian Institute of Guwahati, launching eco-friendly products. For the first time, I saw bamboo cups, bamboo plates offered by that particular entrepreneur. So, I mean, a range of new products were launched with the help of Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship. And a lot of universities, private universities also are coming forward to support MSMEs. And their partnership is helping. I'm in Manipal University. We are also helping a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of startups have come up. And small students, young students have started their own, enterprises. And the innovation center is helping, and the government support for small startups is worth welcoming, and these kinds of initiatives will help students to become entrepreneurs. Earlier the students were thinking about jobs in MNCs. Today they are looking at you as ideals, and they are now planning to become entrepreneurs of the future. So a new trend is emerging. There is a need to write a lot of case studies on small entrepreneurs. What people like.
Professor Jain, I think we are getting a
just one more session now. One more line. I mean, there is a need to write case studies on what Arun Sharma ji or what Vipin Tyagi ji or what Praveen Arora ji are doing, and those case studies will help the students in creating a mindset for future. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
So
one sentence,
and thank you so much.
One sentence.
Last comment.
Praveenji, one sentence. You just stop placement cell from the university, start a patent cell over there. You can get lots of innovation. I'm telling you.
Yeah, sure. That is there. No, innovation is there in every nook and corner. How to bring it to the fruition? I think that's the challenge, And there in the labs also there is things happening, but how to bring it to the market? There is a challenge. And then I thank you all for joining and enriching this discussion. So we have also in the process learned a lot. And
thank you. Yes, we have learned a lot. Very useful. Thank you.
The participant must have also gained a lot in this process. And I truly feel that we are ready, and only it is a context, when it becomes nationally or globally. I think it is the ecosystem which will strengthen us and make it much more viable and what I would say viable in the context where we can prove ourselves. So I think that is what the challenge is all about, and we should be ready to accept this to prove that we can do it. I think with
Thank
this,
you.
thank you.
Thank you,
I would like to
panelists.
thank.
And thanks to AIMA for giving us
Thank
this
you all.
opportunity.
Thank you, AIMA.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
panelists,
Soumya.
for
Thank you,
joining the
Agarwal
session.
sahab.
I think we need a round of applause for all the panelists who have joined us today. Thank you for enlightening us today. I think we have just started with this concept of innovation, and you all have actually apprised us with the latest schemes which are available, and also how innovative we can go about. So with this, I thank all the panelists for joining us for the session today, and I request you all to log out because we are about to start our next session, and we already have our next session panelist with us. And as we start our next session, I'll just make a brief announcement that we are now happy to join with our next session. We have our panelists already joining us today. And I think the first session that we had was a very, very wonderful session. And this is the time when we need to really look in for the sustained growth of MSME, which has been for almost 10% in the last few years. We have seen the MSME growth of almost 10% in last few years. But it is also the time where we need to look into Indian entrepreneurs' ability to innovate and create solutions which are really beneficial for our own country. We know the constraints our entrepreneurs are facing in terms of logistics, social, resource, and other challenges which are typical to India. But MSME is the growth engine for India, and with almost 63 million enterprises in various industries, employing almost 124 million people, this is the time where MSME would really come up with emerging opportunities. To take and discuss about the emerging opportunities, today we have a very learned panel taking us through the second panel discussion. This second panel discussion is on emerging opportunities for MSME. And to discuss it, we have Dr. Reni Burkle, UNIDO representative in India, to chair the session. And joining along with Sir is Mr. Vinod Kumar, President, Indian MSME Forum, Professor Rajendra Sinha, Professor and Chair, Center for Excellence in Banking, IFIM Business School, and Mr. Pradeep Sharma, AGM State Bank of India. Before I request Chairman to take up the session, a very brief introduction about the session chair. Dr. Reni Burkle is currently head of Regional Office of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. UNIDO works to promote inclusive, sustainable industrial development with a particular focus on productivity, competitiveness, environmental sustainability, and a decent and inclusive work in manufacturing firm. Dr. Reni comes with almost 32 years of professional experience in resource efficiency and cleaner production, industrial productivity, and innovation and sustainability experience. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Reni to start the session and take on with the other panelists. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. Namaskar. Thank you to AIMA for inviting UNIDO, the UN Industrial Development Organization, to be part of this session on emerging opportunities for MSMEs. UNIDO, as was just mentioned, works towards this inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This inclusive and sustainable industrial development is really about making factories and businesses ready for the future by addressing the challenges of the past, which are basically in regards to environmental issues, productivity issues, and social and inclusion, decent work initiatives. So we indeed have in our country program a core focus on the MSME sector, particularly manufacturing MSMEs, and we work currently with about 40 MSME clusters ranging from tea to dairy to foundry and to rice milling, so quite a diversity. I think in terms of setting the context, maybe before we go to our learned panelists, I want to maybe reflect a bit on that. Of course, we meet in 2020, which is a pandemic and pandemic ravaged world, and we've looked over the year as the pandemic evolved over the past 10 months in India. We looked at kind of responses and challenges for the MSMEs, and from UNIDO's perspective, we saw particularly 5 challenges. One is related to the unpredictability of what will be the scenario for the pandemic, as well as for the policy responses. So it's uncertainty which is there. I think the second part is the market. On demand, on how is demand then going to evolve. I think it's different for the market is different from the policy response and the pandemic response, which I referred to earlier there. And then I think the major challenges have also been in the area of labor. So migration has happened, reverse migration, but also the need to change the operating procedures to be COVID safe, to be adapt to the new normal in the workplace and related issues. And then I think there have been issues related to inventories and basically locked inventories and machinery which has stood idle, and related issues which are more operational, I guess. And then fifthly, I think the supply chains were disrupted. I think that there's quite some progress now in restitching supply chains, but still issues are there. To address that in the MSME sphere, with Vinod's team and India SME Forum and other partners, we put together this early in the year already, this Building Back Business from Crisis initiative, which is essentially trying to give a business a roadmap to look at where should you focus in this recovery time, because if resources are scarce, you should not do everything what you did before, but focus on what you can do well, and then build from there your business back. And then we also highlighted that we should also take crisis as an opportunity. So see which business areas could be improved in terms of maybe entrepreneurship, the way you finance, the way you deal with labor, the way you do your contracts with suppliers, and then also the operations, supply chain related ones. I think that was more of a short term of an immediate response, but of course we see also and then I will stop the sort of transformative change that is happening, and even though that we are witnessing this on a day-by-day basis, I would say we are part of the evolving process, and we've highlighted kind of 3 major transformations or drivers in this, and one I think would be around resilience, so that in the supply chain, so that the supply chains were collapsing because of one part failing or stopping to operate, and there has been a tendency to try to relook again at this efficiency in supply chains to create some kind of a redundancy, alternative suppliers, and so on. And I guess that is the kind of near-term change, but on the longer term, I think that there will be more diversification and maybe some nearshoring of value change, which provides an opportunity for India, but also maybe re-looking again at bringing innovation closer to manufacturing operations. And the second main trend I see is green and circular. I think that some people have argued that this should take a backseat. We need to focus on the economy first. But the other reality is also that ignoring energy efficiency, water efficiency, materials efficiency options is also losing out on cost savings, and we can't afford to be wasteful if the going is a little bit tough. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity there. And then the third one is undoubtedly digitization. So we've seen a lot of e-commerce coming up in response to the restrictions, and we saw a little bit of the fourth industrial revolution of really connecting then in the physical technologies and the digital technology. And I think that this will continue. We have also discussed this from UNIDO with its industrial development report on how can India move forward by basically nurturing manufacturing skills to then benefit from Industry 4.0. But I don't want to take away any of the speech, our time away from the panelists. So I would like to move to the panelists and ask them for their initial contributions. Maybe we can aim for about 12 minutes, and then we have a bit more time for discussion. So first I would like to invite my good friend and panelist, co-panelist on several occasions, Vinod Kumar Huttu, who is the president of the India Small and Medium Entrepreneurs Forum. So Vinod, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Renee, and it's a pleasure to be with you on the same panel again. So we've had multiple occasions where we've been talking about the way the Indian MSME ecosystem is sort of bracing itself for the various challenges that we are facing from the pandemic and from other economic conditions also. But like the session is about opportunities that we are looking at for small, medium enterprises. So for the benefit of those friends who have joined in and who may not be aware, let me talk about the fact that, during the lockdown, the Indian MSME sector has suffered a collective production decrease of almost 90%. And our statistical research today talks about the fact that the MSME sector comprises of 124 million enterprises and employs close to 118 million people, contributing 30% to India's GDP and 45% to India's exports. Out of these enterprises, we anticipate or expect 14% to be women-led enterprises. And out of the total enterprises of 124 million, we're looking at 60% based in rural areas. Now, how is it that these enterprises can move forward and look at business in a new format? Well, the first thing that Renee and India SMA Forum, Renee's team at UNIDO India looked at, we were looking at how do we get MSMEs to rethink and reinvent. What is it that rethinking and reinventing will talk about? It will talk about their product strategy, differentiators, distribution models, product pricing, geographical market outreach and location, target markets. While there is a visible dip in the discretionary spending of consumers, there's also a marked shift in consumer preferences, which can be leveraged in the current market. Instead of just being focused on local markets, I suggest all small and medium enterprises to take a leap of faith and reach out to markets in countries where offtake and effective sale prices are much higher for products and services. And we need to stop looking at our business as in our catchment area, which is the area that we are based in. Instead, think of the world today in the connected digital world as your local catchment area. So reach out to the entire world and see what you can do. So rethink your business. Take a couple of days off. That is the first thing that I think most MSMEs should do. Being from an organization which has close to 90,000 small, medium entrepreneurs as members, I am also personally invested with a lot of SMEs by way of mentorship or investment. So what I can share is my information and from my experience with people at the ground level. Now, when you look at this, the first thing that comes to mind is exports. Now, what can happen as far as exports are concerned in India? Well, International Trade Center, which is an arm of the UN and the WTO, states that India has a potential export opportunity of $200 billion that we haven't actually addressed. Now, who is going to address this? Our MSMEs, we just talked about 124 million enterprises. But the fact is that out of the 13.3 million registered GST registered enterprises in India, only 35,000 are active exporters, which are doing the bulk of exports. So who exactly is going to address this? If a majority of our enterprises are not even looking at exports as a viable mechanism for business. We all know about the global anti-China segment. And we've been hearing about converting that sentiment into an opportunity with countries like Japan, US, already having talked about how can they come off this China dependence and venture into other countries. And we've seen quite a few examples of that. Isn't it very normal for any businessman, any entrepreneur to today look at finding out the top 500 products which China is exporting to other countries and looking at how can we look at the opportunity and grab that opportunity and venture into that field? And let's not look at a situation where we are saying, let us wait and sort of, let the pandemic get over, and then I will look at, during the pandemic, some people will be shocked with the number of, exports that have happened in terms of electronic equipment, toys, plastics, pharma, steel, gems and jewelry. Amazing numbers all around the world. So what are we waiting for? The time is now. So how do we do this in terms of exports? I find export orientation missing completely. So one major initiative needs to happen where we can get most of our MSMEs oriented towards exports, and them figuring out where all in the world can their product be exported. Now, for the ordinary MSME, this would mean an expansion in terms of their target market. But export financing is much easier than local financing. Exports would also enable competitive sustainability in our enterprises, where you are competing with thousands of other enterprises around the world, though with better offtakes, I can assure you that. And also mean a focus on labor-intensive sectors, generating employment, which is a very, very high priority requirement today to address our demographic dividend. And let me also share with my friends here that it's not very difficult to get Indian products into global value chains, especially at this time, where every serious buyer around the world is looking for alternatives to their China dependence. We at the India SME Forum have received entrepreneurs for joint ventures and technological partnerships. At the same time, if you also take into mind the fact that, e-commerce has got a big boost in this pandemic. Amazon itself has done over 7,000 crores worth of exports in the last 3 years with Indian small and medium entrepreneurs. Now, building up from there, that's almost $2 billion worth of exports that they've done. Building up from there, how can we build e-commerce into our own business and do it locally as well as internationally through various e-commerce players that are there? We all know that the fact that, you're talking about a 10% increase in world trade through e-commerce, which is going to happen over the next 3 years. So that's a huge pie. And even if we can look at what we can do right now, we should look at that immediately. Partnerships, like I was talking about, with established foreign players, small and medium enterprises, family-owned businesses, who are all looking at exploring the Indian market and making a low-cost manufacturing base in India. Even though, forget the family-owned businesses, we are also talking about a lot of large and established players, which are looking at how do they future-proof their businesses against this disruptive market forces and looking at India. So my feeling is partnerships with small and medium enterprise in India would be extremely low risk, economical for anybody that is looking at future-proofing their manufacturing bases. And in return for this, what do Indian MSMEs expect? Well, form of capital, technology, marketing, supply chain, know-how, product development, processes, support, and a base for your marketing operation right there wherever your customer is. Now, which takes us to the other part. Are Indian MSMEs technologically savvy, and are they digitized enough? This is a bit of a quandary here. When you look at one of the biggest realizations that happened in Indian MSMEs in the last 9 months was that digital enablement is the best route for higher productivity, faster scaling, sustainable growth, apart from offering marketing through online channels as an inexpensive way to reach to a larger customer base and stay connected with them. Well, we at the India SME Forum started talking about it 2 years back, and let me tell you, we had very few takers, to be frank, but the last 9 months have seen a deluge of requests for support, advice. So we are running various programs with the Ministry of MSME, with the International Trade Center, where we are enabling digital use in small and medium enterprise. And we understand that it will help you improve efficiency, reduce your cost, make information visibility available for you, enhance worker safety. And all this can happen without having server-based in your home or in your office systems through cloud and cloud-based technologies. Completely elastic, flexible IT infrastructure, compared to, large enterprises who need in-house things and all that. So all this is the age where the small, medium enterprise can actually avail of everything that a large enterprise can have at extremely low prices and pay as you go completely online. So, this is one package that I find very, very important for Indian MSMEs and great opportunity in the next 1 or 2 years. On the other hand, when you talk about the Indian government and the fact that Indian government procures a lot of stuff, both in products and services, the government e-marketplace came out and they have pushed MSMEs, which have benefited from over 20,000 crores worth of orders since the inception of GEM. So it's a great platform. Every small, medium enterprise should explore the platform. It's no longer the same situation where you have to be knowing about how to take advantage of the entire government procurement system. This is now a completely transparent mechanism where you can look at selling to the government. It's very, very easy. It's not very difficult at all. And my feeling is with the current face-off wherein the government has also looked at, how do we push locally manufactured goods compared to products made anywhere else in the world. Great opportunities for MSMEs there. And, the other very important thing that I always talk about, which is, how do MSMEs keep on innovating? How do you foster product, process, innovation by partnering with various people? Could be academic institutions, startups, incubation centers, acceleration centers. How this is the time for us to crowdsource solutions to improve competitiveness and become resilient. Multiple ways we can innovate, create new processes where we can sell the same stuff at high margins, cut production, delivery costs, automate for efficiencies, cut fat in the supply chain, or utilize any sort of AI data, whatever you want. Innovate in the process and create new processes. In terms of experiences, you can sell the same stuff to the same people, increase retention, powerfully connect with customers in a better way. Example is the Apple Store experience, which is extremely compelling. So it makes you buy, and that is what MSMEs can learn from. New features in terms of new innovations. When we are selling the stuff to the, improvements to the products that we are making, so it differentiates you. Find new customers that you can offer newer products, and introduce newer products to these new customers. Create new offerings continuously. Work on newer models, whether you are doing manufacturing a product or a service. So multiple opportunities there for small and medium enterprises to utilize the current time. Now, I could go on and talk about a lot of other subjects, but I know, Rene, you would not allow me that. So I think as of now, this is what I would like to share with most of my friends here. And back to you.
Thanks, Vinod, for making a very passionate plea for MSMEs to basically look beyond the established horizons, look for exports, look for e-commerce, look for government contracts, look for innovation, but at the same time also not forget your existing customers, because that is your base. And then I think that is a very profound issue. I think what is probably also very important is that you say take a few days off, so step out to reflect and to re-strategize. So the biggest challenge is probably to step out and see that business can also be done in a different way, so that we become proactive and grasp these opportunities which you've outlined. So thank you very much for that. I think we'll come back to you a bit later on, but let us hear from the other panelists as well. So I would like to go to Ranendra Sinha, Professor and Chairperson from the Center of Excellence in Banking at IIM Business School. So Professor Sinha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vanwak and Vinod. I will take quickly through my presentations. I think my presentation is visible to you.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, okay, fine.
You can maybe go in presentation mode, then it's bigger.
Yeah, I will do it. Yeah. Fine. I hope now it's okay. So
yes, it's fine.
We'll take Yeah, quickly we'll take you through my presentations, and then you can have interactions as well. Now, well, I will not be repetitive. The Honorable MSME Minister has already talked about the contribution and the significance of MSMEs in production, exports, and employment. And we know it very well that these are the supply to the big industries as well as the distributor of products for these large industries. Now, the session being on emerging opportunities, I will be taking you to few aspects which I consider are relevant for our MSMEs. Now, one is a favorable environment, then it's the revised definition of MSMEs, which came in 2020, and it was since going on for the last 14 years. Then the economic stimulus of rupees 20 lakh crore by the government in 2020, then relooking at the business model and a registration of MSMEs for availing various government benefits, and then the leveraging technology developments. Now, the favorable demography of our country, where the population, say, 65% of is up to 35 of years, and 25 years age of 50% is really a favorable demography, which worldwide it's being looked upon as the potential big market. Now, the favorable environment, I will not be specific what Vinod has pointed out, what has been the scenario in the COVID-19 pandemic. But before that, and in general, there has been V-shaped recovery in the halfway stage for 2021, which reflects resilience and robustness of Indian economy. So the fundamentals of economy remain strong, and that way economy is firmly on the path of recovery. Now here, as I said, relatively younger population with inclination of higher spending is a favorable factor for MSMEs. The domestic demands, there has been up and downs in increased spending, but overall, there has been earlier the trend, and the increasing spending in infrastructure and defense sectors by government, of FDIs coming in, although I'm not specifically referring to this COVID-19 pandemic, but in general. So these are the possible encouraging signs and the environment favorable for MSMEs. Now, coming to the revised definition, in 2006, MSME definition was there. Now, 2020, Government of India has revised the definition for small, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, earlier, as per the definition, the limit of investment was 10 crores maximum for being classified as medium enterprises. Now, this investment limit has gone up to 50 crores. So it's a significant jump. And in my interactions at 10 plus important centers in the country with 50 plus entrepreneurs, I came across that whatever the new definition now has, say, 250 crores of turnover and 50 maximum, that is the outer limit for medium enterprises, and 50 crores for their investment in plant and machinery. Their requirement was actually this. And now since this has been met over, so I'm looking forward that the MSMEs now are getting incentivized to modernize without worrying about losing their MSME status. So this is an important positive development which MSME should look upon to. Now, the special economy package of rupees 20 lakh crores announced, which is 10% of India's GDP, there were 15 plus areas. I will not be going through all of them. But yes, that has been a booster in a very difficult time to tide over the difficulties of MSMEs. And here, Vinod was talking about the exports, especially now. The global tenders up to rupees 200 crores, the government has taken a call that the procurement which will be there by their government departments, they will not be going for the global tenders. So this is an encouragement opportunity for Indian MSMEs. Now, the current situation where Reserve Bank of India, the central bank, has come out with the definite guidelines for easing working capital financing by reducing margins. So the guidance is that the lending institutions may recalculate the margins, reducing margins, reassess the working capital requirements with enhancement if necessary. And this measurement of reassessing working capital cycle has been extended till March 31st, 2021. Now, MSMEs which are availing the facilities, fund-based, non-fund-based, they should avail this opportunity. Now, one important factor which I have seen that as per MSME Ministry data, we have 66.43 crores of MSMEs, 63 million MSMEs. Now, till May 2019, only less than 10% of these, that is 68 lakhs, were registered with Udyog Aadhaar memorandum. Now, this registration is very important for getting various benefits of Government of India, MSME Ministry, and National Industries Corporation. Now, here for availing the marketing support, then these incentives for exhibitions and technology fairs, credit support for procurement of raw materials, credit rating scheme benefits, material testing labs advantages, and technology upgradation fund, wherein for modernization, say 1 crore ceiling, 15 lakhs is the subsidy which is provided. Now, all these benefits are available to MSMEs when they get registered. So the opportunities are there for MSMEs that they should get a registration done over and avail the various incentives of the Government of India. Now, the important aspects in today's time is leveraging the tech developments. And in India, the rural regions are well covered now by basic telecommunication services and are now witnessing increasing penetration of computers and smartphones. Now, these are the opportunities. And for the MSMEs also, although the micro enterprises in the total number of MSMEs, they are more than 90%. But the time is there that the environment is now getting tech friendly and it is penetrating in the rural India. So MSMEs need to look upon to digital transformations. And as we know that there are challenges of technological obsolescence, supply chain efficiencies. So the optimal use of tech-enabled platforms certainly are going to be helpful for MSMEs. Now, the digital transformation in MSMEs, now we know it very well that this cloud computing for ICT adoption, big data, machine learning, and all, etc. Now, they bring out multiple benefits for MSMEs in access to knowledge and international best practices, operational excellence across wider geographies, financial prudence, decision-making, and risk mitigation, importantly, and targeted marketing reach and sales. Besides efficiency, in provisioning of products and services. Now, there has been India MSME Impact Report 2019, and as per this report by InstaMojo, around 75% of MSME respondents believe that technology has really helped out in facing the challenges. So I'm looking forward that MSMEs will seriously be paying to this advantageous environment and will be moving towards digitalization. Now, Boston Consultancy Group, I'm now talking about the scope in the digital lending market. Now, BCG, it has estimated that by 2023, there is a scope for $1 trillion. Now, this is really a big opportunities that the MSMEs have been dependent so far on debt financing on the traditional banks. So this will be helping out to reach out for finance taking and a quick response from these players, big players. Now, the opportunities of digital lending and fintechs, even see the fintech companies with their innovation and new technology, and especially this predictive analytics and artificial intelligence, they take very quick decision in assessment of the working capital requirements of MSMEs. Now, I'm seeing a lot of changes taking place in the traditional banks, and banks and fintechs will have to work jointly to innovate, customize digital offerings for MSMEs in the time to come. Now, a number of digital lenders are there. I will not be going in details, but to name a few like UGRO Capital, Sanjeevani Platform, Solve, InstaMojo, with full stake of MSME solutions. So there are opportunities now in the digital lending market for MSMEs. Now, as far as the regulatory support for digital lending is there, RBI has brought out guidances for peer-to-peer lending. And I look forward that there is a scope of improvement in the interest of the players, which will make this peer-to-peer lending and the crowdfunding more friendly for MSMEs, for the lenders also, for active participation. And the guidelines on eKYC by Reserve Bank of India has really facilitated this digital lending space in a big way. So,
Professor Singh, can you, in the interest of time, can you kind to come to conclusion?
Yeah. Now I am summing up that despite the multiple challenges before the MSMEs relating to finance, marketing, supply chain management, inputs and output, cost management, meeting out competition and modernization challenge, there are certainly opportunities before MSMEs and which needs to be tapped by them, namely registration with the Udyog Aadhaar Memorandum for having benefits of Government of India various incentives, and they should aspire for improvement in ratings to avail financing options at competitive interest and remain agile to bringing needful changes in business model, capturing advantages, and have trust for modernization of technology and digitalization, which will not only ensure their survival but thriving also. And even in the current pandemic, there have been industries which have taken advantage, especially the chemical and paper industries, and changed their business model and have done very well. So with this, I end my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sindhya, for sharing this perspective. I think that, if I may sum it up, it's one story of cautious optimism. So we've seen early signs that there is a kind of a V-shaped recovery, but of course it's very early days, and we have an impact of accumulated demands or stock demand which has been picked up. But let's see that there's optimism because of addressing the constraints to grow. There's optimism in terms of giving an incentive for registration, which can help to formalize the sector. And then you also see the digital opportunity in the lending and in the commerce sphere, which will help the businesses to regrow. So I think that I would read that as a story of cautious optimism that there are opportunities arising again for MSMEs. So with that, I would like to move over to our third panelist, Pradeep Sharma, AGM of State Bank of India. So Mr. Sharma, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm audible?
Yes, it's fine. Yes, go ahead.
So as the session topic is emerging business opportunity, so I have shortlisted as our largest lender of India, State Bank of India represented. So basically, I have use the criteria of filtering down the emerging business opportunity for existing MSMEs. So two catchwords has been very popular during which one was Aapda Mein Avsar, opportunity in the crisis, and second is Atmanirbhar Bharat. So under Aapda Mein Avsar, that emerging opportunity through crisis management, we have seen that PP kit is a success story which everybody correlates. We were making 0 PP kit and today we are producing close to 3 lakh PP kit per day. Sanitization industry is another example. Now, MSME face challenges in terms of technology, availability of timely credit, and market. And the most important thing in Indian context is collection of money, debtors management. Considering these 4 factors, I have shortlisted 4 industries where market is there, assured procurement is there, timely payment is there, and let us see what are the 4 industries. All the 4 industries basically correlate to government policy of waste management, pollution control, greener solution for the existing problem. The first thing is the ethanol manufacturing industry. Government of India has an ambitious target of blending 10% ethanol to its petroleum products by 2022. The estimated market is $4 billion, 4 billion liters per annum. The current supply is almost 55% of that. That means we still have a huge market for the production companies who want to enter into ethanol manufacturing. This is only for petrol. In the morning, Mr. Nitin Gadkari has said the government is going forward for mixing of 10% ethanol in diesel, which the market size can be 10 times more of the petrol mixing. So this one sector gives a huge incentive for MSME entrepreneurs to look forward to investing in this sector. Because government wants to replace it, the import substitution to the maximum possible. And for that, the prices are wonderful. The 1G technology, they are paying 47 rupees per liter, and 2G technology for bio ethanol, they are paying almost 51 rupees. So this ethanol blending is one sector. Another sector almost related to is compressed biogas sector, which is covered under SATAT scheme of Government of India. The SATAT is set for Sustainable Alternate to Affordable Transport. Now, under this scheme, Government of India through Ministry of Petroleum and Gas has laid out of establishing 5,000 CBG plants across the country by 2025 in phased manner. Already, letter of intent has been issued to 557 entrepreneurs. The logic behind this scheme is that there is approximately 62 million metric ton of wastage generated every year, which is of no use. There was a concept paper discussion deliberation by the knowledgeable group of people. By usage of this amount of wastage, India can produce 15 million cubic meter, 15 million ton of CBG per annum, which can replace 40% of the CNG demand in the country, which we are importing mostly. So, State Bank of India has already come with a detailed circular financing guidelines on that. Other banks must be doing the similar way. So, this can be the another very, very emerging opportunity. It is rather emerging opportunity for the entrepreneur. Third sector, again related to waste management and green production, is biomass brigade. In India, it is estimated there is about 60 to 145 million metric ton of biomass residue, which is generally burned in the farm, which lead to pollution and other issues, and everybody is aware of the consequence of an environment, AQI index, etc., etc. So now, through NTPC, Government of India has said the NTPC in its 20 plants spread over the country will use 10% as a biomass brigade in addition to the coal. So this will lead to the reduction in coal consumption by 10%, and per day consumption per plant is estimated to be 1,000 metric ton per day per plant. So NTPC is securing these bio brigades per annum 5 million ton per annum. It is estimated market, and the price paid by them is quite lucrative. It is linked to your biofuel calorie, but for 4,000 calorific value, the price paid by them is 5 rupees 50 paisa per kilogram. Moving forward, everybody is talking of electrical vehicle. Government of India has a 7 million vehicle policy 2025. This year, I think approximately 1.5 lakh electrical unit was sold. Electrical vehicle, basically two-wheelers. E-rickshaw is not included in this figure. Now, with this kind of explosion which electrical vehicle is taking place world over, lot of companies are very bullish on that. Battery development is taking place, etc., etc. But to sustain that, we require our charging network. How you will charge your batteries, how you will think, this is the big concern today, which is totally missing. Now, Government of India has again said that we are immediately in next 2 years we are going to set up 1,000 charging stations with 6,000 chargers. They also has laid down an ambitious plan that every 3 kilometers in the city there should be a charging station, and on highway both sides there should be a charging station available at the 25 kilometer spread. So I personally foresee that this is going to be the big investment opportunity for entrepreneurs. So this is about the waste management, green reproduction. Now another area which is covered by the catchword given by our Prime Minister is Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India. For that, Government of India has announced production linked incentive. First, it was announced for 3 sectors: mobile manufacturing and specified electronic component industry, medical devices, and bulk pharma. The total outlay was 50,000 crore rupees for these 3 sectors. And now, on last month only, 11th November, they have expanded this list to 10 other sectors. I will quickly go through these sectors. ACC, advanced chemistry, cell batteries, electronic products, automobile components, pharmaceutical drugs, telecom products, textile, man-made fiber and technical textile, food products, high efficiency solar PV module, white good including ACs and LED utility steels. The incentive announced for this scheme is 1,46,000 crore rupees. So in total, Government of India is going to support entrepreneurs by providing them 2 lakh crore of financial incentive in next 5 years. Purpose is very simple. The sector has been selected based on the our core competence, availability of technology, raw material, attract foreign investment, cutting down the export dependence, and also promoting the export. So these are the couple of areas where market already exists, where payment is almost assured, and banks are willing to lend. Thank you. Over back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for your inputs and really highlighting that new markets are evolving because of government policy on waste, on alternative fuels, on e-vehicles and related areas. And I think that I was missing maybe a bit. Similarly, one could say that also opportunities arising in the health sector and the wash sector, so water sanitation. That because of the pandemic, there is a push for greater focus on health and sanitation. So that's also opportunities. But it's clear that with these big government commitments, there are market opportunities are quite secured, and that in that sense there will be money available. I have one question that came up in the chat box, and I will read it out, and then maybe I can ask then because also in the interest of time, for each of the panelists to maybe give a quick comment on that. So it said really the question reads: innovation and creativity is a challenge for SMEs to get the talent and the cost involved, given the talent and cost. Unless they do so, they cannot scale up. So no innovation, you can't scale up. They are in a catch-22 situation. Can formation of MSME innovation clusters, industry-wide, district-wise, with active support of all stakeholders, be considered as part of the solution? So basically, how do we overcome the challenge of accessing creativity and innovation at the MSMEs? So may I ask that for the question to each of you? Maybe I go in reverse order because I see Pradeep putting up his hands first. So Pradeep Sharma on innovation, accessing innovation services.
Let me say this: since 1978, State Bank of India, through our department, which I am representing, consultancy cell, has started cluster development program, which is I think 1 or 2 programs in collaboration with UNIDO itself. So there we set up a team of dedicated officers who are technically qualified and also marketing experts. They work as a nodal agency and with government agencies, private institutions, technology partners, marketing gurus, and they try to uplift the technology on 2 bases. One at the industry level, and another at individual unit level, depending on their capability. It is known as the project upgradation of technology. Now, last year we have re-innovated because 40 years is a long time, lot of things have changed. So now, last year I led this change. We have already set up a cluster-specific financing scheme, which is customized to the specific industry, to the specific geographical location. I will name 2 or 3 in my area: auto component industry in Faridabad and Gurgaon, which is a hub. Maruti is there, and thousands of automobile industries are there. And light engineering goods, Agra, shoe leather cluster, Meerut sports cluster, and other parts. My colleagues in Gujarat, Borbi tile cluster. In Yamunanagar, Haryana, we have come up with a financing scheme for this plywood industry. So we have already moved out approximately, I think there are 35 cluster product and in geographical location specific scheme at highly competitive rate of interest.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting the importance of these cluster development schemes. And they have really done a lot on terms of technology upgradation. Maybe not necessarily on new innovations, but more on the adopting best practices. So, what is best in the industry practices? Professor Sinha, what is your take on making resources available for innovation?
Yeah, the question is really very relevant when we talk that MSMEs and especially the micro enterprises comprise 90% of what our Indian MSME's total number is. Now, for them to have at individual level, the capital availability will certainly not be there to have those cost-intensive investments in modern technology. So the common facility centers, which is the concept for the clusters, various kind of clusters, similar activities in different pockets of the country. So that should really come into focus. The number should increase of the number of clusters, and the facilities also from time to time with the latest tech, how that updation should be there, so that accessibility is there for all the players, even the smaller one also there. So that certainly will be helping out a lot in Indian context.
Thank you very much. So, Vinod Kumar, you on creativity and innovation for the MSME sector.
Well, my feeling is this current model is not workable at all, because unfortunately, the way Indians look at business, we do not work as a group. We work in globally, the way clusters work is you have 15 people each making different parts. And then what they do is they all jointly market, they all jointly look at, marketing each of the products. So each part of the product is given by one person or multiple people, and they are very cohesive in action. Most of the CFCs that I have been to across India are defunct. So I'm not very sure how that thing will work. The other side is that when we look at innovation, if we look at globally, what has spurred innovation? Innovation has primarily been spurred by academic institutions, higher technology research institutions, which have worked together with the industry, worked together for solutions for each problem that is posed to them. And that is what you see at Stanford or what you see at Caltech or any of the advanced ecosystems for enterprises. And that is what I think needs to happen in India, because otherwise we are, I think, going round and round. I mean, what I see is innovation has primarily to come from this urge for the entrepreneur who is taking the risk. Finally, the business is risk. And if he is taking risk, he has to understand that where is the opportunity and what can I target in the opportunity. In this, we have seen some amazing innovations during the COVID season, for example. To give an example, we are all talking about work from home, small offices, home offices. Just imagine the number of solutions that have come out in these 9 months, which are now reaching out to so many people who are now either working from home or working from, partly working from home or partly working from office. I mean, in terms of simple solutions, in medical transcription, medicine supply, manpower requirement, Ayush, Siddha, private laboratories coming up for COVID tests. If you look at the online transformation of conferences, there's a lot that has happened, and this is to do with an intrinsic desire in the entrepreneur to actually do it. And the only thing that we can do is nurture that desire, support that desire with suitable inputs. And that is what I feel is still missing, because in India, the sort of innovation that I have seen in the past 9 months, I mean, they're really amazing when you look at, startup entrepreneurs and what they are doing. Whether it's food and essentials, whether it is paying guest accommodation, bed and breakfast in Himalayan lodges, on beaches, in interior areas. I mean, I've seen an amazing number of solutions and innovations that people have brought out. So, and Indians are inherently, we unfortunately there's a misnomer called Jugaad. Indians are inherently innovative. We try to find solutions which are cheap, cost effective. So it is there in our blood. The only thing is that we need to provide an ecosystem and a mechanism for it to flower, for it to come out. Now, how can that be? It's a very simple thing. I don't think all of this big thing. I mean, Rene, you are an expert in clusters from around the world, especially in green technologies. So nobody better than you to actually answer this question.
Okay, thank you, Vinod, for setting me up for this. I think I confer with both Professor Singha that the clusters have been instrumental in kind of deployment of known technologies. So new things. There's a feel factor to it. So seeing how it can be done and then deploying. But I also confer with Vinod in your sense that if you talk about real innovation, then probably there is still some way to go for India, and where I really see coming also from having worked in the innovation center in the Netherlands and in Australia, that there is not this collaborative spirit. So there is I'm entitled to say there's a degree of distrust from the MSME entrepreneur that these academics don't know what business is about, and the academics say, well, these are running businesses, but they don't understand the fundamental chemistry of it. And I think that is not, of course, these perceptions have to come together to get into the perception that things have to be done. So for the researcher, the innovator, there should be a focus on what can be done with this. But for the entrepreneur, there should also be something. If I invest in research, I can't expect that on day 3 I get this outcome. So it's a risk taking, what you were also referring to, Vinod. I think you want to respond.
Is there something very important I'd like to share here with all the people that are listening in or keyed in? You know, the government of India yesterday brought in the law or the gazette notification, wherein the government has said for the next 2 years, they will pay the employer and the employee contribution of provident fund for any new employee that is being employed by any MSME, and up to a salary of 15,000 per month. And this will be paid for the next 2 years. If the guy is already working in and does not have a PF account and all that new PF account, if it is opened, the government will put in for the next 2 years. So it's a very, very big step for the government that they have taken yesterday in terms of boosting employment, especially of those who lost jobs, were not confirmed and all so far. So that's what I wanted to add, because I thought, it's important.
It's a positive news at the end. So I think I get signals from the master ceremony that we need to wrap up. So I will do that. So thank you to each of the panelists for contributing. I think, Vinod, you said the entrepreneurs look outside of the boundaries and then see the opportunities which are there. Professor Singha, you were really saying that there are signs of early recovery. So let's grasp the opportunity. And Pradeep, you were really highlighting that with the big transitions that government is wanting, there are also opportunities arising, and these are in principle guaranteed markets which could be easy financeable. So that's good. So with that, I would like to thank everyone, and this was a very interesting discussion. So maybe I hand over to AIMA to take the proceedings forwards.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rene, for a wonderful summing up of the session, and thank you, panelists, for a wonderful discussion, which has actually raised up some of the very pertinent issues related to technology, cluster, and cooperation, and typically the academic and the MSME cooperation there. We now end up this session and we take a short break for lunch. I thank all the panelists for joining us today, and also the participants for raising up some of the very relevant questions. I could see a lot of questions still parked in the chat box. Due to a paucity of time, we could not really address them, but I think in the coming session, we would be addressing some of them, because we have in fact, three very interesting sessions coming up after lunch. One is on to the financing of MSME, which is one of the major challenges which all of us face, and probably would like to really hear from the panelists there. And then we have a very interesting session by Prahlad Thakkar on branding and IPR issues. And then also a very interesting session on digital and social media marketing strategies for MSME. So please, participants and all the panelists, please stay tuned. Please log in again as participants to view the other sessions. And with that, we take a short break for lunch. Sharp at 2:30, we would start our proceeding for the next session. And we would request our panelists to really join us back as participants in the other sessions. And please share your views on it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy.
and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of the disciplines that one is involved in.
I request all the speakers to switch on their videos and check their audios, please. A request if Mr. Tabrez, can you say just a hello to check the microphones? Sir, you are on mute, I think.
No, I'm not on mute. I have very much unmuted my mic. My video is starting.
Rahul sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The video is just about to start. It will take a few seconds. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Tabrez sir? Tabrez sir, I think we cannot hear you. You were speaking, but we could not hear you.
I'm audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, with the headphone, audibility is not there. So I have to speak without headphone. Okay. I'm audible now? Fine now.
Yes. And Mehnaz ma'am, can we have a hello from you? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the post-lunch session. I, on behalf of AIMA, welcome you back to this great MSME convention that we are running today. And we are starting our first post-lunch session of the day. And we are already joined by our esteemed panelists. And I would like to share with you that this session is going to be a really interesting session. The theme of the session is innovative financing for MSMEs. And I think in the past session, we could really gather some of the information which was shared by gentlemen from State Bank of India. Further, to discuss the options of financing available to MSME, we have an esteemed panelist here, and we have Mr. M. Nagarajan, Director, HUDCO, to chair the session. And joining him on this panel today is Mehnaz Savian from World Bank, Bangkok, Mr. Rahul Priyadarshi, General Manager, SIDBI, and Mr. Saham Tabrez, Deputy General Manager, MSME Unit, State Bank of India. And before I request Chairman of the session to start the discussion, I have a very brief introduction of Mr. Nagaraj to brief the audience about his background.
Good afternoon to all. My name is M. Nagaraj.
Good afternoon.
He is a member of HUDCO board and is in charge of business operations of HUDCO. He is also responsible for can I start with the introduction of Chairman, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Nagaraj comes from HUDCO. Right, thank you, sir. Mr. Nagaraj comes from HUDCO. He's member of HUDCO board and is in charge of business operations of his HUDCO. He has been responsible for appraisal, sanctioning, urban and core infrastructure projects for Government of India, and has been part of India's flagship mission programs like PMAY, SBM, Smart Cities, Amrut, Harday. And I think today we have the honor of having him here to share his wide experience, which is spread of over 30 years in multitude sectors such as housing, infrastructure, finance, skill development, and microfinancing in social sectors, international trading, financial management, and accounting. Over to you, sir, for a very interesting discussions today.
Good afternoon to all. It is indeed a pleasure and privilege to chair this great initiative of innovative financing for MSMEs by AIMA in a challenging environment. We have a really eminent panel from reputed financial institution for this section. At the outset, let me extend a warm welcome to all the three panelists for the today's plenary session. Dr. Mehnaz Savian from World Bank, Mr. Rahul Priyadarshi, General Manager, SIDBI, Mr. Sam Tabrez, Deputy General Manager, SBI. The micro, small and medium enterprises has experienced several highs and lows in the past few years. As we all know that Indian economy is expected to emerge as one of the leading economies in the world and likely to become 5 trillion USD by 2025. The major impetus is being given by the government of India in the form of structural reforms to strengthen the MSME sectors, which is a backbone of our economy. MSME, roughly if we talk, contributes around 30% of our GDP and 50% to our exports, with 50 million units across India, with workforce of about 110 million. Government of India has a great vision to enhance this MSME contribution to 50% of our GDP and 75% of the exports in the coming years. It is estimated that on an average, 90% of the new businesses in MSME segment has failed during first year of operation itself due to lack of innovative funding opportunities. And as we all know that finance is the lifeline of any business, and today's session is really relevant and very important. It is going to be very exciting from all the three panelists. Traditionally, MSME sector is being funded by scheduled commercial banks, regional rural banks, state cooperative banks. We have urban cooperative banks, small finance banks, NBFCs, non-banking financial institutions, microfinance institutions. Also, we have a specialized developmental financial institutions such as National Small Scale Industries Corporation, NSIC, NABARD, National Agriculture and Bank of Rural Development, SIDBI, etc. In spite of this, there is still huge gap exists. As per some reports, as on 2017, almost at 898 million INR is being funded by informal sources. That shows that there is a huge gap. That to these informal sources are like chit banks, friends and relatives, which is sometimes costing almost 25 to 50%. So I strongly feel that main thing is that innovative financing and marketing linkages is essential to give a big boost to overall MSME sectors. Now I request my first panelist, Dr. Mehnaz Sapaven from World Bank, to share her thoughts in this regard. Each panel member will be given a 50 minutes each to share their ideas and thoughts. Thank you, and over to Dr. Mehnaz.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And can you see the screen?
Okay, maybe you need to just upload, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm trying to share the screen. Screen 2. Can you see that now?
Yeah, now it is getting uploaded.
Okay, great. So what I wanted to talk, so thank you so much for inviting me to join the panel. You know, I've been working on India for quite some time in two different roles, and I always come back to MSMEs and MSME financing and the importance of financing for the segment of small businesses in India. And we've been doing it for a long time, but you know, life has changed since COVID. And so I think what I wanted to talk about today is, I'm trying to go, there we go. What I wanted to talk about today is some of the insights that the World Bank has gathered post-COVID on what MSMEs are doing in terms of financing solutions, but then even deviate a little bit more from that and talk about who's supplying these financial services. A lot of them are fintechs, and what enables fintech firms to supply these services is actually the regulators. So I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about different financing instruments that are coming onto the market, but I'm going to maybe take you down a path that you haven't really considered up until now, which is what are India's financial sector regulators and what are global financial sector regulators doing since COVID to make sure that there are more innovative financing solutions available to MSMEs? So the first thing I wanted to do is tell you a little bit about kind of the lay of the land globally. What we've found we did a series of rapid assessments across 51 different countries. And one thing that came up is firms are rapidly adopting digital solutions in ways that they probably didn't anticipate prior to COVID. And you can see here that the main way that this adoption is taking place is actually through new digital platforms and mostly in the payment space. Now, we did one of these surveys in India. And what we found post-COVID happening in India is over 60% of firms actually started using digital platforms for payments, for marketing, and for administration. And that's a pretty astounding figure if you think about it. And that's first-time usage. So it really, I think, has accelerated the uptake of fintech solutions in India. And, we found differences across sectors. So really, not surprisingly, more adoption in service sectors, more in IT sectors. So there's some differentiation across, but really, if you just think kind of on a more global scale, this has actually changed. COVID has actually changed the way that firms are making payments to each other, receiving payments from buyers, from suppliers, from government, et cetera. Then I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what's actually enabling that to happen. And what's enabling it to happen is financial sector regulators across the globe, and India is no exception, are taking steps forward to ensure that these types of products are available on the market and that they're available safely. So I wanted to just maybe highlight a few findings from the Global COVID FinTech Regulatory Rapid Assessment Study that the World Bank conducted. This is the findings were presented and published in October of 2020, and the data was collected in August of 2020. And, we observed a number of market developments happening during COVID and a number of FinTech specific regulatory measures which enabled that. We're starting to see these innovation hubs within regulators emerge, and they're really picking up speed. And then maybe I'll talk for a minute or two about some of the lessons that we're finding. The survey, it's very interesting. It covered 118 countries across the world. You can see that India was a participant, and most of South Asia is actually reflected in the survey. But really what you can do is kind of compare, and the data allows us even to compare how different regulators are doing things across regions as well and income groups. And the first thing, again, you're going to see a pattern in this discussion, but the first thing that comes up is there's an increase in fintech usage globally in that digital payment and remittance space, 60% increase. And that's, across kind of the globe. So that doesn't break it down by emerging markets or by specific regions. And then you'll also see this kind of increased number in digital banks, digital savings comes up a lot. And so this is really where we saw COVID really kind of push the boundaries on fintech usage. We also broke the data down between emerging markets such as India and more advanced economies such as you find in the US or Europe. And the difference there, it's not too different kind of at the digital payments end. Again, though in emerging markets, you really see a rapid uptake of digital payments, digital banking, and digital savings. And that's very similar to what we're observing here in India. For the regulators, it's clear that most financial sector regulators, and by the way, this survey covered not just central banks, but other regulators, pensions, insurance, capital market regulators. Most of the regulators reported that their interest and their priorities around the fintech agenda have increased or remained very high. So that's, again, not a particularly surprising finding, as firms and businesses and individuals as well need access to new and innovative services, the regulators have actually responded to this by making it more of a priority. And, according to the regulators, where do they see fintech being kind of the most supportive on the financial sector side? You can see on financial inclusion, financial market development, and the adoption of financial services. Also promoting competition. It really, unifies the playing field. But it's also interesting to look at these pockets of red where, fintech has the potential to be a little bit harmful, which is in that consumer protection space around financial stability and around market integrity. And if we have time at the end and we're asking questions, I can even share with you some of my own personal experiences about the impact of fintech on consumer protection and financial stability. I used to work in Kenya before I worked in India, and Kenya is sort of the birthplace of digital finance. And we actually saw some very concerning things in the market around consumer protection from lack of regulatory oversight. So really the regulators have their jobs cut out for them. Now, most regulators see probably the top fintech risk as being around cybersecurity. We would agree with that assessment. And then you kind of see some, again, more concern around consumer protection, frauds, and then a little bit AML, credit risk, prudential. But really the bulk of the concern lies around cybersecurity. And as one regulator noted, you can see here, it's not just a fintech issue. Cybersecurity has become increasingly kind of a broader security issue for central banks. And we know here in this region that we've had challenges in some central banks around cybersecurity. Now, regulators have been trying to be active, and the places where you see most activity is really in the KYC and digital identity space, in providing economic relief. So really working with governments sometimes to ensure that relief payments are distributed on time, helping businesses maintain continuity, cybersecurity, and a little bit around employment and talent. And at least, almost 40% of the regulators have taken at least one measure targeting one or more specific fintech activities. And again, the same pattern emerges. It's really in that digital payment space, and then followed by digital savings and digital lending. So these are the areas I think where regulators are rightfully putting a lot of their energy and attention. What might that mean in practice? So in digital payments, we're seeing regulators waiving transaction fees, really unlocking the number of transactions that individuals or firms can make, the amount that they can make. On digital savings, allowing check deposits by mobile phones are really important during lockdowns, enabling the provision of basic accounts. So there's a whole range of innovative things that the regulators understand need to happen in the market, and they're trying to make those adjustments, and they're trying to do it quickly. Most of the action you see, again, is in digital payments and remittances, and not too much difference around the payments mechanisms between emerging and more advanced economies. But then you do see some interesting differences around savings, around digital banks, digital lending. This seems to be happening a little bit more for higher income countries, a little bit less for more emerging markets. And we think actually because a lot of the attention is going on digital payments, and there's some capacity constraints sometimes that prevent you from going beyond your priority mandate. Now, regulators are aware of some fintech providers supporting relief efforts, and the most kind of space, again, where you see the fintechs taking active participation in COVID relief is on disbursement of payments, on contact tracing, or delivering government funding or stimulus funding. And again, that's sort of what we are seeing in the market, even in India. We also saw, there are measures that are taken by, particularly in central banks, but also within the other regulators. And they'll have kind of different offices or different initiatives to enable more financial sector innovation. One common kind of architecture that you can see is an innovation office, which is a dedicated function within a regulator that provides regulatory clarification to financial service providers. Sometimes these are called fintech hubs. We also see regulatory sandboxes, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in the context of India. But these are formal regulatory programs that allow market participants to test new financial services with live customers. And it's a way for a regulator to watch in real time with a lot of safeguards how a particular innovation might happen in the market and what the risks are or impact is of letting that happen before allowing the innovation to go to the market level. We also are seeing a lot of innovations around reg tech and soup tech. And that might be a new term for some of you, but it's really not that complicated. It's the use of technologies by the regulators themselves to tackle regulatory or supervisory challenges. So it's a way for regulators, for instance, to supervise banks or MBFCs in a different, quicker way and using a more risk-based approach. Again, some of the things that we've seen in an innovation office, for example, would be providing further clarification on COVID-19 innovations or products or services, or hosting kind of hackathons or tech sprints. In the sandboxes, we're seeing a lot more applications by fintech providers and a lot of acceleration of digital sandboxes across the regulatory space. For RegTech and SoupTech, this has been a really interesting place for the World Bank to observe. And we've been watching really a shift to digital regulatory reporting programs and to allow more communication between supervised firms and the regulators, for example, through these new chat boxes. And then, digital infrastructure has always been an important part of the regulatory space. But now thinking about digital collateral registries or developing a centralized digital identity scheme. These are kind of new efforts that are emerging to ensure that countries have the enabling infrastructure for the innovations to take place. For some of these innovation offices, what we've seen is that most of them are accelerating their planned initiatives. And I think, we've seen in different markets that there was a certain kind of pace that was expected, and all of a sudden COVID really gave much more priority, especially in the payment space, to go quicker and faster. And so that's a little bit why you see that it's the planned initiatives that have really picked up. And we're also seeing the same in RegTech and SoupTech. So it's not so much that you can start new initiatives, but anything that has been in the pipeline has really been accelerated, again, because of these types of priorities. And again, on digital infrastructure, really, it's all acceleration of planning. Now, what are some of the lessons that we've learned from this? We've been learning that, it's really helpful to experiment with regulatory measures before they go market-wide. And this is really kind of at the heart of the sandbox approach. And in the same vein, to really have a lot more dialogue between regulators and the fintech industry. We're trying to do our part in facilitating knowledge transfer among regulators. And this is one of the areas that's really important for us. We've kind of identified the leaders in this space and are trying to transmit those lessons to our own regulators in each of our client countries, including in India. And then kind of over the long term, we really want to support the transition to digital infrastructure, also enabling the regulators themselves to do their jobs better, quicker, faster through new technologies, and really thinking about the impact and the risks of digitalization on financial services. So what does this mean for competition policy? What does it mean for financial literacy? To me, what does it mean for consumer protection? Now, I just wanted to say a few words about what we're doing in India. We have a lot of initiatives that kind of fall into the financial innovation space in India, but kind of keeping in lines with what we're talking about today and the focus on what the regulators are doing. I just wanted to call attention to a collaboration that we have on the regulatory sandbox in India, and this is with the RBI. And here, the sandbox is really meant to foster responsible innovation in financial services. And it's all about live testing. So if you think about some really interesting opportunities, they may have risks, and regulators and the RBI rightfully want to be careful that there's no impact, or deleterious impact at least, on consumers or on financial sector stability. So for our regulatory sandbox that we had worked on with the RBI, they received 32 applications. Under the first theme that the RBI had decided to support was retail payments. This was way pre-COVID, by the way. So they already had their priorities in line, underway. And 2 of the applicants are now in the live testing phase, which started in November of 2020. We were delayed a little bit because of COVID. And the services that are being tested are to facilitate offline digital payments in remote locations, and also digital payments for self-help groups in rural areas. And we think these are super innovative. So we're watching the testing very carefully because this is important not only for India, but for us as the World Bank. What lessons can India share with the rest of the world? So let me stop there, and I'll stop sharing my screen. And I look forward to any comments or questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. It was really insightful and excellent presentation. And friends, we have heard from Dr. Manoj, and she's a lead financial sector specialist from World Bank. And she has worked extensively on financial inclusion and issues, including micro and SME finance, gender creditors' rights, informality and responsible finance. So it's a great presentation from her. Now, in the order of that, let me invite Sri Rahul Priyadarshi, General Manager at SIDBI, Mumbai. He had a huge experience of 3 decades in the field of MSME financing, promotion and development, further varied exposure in the fields of resourcizing, HR, and fund of funds operation. May request him to kindly share his thoughts. Over to him. Please unmute Rahul ji. You need to unmute Rahul ji.
1 second, sir. The video is playing games. Just a second, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
And now I think it is fine. So good afternoon to all of you, Mr. Nagaraj, Mehnaz, and Mr. Shams, and all the participants from AIMA and others. So good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here talking about the innovative financing in MSMEs in India. The presentation by Mehnaz was very elaborate, comprehensive, and it shows that how the funding pattern or the various issues related to MSMEs is going to undergo a change. While the change has already started, I think that the change will be progressing on a very higher trajectory in the years to come. And we will have a day which I saw in Bombay about 30 years back, when I was told that there are certain banks, some foreign banks, which do not allow their customers to come inside their branch. In case if the customers come, they levy a penalty. So that was something very unusual for me to hear about 3 decades back. But the point is that with the developments that have taken place in the last few years and the COVID, which has given a fillip to these developments, has come to a point that the digital experience of the lender as well as the borrower is going to increase day by day. What we do at SIDBI, SIDBI is a Small Industries Development Bank of India, and we are the country's apex bank for the lending, financing, and promotion and development of the MSME sector. The government has recently changed the definition of MSMEs in India and has introduced a parameter apart from the investment in plant and machinery, the turnover criteria. So Mehnaz has been working in various countries across the world. She must be knowing that various countries have various definitions. Some have the turnover criterion, some have the employment criterion, some have a mix of both, some have a turnover criterion, and some have also a mix of turnover and other aspects. But in India, what we have at present is we have recently adopted the investment in plant and machinery and the turnover criteria for defining an MSME. The MSME sector in India is huge, vast, and is home to more and it also contributes vastly to the GDP of the country as well as to the exports. Now, I'm sure AIM had called a very stellar a minister who is known for his delivery, Honorable Minister for MSMEs, Mr. Gadkari. And Mr. Gadkari's vision is a very grand one, to bring the MSMEs in such a position by 2030 that they contribute at least 50% or more than 50% of the GDP of the country. Now, with the positive manner in which the central bank of the country, the government and the ministries have been working in unison with a positive mind frame and responding to the needs of the MSME sector during COVID, in between the COVID, and coming up with various instruments and also financing, ease of financing to the MSMEs, I think the MSME sector is undoubtedly going to respond in a very, very, very effective manner, and which is known for its resilience. And I think by the end of March or by the end of June, the sector will be completely running on its toes. There is no two doubt about it. Now, the 2 points are the innovative financing strategies. Just taking a cue from what Mehnaz has been discussing, the issue of digitalization in Sydney has started long ago. And we are in a process where from the entire position of an application to the disbursement happens in a very digital format, in a setup which is completely digitalized. Yes, the rules and regulations do require the borrowers to visit, to do the documentation and all. But the point is that even during the last 1 year, when it was very difficult to step out of the office or step out of our homes, the online visits were also conducted. And the online visits, which is a very regular part of the financing of MSME or any financing which is being done, and for visits to be conducted in an online manner, that goes on to show that the trust between the borrower and the lender has increased. And I think that is related to part related to the concept of governance and the concept of the ecosystem which has developed in the country, which has changed the complete mindset of the borrower. About 15-20 years back, if I had to give some money to a MSME without even knowing where the unit is located or without even visiting the unit, it would have been blasphemous. It would border on the concept of blasphemy that, oh, you are lending money without visiting or without even seeing the facilities. But yes, these days we have come to a solution and we have come to a position where without even stepping out of the office, and mind you, the loans are not so small as one would think in the micro, small and medium enterprises. Even the micro enterprises, they require a huge sum of money. Forget about the medium enterprises. So this trust building, the corporate governance or the governance in the firms that has done, and the entire ecosystem has provided a fillip to these issues of digitalization. Now, the innovative financing, what do we mean by innovative financing? the concept is that yes, there will be debt, there will be equity, there will be term lending, working capital, sometimes it is top-up financing, and in every aspect of what the SME needs, MSMEs need, as an institution, SIDBI has been developing certain innovative financings. Now, the issue of whether it was bill discounting, at one point of time, SIDBI was the institution which had developed this concept of bill discounting. And after the bill discounting, when it took a certain stage, SIDBI has stepped back. It has gone to the concept of e-discounting, and there are 3 institutions in the country which are doing the e-discounting of bills. So as a development finance institution, the concept of SIDBI is that you introduce a product, let it scale up, and then you take a backseat and take forward a new concept or a new method of lending. Similarly, the concept of term lending, now the distinction between a banker and a term lending institution has practically vanished. But earlier, when we were doing term lending, banks were doing working capital. But SIDBI has also introduced the concept of doing term lending and working capital. At the same time, in the entire country, when we have been talking about innovation and the disruptive ideas, the startup, which we speak at every fora, and the government is very considerate that it has given its all the regulatory help to let this startup sector grow. But the point is that once we had started speaking about the startups and the other units going in with coming up with their ideas and needing funding, the venture capital system, I remember it was in 1992 or 1991 that we had organized one venture capital conference on a winter morning. And there we had seen that how 1 or 2 institutions in the country were doing venture capital financing. And with the support of SIDBI, we have brought it to a place where the entire venture capital is a case study for developing countries in the world. Whether it is the fund of funds or investment into other funds of the national level, SIDBI has been at the forefront of this activity and taking its, and if we see that most of the unicorns that are there in the country at this point of time have been assisted by some of the fund, one of the fund or the other, which SIDBI has contributed to. So in a manner, we can say that because Mr. Shams is there from State Bank of India, which is the largest bank in the country. Our operations are not on the same level as Mr. Shams' operations of State Bank of India. Neither we have that reach. But the product and the availability of different products is there in SIDBI. What we try to do is we innovate certain products, let it scale, and then we step back on it. Similarly, during the COVID times, we had various products introduced, which was later on also given a fillip by the government of India under the emergency credit line. But prior to that, we had a liquid scheme which gave one-time support, immediate support to overcome the liquidity problems of the MSMEs. So depending upon the situation, depending upon the circumstances, we come up with different products according to the requirements of the MSMEs, and later on we try to scale it up if it is an innovative product and let others also use it and step back. Similarly, on the various other fronts of promotion and development, on undertaking studies on various best practices across the country, SIDBI has been always taking up certain studies, taking up measures to work with the state governments. Because I am at present working in Chandigarh, so I am not speaking from the very focused policy angle, but just a few words before I end up. In the entire course of the COVID days, we saw a sense of desperation amongst the MSMEs, but this desperation vanished very fast. I think within a month or two after the initial days of lockdown, the desperation that was observant on the in the MSME sector in this area was not there. It was like, yes, now we are coming to terms with this situation, and after that the MSME sector has taken off. Today my hands are full because there are so many queries and so many applications for assistance. My hands are full. I am not able to cater to the entire demand of the sector, though we operate on a limited scale. But that is the change from, say, March to after August, September. So the situation has changed. The MSMEs have bounced back. The sectors which were lying low for some time during 2019 have also come up, and they are also putting up greenfield projects for their enhanced capacity and for supplying to their larger units. At the same time, the government's desire of the MSMEs becoming a part of the entire supply chain in the world is also being, I can always observe the very good quality MSMEs, the products of the MSMEs in this area, which is of top quality, and they are supplying to MSMEs. So with these words, to end my initial comments, the point is that the MSMEs are always resilient, always innovative. They take the problems in their stride and move ahead. And at the same time, with the hand-holding approach of SIDBI, we have always come to a point where any single MSME which is with us, we don't let them die down. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Rahul, for sharing your experience ranging from various fields. So excellent one. So in the order now, I request Shams Tabrez, Deputy General Manager from State Bank of India, largest bank in India. He has a huge experience of corporate credit, international banking finance, has been a branch manager at various branches. So may I request Shams Tabrez, please. Please unmute Shams.
Am I audible? Good afternoon.
Yeah, now you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting for this convention, and especially speaking on the MSMEs innovative solutions, basically innovative financing. It's an opportunity to share the State Bank's thought also and my personal thought also, because this is a very important topic and it's very close to heart, the topic for me, because I have worked in MSME. I started my career in MSME itself. So when we talk of innovative financing schemes, so the paradigm, it shows a very changed paradigm. First, I would just go focus over that, how this unit, the COVID-19 pandemic, has left the impact on all the sectors of the economy. But nowhere is the hurt as much as the medium, small and micro enterprises of India. And as already have been discussed, it is an employer of over 11 crore workers. MSME contributes almost 30% of the GDP and almost more than 40% of the exports. While there are about 90.19 lakh registered MSME as per the previous data, now this data has been changing. There may be actually more than 6.33 crore MSMEs, out of which 6.3 crore or 99.4% are the micro enterprises. And there the real challenge lies, how to fund them. And the challenge is that how they can access this finance. So when the digitization of MSME has started, COVID-19 came as a bolt from the blue for the MSME sector, and more so for the business that were digitally underprepared. And the technology has been the backbone of the MSME who want to succeed in the post-COVID world. So digitization is no longer optional. When I talk about innovation, it is not an optional. It has become a critical need in scenario where physical interactions will continue to be extremely limited, and remote access to everything will be the order of the day. Trade fairs, for example, will not be possible for a long time. So holistic e-marketplaces will become an important way for MSME manufacturers to reach out to potential customers suppliers and lenders to grow their ecosystem and business. So digitization has brought a paradigm shift to the traditional ways of manufacturing, handling, storing, and transporting things. And the digitally empowered SMEs are able to increase revenue, lower risk, decrease cost, and diversify consumer segments over a short period of time as compared to offline businesses. And similarly, when the digitization of MSME has taken place, the bankers have also pulled their socks. And SBI has always been a front runner in the technological advancement and invested heavily into the end-to-end IT solutions for MSME loan. So when we talk about innovative financing in this era, that means we have to reach to the SME customers. We need to, basically when we talk about the SME financing, just to go through the some figures, some reports. So according to the World Bank, SMEs are the economic backbone of the virtually every economy in the world. And despite their essential roles, SME receives a disproportionately small share of credit from the financial system, a trend that persists across developed and developing countries. Yet they are struggling to find the finance needed to build their business. So these are the facts, and SMEs are likely, these are the challenges we need to understand before we design the product, and the bank, as a banker, we thought of the policies and processes. SMEs are less likely to be able to obtain bank loans than large firms. Instead, they rely on internal funds or cash from friends and family to launch and initially run their enterprises. There appear to be structural barriers that impede bank lending to SMEs, including information asymmetrics, high transaction cost, the possible decline of traditional relationship lending, and the insufficient financial capabilities of SME owners and the entrepreneurs. And IFC estimates that is already in the record that 65 million firms, or 40% of the formal, micro, small, and medium in developing countries, have an unmet financing need of more than 5.2 trillion every year, which is equivalent to 1.4 times the current level of the global MSME lending. And about half of the formal SMEs don't have the access to formal credit. So the financing gap is even larger when micro and informal enterprises is taken in account. So when we design, when we think about the innovative financing, so we have to keep these things in mind. So far, we have been lending our traditional methods, working capital, term loan. But despite all these things, the gap are still there. So improving credit infrastructure, that is credit reporting systems, secure transaction and collateral registries, and insolvency regime, which can lead to greater SME access to finance. These are one of the areas beyond, other than this banking. Introducing now in case of financing, now the innovation scheme like e-lending platforms, use of alternative data for credit decisioning, e-invoicing, e-factoring, and supply chain financing. And then the policy work, analytical work, besides financing, policy work, analytical work, and other advisory services can also be provided in support of SME finance activity. So new approach is needed to ensure SMEs have the liquidity to grow their business. So e-commerce, which is now, let's say, e-commerce is taking a big landscape, big leap forward, invoice financing, and supply chain finance and trade finance. So we'll discuss some of the products which we have launched. So in recent years, innovation products and new business models have emerged. And basically now, as a bankers, we are relying upon new technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, and they are proving to be a promising solutions. A machine learning approach is an extremely powerful tool for lenders, giving them visibility beyond default risk into performance risk. And closing the SME finance gap through artificial intelligence and machine learning help to achieve the objective. So what are the benefits? The benefit is it is a win-win situation. Reduce the cost and the time of making a loan, make more loans, control risk more effectively, remove human bias from the lending decision, and focus on assessing questionable loans. So we have seen the digital transformation now in the fourth, we call it Industry 4 or fourth industrial revolution. So now it is the era of artificial intelligence, big data, robotics, and more, so many Internet of Things, and we call it the robotics also. Blockchain is also there. So many things are coming up. So how does the artificial intelligence and machine learning help? They can unlock value from the vast amount of data found in the database of traders banks, logistic companies, and others that could, in combination with alternative data sources, be algorithmically predictive in guiding risk management to unlock SME finance. Credit scoring models using artificial intelligence and machine learning have made it possible to serve SMEs that had no access to finance the past. So, so like big data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning also has potential to more accurately and efficiently identify money laundering and identify or predict fraud. That is again a concern area for the bank, which is also helped by this technology. So credit scoring based on alternative data and data analytics, the use of these alternative data such as mobile phone calls. So not only data, behavioral aspects also they read and help it. Utility and bill payment, digital payment transactions, social media, psychometric tests, industry sector data. So many others have become essential in the development of credit risk models to assess the willingness and ability of SME borrowers to pay. So these new sources of data have become very useful while evaluating the credit risk of SMEs. We said on none of the traditional sources of data, such as financial statement and cash flow records. So again, it was also discussed during financial inclusion. GST data is helping very much in assessing the limit and understanding the need of the unit, MSME units, and the fintechs. They are leveraging the digital footprint generated from this GST, and with the collaboration with the fintech, banks are coming up with this innovative financing. So it's a short-term working capital facility extended to the lender based on MSMEs. We have got invoice financing, and it is often used to meet the short-term liquidity requirement, enabling MSME to accelerate their account receivables. And in these, again, fintechs helps also. The fintech solution, they help in the process. A small business connect their accounting software to the invoice platform. SMEs can apply for a loan on the value of individual receivables. Application process automatically. Payment can be received instantly. Risk models also take into account frequency with which a business uses the platform and the reliability of its payment. So again, UK SINA committee that has been set up has recommended all this new fintech-based funding. And then other area as a bankers, we are undergoing the tie-up with the e-commerce companies to finance. We have got e-tailor-based financing, where we understand that how the shopping online has become now the order of the day, new normal. So under these schemes, the supplier who are under the e-commerce company platform for reasonable period, say at least 6 months, are covered. And we don't ask for the balance sheet and all those things. The transaction details are recorded with the e-commerce company platform, like fintech, like Flipkart, Amazon. So e-commerce company provide past sales as well as projected data of the seller to facilitate assessment of limits. And then the supply chain finance. It's a very innovative product in itself. And in the name of EDFS and EVFS, we are funding to the dealers and the vendors also. Dealers, basically, we can see that this is a very popular product in the banks, and here we generally collateral requirement is also liberalized, margin is also liberalized, and this is again a cash flow based type of funding where the risk is also mitigated. As a bankers, we feel also comfortable in financing it because the end user funds are verified and the goods are delivered. So advantage is provide convenient paperless banking, ensure real-time online transfer of funds, is fully customizable as per business requirement, ensure efficient management of working capital and sustained growth, control over cash flow, that's more important. So we can understand there is a supplier, vendor, and there is a dealer, and both are dealing with the corporates. One is supplying and the other is buying. And buyers and sellers, both we are funding it in terms of one is EVFS, the other is the EDFS, dealer financing, and on the electronic platform. So this is very, and again, this platform 5 crores PSP loan in 59 minutes. This is also, as there was a news in the newspaper and a statement of Prime Minister that this is upcoming as a very important innovative platform for the borrowers to apply online from the place of his convenience. And this, we are all the banks as a banker also, we are promoting it up to 5 crore loans and up to 2 crores it is covered under the CGTMSE. The guarantee cover is also is helpful in promoting this type of this type of platform, sourcing of application through platform. And the documents are very simple: GST, last year's income tax return, bank statement for last 6 months, and director owners details, and basic personal education ownership details. So how does it work? The bank statement, GST, ITR details uploaded, and borrowers are analyzed in real time to provide the data to the lenders, and based on which the bankers take a decision on sanctioning. The in-principle approval is given based on the data immediately within an hour, 59 minutes, and offering in-principle approval, the preferred lender as selected by the borrower, he can select any bank, will conduct a thorough due diligence and decide on whether to sanction, and the final decision will be at the lender's discretion. How it happens that we can see that GST, XME.
Mr. Sam, you can just wind up in another 2 minutes.
Okay.
So
Yes.
Conclude and couple of questions.
Okay. So So now new analytical product, we have got a pre-approved business loan. That is a cash flow based lending. We don't ask for the balance sheet, and this is just on the basis of the artificial intelligence and machine learning on the tracking the statement and the tracking the cash flow into the system. And we are identifying the borrowers through our platform, and we are approaching them, sir, you are eligible for the loan, please take this. So this is from 50,000 to 10 lakhs, no collateral, and this is a drop line method, and process flow is very simple. It comes into the account, and it another, we are into the tree finance to the trucker. It is a flow based lending where the truckers invoice of funding. Then we are again launching the e-commerce with overdraft for financing to sellers registered. And there's the UK SINA committee recommendation. We are working on all this MSME sellers invoice financing, where the terminology of account aggregators and PCRs are is to be developed, and then it becomes a very easy way of funding, innovative way of funding, cash flow based lending. Then so these are the various aspects that I have discussed, that I have to say. Yeah, any question I can welcome. Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, there looks like some network issue.
Oh, it's fine. I think audible.
Yeah, audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So that's it. That's I ended up. Any questions can be welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was an excellent presentation, especially on supply chain financing, e-commerce for marketing linkages. And a very interesting one was 5 crore loans in a 59-minute sanctioning hurdle. So it is really eye-opener for most of our participants. And there is a couple of questions. One is that this is for which industries in the MSME sector have shown a resilience or able to change, have got it in a financing. This question I would like to pose to Mr. Rahul Pedarshi.
Mr. Nagaraj, what we have observed that, of course, the only segment that has not come back on its toes is the hospitality, because we are not dealing with the airlines, but the hospitality, we still see a whole lot of problem, because we had expected that by October or early November, it will start off to, because the borders had been opened, people had started moving. But again, with the increased number of coronavirus cases, the movement of people for leisure travel has not taken up so far. So that is one segment which has not been, which has not again come back, has not seen a comeback. But other than that, of course, the pharma sector was already booming because of the various reasons. Other than that, the iron and steel, auto components, they are all, I think, on the trajectory where they'll be growing from here. And in fact, I would see a good amount of growth in them. Secondly, when we had started the, because this is just related to why these sectors have come back, made a comeback. when we had started the liquidity support scheme, and then when the government had started the emergency credit line, the offtake in the Chandigarh region, which is Himachal, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, Jammu Kashmir, the offtake was very low. In fact, comparisons were being drawn that the offtake is very high in other regions, but in this region it is low. So it was an embarrassment also working in the field. But the end result is the offtake being low, the stress in the sector is very less in this segment, in this sector, in this area. Otherwise, where the offtake has been more, the stress is also more. But perhaps the quality of customers, the comeback that they have staged, it all goes on to prove that the offtake of the liquidity support being low, the MSMEs did not face a big crisis except for one or two which I have mentioned, the sectors which I have mentioned.
Thank you, Rahulji. Last question, then we will sum up. So what are the schemes available from SBI for funding women entrepreneurs? This is the questions for Mr. Shams.
Nagaraj-ji, in case if you can just give me half a minute before Mr. Tabrez takes that question. There was one question from the audience regarding the startup, and startups definitely face the cash flow problem in the initial days. What you need to is connect to some private equity or the venture capitalist for your initial days, for all these cash flow problems, to overcome the cash flow problems. If you have any requirement, just drop in a mail to me. You will have it from the AIMA staff and AIMA secretariat. You drop me a mail, I will connect you to the team in SIDBI which looks after the startup area. Thank you, sir.
Excellent, Rahulji. Yeah, please, Mr. Shams. This is what are the schemes available from SBI for funding women entrepreneurs?
Women entrepreneur? Is it a question for women entrepreneur? Already, Government of India has already launched one. Pardon, sir? Voice is break. Yes, sir?
No, please go ahead.
For women, already Stand Up India scheme is there by Government of India, and it's a collateral free, and women entrepreneur can easily apply for that loan, and no margin, no security, and it's specifically for the women. Other than this, women entrepreneur can apply types of loans for business, setting business, for running, for getting the working capital, even for bill discounting also. Even for the trade finance, there is no restriction in the sense, but there is a facility, a special facilities only for women, that is a Stand Up India, where they can avail the facilities without collateral and without any margin. Yes, sir.
Thank you. A couple of more questions. I think that will be addressed to you through emails from AIMA staff. So since we already exceeded 3 minutes, let me just sum up and conclude. MSME sector, financing to MSME sector will have a cascading and multiple effects in creation of jobs, as well as turnover to the economy, as well as including exports. And so that Government of India's vision of enhancing MSME contribution 50% to GDP and 75% of exports will be seen. We hope that this sector will do great job, and it will honor the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Atma Nirbhar Bharat. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you so much, and enjoy the day.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, panelists, for an enlightening discussion today. I think we surprised our participants about the MSME financing opportunity and the use of technology, and how technology is helping in evaluation and disbursements of the fund seamlessly. Thank you for this whole information sharing that happened. There are a few questions which are still parked in, and probably we'll share it with you to get an answer for the benefit of our participants. With that, I request...
Even I have some questions which I will send it across.
Right, sir. So thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, so with that, I would request the panelists to leave the digital dais, as we have back-to-back another session lined up, and we would request the panelists for the new sessions to join in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaraj.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Tabrez, AIMA staff. Enas, thanks a lot.
To cut the call, you're out.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, and welcome the new panelist for the day. I have the honor of introducing you to the next panel members. And before we start the new panel discussion, I would like to tell you that this is going to be a real interesting session. Another interesting session which touches upon the real issues which are challenging to MSME. We all know that MSME primarily have been operating into areas like component parts and supporting big industries. But last few years, we have seen a change of the role of MSMEs, and they have shifted, and probably a lot of them have actually entered into the area of handicraft and technology firms, and are now operating at international levels. And now that brings us a lot of challenges in terms of the country of origin issue, geotagging, and new IP issues are emerging. This is the right time when entrepreneurs need to be aware that public image may reflect consumers' perception of the firm. Consequently, this image should be carefully nurtured. Because of the resource constraint, a limited number of product services feature that complement the entrepreneur's core values should be selected and enhanced for the brand equity. And to discuss the branding issues and IP issues and the challenges of MSME, we have today the session chair, Mr. Prahlad Kakkar. I think Mr. Prahlad Kakkar needs no introduction. He has been the advertising guru in India, has been the director for ad firms, and probably when we look into the history of advertising in India, everybody in India knows about Mr. Prahlad Kakkar. And probably his some of the most memorable campaigns, like brands for Pepsi, Ye Hai Right Choice Baby, who can forget that? Or when you look into the Zing Thing campaign, Goat Spot campaign, or the 2 Minutes Maggie, and how they all revolutionized the whole concept of consuming Maggie, and probably the brand Maggie was developed. To share more insights onto the branding issues, we would have Mr. Prahlad Kakkar as the chairperson. And joining him on the dais is Dr. Gurbantini Kaur, Associate Professor, Center for Management Education, AIMA. And she would be sharing her one of the path-breaking research on AIMA study on MSME branding. And along with her, we have on the dais Mr. Amit Raj Sinha, Managing Director, Sigachi Industries, one of the industry which has been conferred the Best Employer Award. And with that, I request the session chair, Mr. Prahlad Kakkar, to join us. I think Prahlad sir would be joining through an audio because of the limited bandwidth issues at his location. He is joining us through audio only. Thank you, sir.
Right. Hello, panel, Mrs. Kaur, Amit sir. I'm so honored to be on the same dais as you all, because you all are genuine academicians, and you have done a lot of research and have a lot of practical knowledge about how to brand yourselves, even as an SME. You know, for the last 6 or 7 years, as a part of the SME forum in India, I have been only talking about why SMEs should be branded and why they should brand. And the question in the beginning always used to be that we are a B2B, organization, and we only supply parts to a bigger industry. So why should we then brand ourselves? Because we have a captive, clientele. And they will come to us because we have fulfilled all their requirements of quality control and reliability. So I said, you cannot, especially in today's time, put all your eggs in one basket. And if people outside of your clientele does not at least know about the fact that you exist and what is the philosophy of your company and why is it that you are looked for in the MSMEs, because your product is so outstanding, even though it might be just a gearbox, or it might be a nut or a screw or a steering rod or whatever else that you might want to do, and therefore your product is not a whole product. It drives somebody else's product. But the fact is that it is very important for you to actually create your own personality and your own brand. And creating a brand, what everybody thought in the old days was that it's very, very expensive because you have to advertise, you have to go on newspapers, you have to go on magazines, you have to go on television, and that costs an arm and a leg. Not anymore. Today, the biggest catalyst as a marketing tool is social media and the internet. And if you do not use this particular medium to its full effect, you will be doing yourselves a great degree of injustice, because your internet and your platforms, and especially when you create a platform for your own company, goes international. People all over the world actually, when they log in to a particular thing, if somebody in Brazil wants a gearbox and they want to know which are the manufacturers of gearboxes across the world as ancillaries and not as mainframe industries, then your name will automatically pop up with hundreds of others. But they will have to then select who do you supply to. So if you supply your parts to Mercedes or to any of the big international brands out of India, then you will be automatically the choice of anybody else in the world, because they say if Mercedes has done its due diligence with you, then you must be absolutely kosher. So therefore, when you turn around and say that what is the gear that drives the Mercedes, it happens to be Ahuja gears or whatever else that have you. So when you put that out on the internet, on international media, then you realize that people actually sit up and pay attention, because there are a lot of consumers of your product. They're not just Maruti or any of the Indian cars that are being assembled in India, but they are right across the world, from Brazil to Korea to you name it. And they don't want to get into specialized spare part making. They actually hand it out to ancillaries. And they then have to reach that critical mass to be able to do it. But if they don't know that you exist, and if you don't have a website, and you don't know what to do with yourself, then you are stuck with only the consumer that you are actually the client that you got tied up with you locally. And if that is so, then you are stuck, because if your parent company, which is the client that takes 90% of your capacity, suddenly goes through a bad patch, like a recession in the industry, and they decide to block 50% of their orders, so you have 50% capacity and no orders left, because your principal consumer has suddenly decided to scale down. So you have to go to the world. And if you cannot go to the world, and if you start on the back foot, and if you're not already established, then you'll have a very difficult time actually surviving, especially in times like lockdowns, COVID, recession. These are things that keep coming perennially. And you have to insulate yourself against that. And the only thing that can insulate you is branding, so that people get to know you as a brand and they trust your brand. What is branding? What is a good brand and what is not such a good brand? A good brand is a brand that is trusted by name. A not so good brand is a brand that is maybe not even known. Forget about being trusted. So trust being the key factor to the exercise of branding, it is very important. I'll give you a small example. Like, for instance, has anybody in this room or in this conference seen Intel? What does Intel look like? Nobody knows. Because it's a small part that you put inside a computer. That's what drives the computer. It's a chip. Right? You never get to open up your computer and see whether there's an Intel inside. But when you buy a computer, because Intel has created a brand for Intel, you ask, yaar, isme Intel hai ke nahi? Because if you decide that if it has to be a really good competitive computer, then it should have Intel inside. And if it has Intel inside, you are willing to pay a premium for the computer. If it doesn't have Intel inside, then you start doing soda. नहीं यार बहुत महंगा है, इसको थोड़ा कम करो, ये करो, वो करो. You know, so look at a B2B company like Intel has made a mark in the consumer section by informing everybody who uses a computer that if you don't have Intel inside, you're not using the best. So just using that as an example, I mean, everybody can actually do it. And Intel, though they had deep pockets and went on television, a lot of the advertising was done on social media. A lot of the advertising was done on the internet. And they had a fabulous website. If you go onto the website, you'll understand exactly what a brand building exercise is like. So when you do that kind of an exercise, you become an entity. You become somebody that is known. You have action. You have options. So if your major consumer actually keels over and perishes, you are not left in the lurch. You have many, many more options. And you can even increase your capacity, as a matter of fact, more than anything else. And always remember that eventually your brand is your valuation. Because when you value companies today, you don't value them according to your turnover or your product or your factory or the land that you own or what are your assets. All those are, all those eventually get deducted from your income tax. But your brand, if it grows, the valuation grows. Okay, so there are lots of people who, like a B2B company in Gujarat, which used to be having a factory which actually filled for other components. They filled tubes and they filled bottles and jars. They were essentially an ancillary support system for big brands who actually gave them the formulation and they filled their packaging with the product. And one day they decided that why should we just only fill everybody's product and take 2% or 1% of the top? Why can't we create our own brand and get 25% of the top? So they did precisely that. So you have a company from Gujarat which did 5 brands, not one. They did Move, they did Crack, they did Teen Wound, of a bluing, of a whitening agent, and they did 2 more products. So when they were wanting to evaluate their company, they couldn't even figure out what the value of those 5 brands were. But when a foreign company came to buy them out because they needed a platform to add their German products onto a market which already existed, they estimated the brand to be 2,200 crores. 2,200 crores is what they paid them, when they themselves internally, at an exaggerated rate, had assessed the company to be not more than 500 crores. So you can imagine the value that is built in with brand building. So I'll hand it over to Mrs. Kaur, and she can then take us through the research exercises that you've done. Thank you, Mrs. Kaur.
Thank you, sir. I would like to share my screen and then take it forward. Yeah. I hope my screen is visible. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. First of all, I would like to thank All India Management Association for making me part of this research, which was on role of branding in enhancing competitive growth for MSME sector, which we did for Ministry of Science and Technology. And the reason why we chose MSME sector was basically because of what all facts we have been discussing right from morning about why MSME acts as a pillar and the importance, the contribution MSME has towards the Indian economy, whether it is in terms of employment or it is in terms of the contribution in GDP or in terms of export. But the kind of importance it has, or the important sector it has become for the Indian economy. And why we selected branding and combining both was because, as the Honorable Chairman Sir rightly said, Brand is something which gives you identity for the product. And brand is something from which you can convey. Basically, a company can convey their thoughts with the audience. They can connect to the audience. So we thought probably this is a good way to connect both MSME as well as branding and the importance. I'll take you right away to the objectives of our study, which we did. So the study was carried out with these 4 objectives in mind. The very first one was to study the role of branding in the growth of MSME sector. This was more of opinion-based objective. Second was to explore the key branding strategies. So as we all know, branding strategies, though they are slightly long-term, but then it's very important to have a clear understanding of the branding strategies for success. So we tried to explore the branding strategies for MSMEs in India. Then we tried to study the excess of acceptability of branding. So how far it is acceptable by MSMEs in India. And also the last was to suggest the way forward, that is with certain recommendations which we could give or provide to MSMEs. Overall approach, if I say, so the study emphasized upon micro, small and medium, all the 3 enterprises. The sample size was 300, though we had catered to 2000, but the response which came was from around 400. And after cleaning of the data and finding out the relevant data, which could be used for finding, the sample size was 300. We tried to cover all the 5 regions, north, south, east, west. And the objective was to cover minimum 2 regions or say 2 states per region. Coming to the limitations, before I go ahead with the analysis part. So there were 3 limitations which I would like to share. First, the sample size of the study varies with the regions depending upon the visibility in the area. So that decided the regions. Second, the figures which were collected were rounded off. That was basically for simplicity in the analysis. And third one was that we realized that people were hesitant in sharing the factual data. They were very open for the sharing their perception in terms of the opinions. But when it came to sharing their factual data in terms of what is the percentage of growth effect or what is the percentage of effect on return on investment, so they were slightly hesitant in sharing that data with us. Coming to the dimensions covered in our study, these are the dimensions which I will be taking up almost all of them while I take you to all the objectives. And these were selected on the basis of literature review, which we had done before we started our study. In terms of data collection, so yes, it comprised of primary and secondary data research both. Initially, a lot of desk research was done, and then the questionnaire was prepared. There was a small pilot study which was done before the questionnaire was floated. And it was through telephonic interview, there were focused interviews which happened. Then there was interaction with MSMEs during the workshops and conventions like these. And it was not only, when I say there was interaction with MSMEs or stakeholders, the stakeholders comprised of MSMEs, it also comprised of associations, clusters, incubators. So all important key stakeholders or beneficiaries who are well connected with MSMEs. Now, taking you to the demographics, which is very clear from this graph. So it was quite a, I would say, male-dominating response, since 86% response came from male. And coming to the category, as I mentioned, we covered all the 3. But of course, medium enterprises, the response was the highest. That was approximately 48%, because probably they connect with branding more. And region-wise, of course, as I have shared, I would like to skip this one, which is the state contribution. Coming to the objectives now. So the very first objective was to study the role of branding in the growth of MSME sector. So what we did, we covered this objective with 3 dimensions. The first one was how branding supports MSME in their business. Why is branding important? And last, in what way branding has provided competitive edge to the organizations. Now, in order to study these 3 objectives, different variables were taken under each of the 3 dimensions. So if I talk about supports business, so variables like creating awareness, creating quality, increasing market reach, sustaining market situation. So these were the variables which we had already taken in our questionnaire. Branding importance, we included variables like customer retention, acquisition, then building reputation, growing business, and building trust, which was, of course, very important. So, and in providing competitive edge, we included creating economic value, better technology, niche marketing, differentiation, and improved quality. So these were some of the variables which we had taken in each of these dimensions, and this was part of our questionnaire. And on getting the response from MSMEs, the broad three findings which we had in terms of the role of branding were: the very first one was that branding plays an important role in creating awareness. So awareness was something which was highlighted a lot, that it is the most important role which branding plays, and hence in enhancing the MSME business. Second, it also helps in providing access to resources like communication, funds, technology. So that was the second role. And third, of course, that branding leads to providing competitive edge. Now, this competitive edge, the response came in three formats. One was it led to increase in ROI. Second, it led to increase in the growth. And third was it led to increase in the market reach. So these three were the findings which came from the role of branding. Coming to the next objective, which talked about the branding strategy, to explore branding strategy for MSMEs. So as we all are we might be aware of, these are the four most important dimensions when we study branding strategy. That is brand identity, personality, communication methods, and modes. So all the four dimensions were taken in our questionnaire. In fact, each variables which come under each of the dimensions were recorded, and the response which we got was something like this. In brand identity, with the variable which were considered to be very significant were logo, brand name, packaging, design, and tagline. In fact, in this, it was the logo and brand name which was considered to be more significant. And say, for example, Burger Singh. Now, Burger Singh is one unit which people know because of their logo and their brand name. They provide fusion burgers. So it's because of their brand name they have become more visible. Then we also have the brand as Chayos. So we all know that brand because of the brand name it has, Chayos. And also because of the tagline, which is experimenting with chai. This is something which has attracted people with Chayos, or connected people with Chayos. Then talking about brand personality. So when I say brand personality, we are trying to say what basically brand speaks, or I would say what in what way the product behaves. So there the variables which were considered as significant were quality, sustainability, trustworthiness, commitment, and differentiation. Say, for example, if we take example of Epigamia, again a medium enterprise. Now, they are more known because of the quality, that is the quality of branded yogurt they provide. And also because they are able to differentiate themselves by providing different flavored yogurt. So that is one. Plus also Fresca. Fresca is also providing you with juices. So that there also it is because of the quality that they are more known and they are able to differentiate themselves. Coming to brand communication methods. So in this, the variable considered important were brand ambassador, brand associations, through exhibitions and training programs, and co-branding. Out of these also brand ambassadors and some training programs, these were something which were more relevant. Say, for example, if I take the example of SpringFit mattress, there you have brand ambassadors where you have celebrities like Bipasha Basu and also your Karan Singh Grover. So they are there, they are connected because they are able to convey what kind of a comfort they have from the product. Then coming to brand communication modes, there you have digital communication, networking, sales promotion, advertising, print media, and website designing. So in brand communication modes, one of the examples was of Wow Momos, where we shared. And in Wow Momos also, it's because of their digital connect, plus the kind of advertisements they have provided, because of which they have become a good, well-known brand name. Coming to our third objective, which was about to assess the acceptability of branding for MSME in India, what we did in this, we took certain elements. And these elements we tried to study from the point of view of whether they acted as an enabler or the hurdle from MSMEs. And these elements were government initiatives, funds, time management, awareness about branding, limited liability partnership, competition by MNC branding. And to surprise, we realized that almost all the elements were by majority considered as enablers, especially awareness creation. That was considered as a big enabler by MSMEs. It doesn't mean that everything is goody good. Of course, there are certain hurdles. There are certain percentage of people who still feel that though government initiatives are there, but then there needs to be slight more improvement in terms of the process, in terms of reaching people. But then overall, all the variables were taken at a very, I would say, positive stride, and very positive response from majority of the MSMEs had come in terms of enablers. Now, before I go to the last objective, I would like to just brief the first three by saying that what overall it was realized that yes, branding of MSME product has, I would say, broadened the horizons. But on one side, but on the other side, they also face various bottlenecks which they have to overcome. So these bottlenecks were in terms of limited market access, in terms of non-availability of resources in many situations, in terms of a lack of access to information technology, plus also sometimes awareness about the very fact about branding and how to brand. So yes, they have to work with a strategy to overcome these bottlenecks and to take the way forward. Last, I would like to put certain recommendations or suggestions which came from the entire study which we did. So the very first recommendation was in terms of capacity building effort. It was realized after interacting with MSMEs that there is a big requirement of capacity building effort. Though it is happening, but we need to have more technical know-how sessions. We need to connect to people more. And it should not only be at the national level, rather it should also be taken to the international level where MSMEs are exposed to the dynamic market environment of not only India, but also of the entire globe. Plus, second suggestion was in terms of budget allocation. So it was realized there are various schemes where budget allocation is done, and especially for manufacturing area. There are also schemes for marketing. But a budget allocation separately done for branding, that is something which would be well appreciated. And third would be in terms of, again, providing exposure to MSMEs. That can be done by providing them certain platforms where they can showcase their brands. And along with that, they get certain success stories which can be shared. And these success stories not only help them in learning, but from the success, but also from the errors which have been made by the organizations. So that would be very good. And of course, we should encourage and organize such MSME conclaves and workshops plus awards more and more. This is a big, I would say, encouragement for MSMEs to work. Along with that, we have MSMEs DIs. They are the government body organizations, and they are very well connected to MSMEs, these DIs. But they are well connected to MSMEs for manufacturing. If they also start providing branding strategy guidance, it would be a very good support to MSMEs. Last, I would say, yes, there should be a dedicated cell to provide consultancy. And we already have branding guru like our honorable chairperson, sir, so who can always take this forward. Of course, we should encourage more and more research in this area and that too with a bigger sample size, because probably it would lead to better, in-depth and more accurate results. That is all. Thank you so much for patiently hearing me.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. That was very interesting because you brought out a lot of research factors which all this while people just thought were in the air. They were aiming and it was guesswork. But with your kind of background in research, it is now proved for a fact that trust, which is the most important part of branding, actually comes through branding. And that trust goes a long way in terms of consistency, in terms of product innovation, and in terms of increasing your footprint, not only in this country, but also all over the world. And therefore, branding becomes the critical component in that. Now, you were talking about scale. You know, the business of scaling, what you did not touch upon was that today banks have been told specifically that if a small scale industry wants a loan, you should give it to them provided that they show you all their books and show you the returns. Now, one of the biggest problems, I don't know whether your research came out with or not, was the fact that everybody in the old days used to keep double books. And therefore, though they made a reasonable amount of profit, they never showed it because they didn't want to pay tax. Now, if you do not show your profits, how can a bank give you a loan? Can you just quickly touch on this, Dr. Ko?
Agreed, sir. So absolutely, I totally agree with what you are saying. So this double book system where things are not transparent, so that becomes actually a hurdle. So that's why even though the schemes or even though the support is provided by banks or by the government, but to actually reach it to the people, they need to be transparent. They need to have that confidence in government and in the banks that yes, we are there to support you. So probably that trust is missing, or we need to build that trust more, so that they are transparent and they are show their books, and hence they can take the support which government is there to provide.
Also, the amount of effort that is taken in avoiding paying taxes, if that energy could be put into actually in product innovation and brand building, it would play them back in spades. They would not have to go running around on sleepless nights worried about the tax man. I mean, it has become counterproductive, as a matter of fact.
Correct, sir. In fact, I would like to add here, certain MSMEs gave me the response. They are even scared of being registered. And why are they scared of getting themselves registered is only because everything is going to be, transparent and going to be in front of the government. So again, they fear that, what would happen. So you're very right that they should actually put that effort in, going to the transparency system rather than hiding from the government things.
इतनी मेहनत करते हो to avoid paying taxes that it isn't worth the amount of tax that they save, to be very honest. So, Amit sir, what would you like to add to this platform? I'm sure with your kind of experience, you will bring to the table a lot of very interesting insights which are not written in academia. Academia is only limited to what is proven on the ground. But in your process of actually having created brands or worked with brands and understood what branding is really all about, is that the fact is that there are lots of little insights which academia tends to miss out. So can you take us through those?
Definitely, Kaka sir. Thank you very much for that. It was very good listening to you, Kaur ma'am. In fact, I've had an interaction with Kaka sir during the India Small Giants Award 2014. I recollect I was very delighted to take a photograph with Kaka sir, and then he gave me his 5 minutes tips. And that was one point, and I'm glad I'm able to connect to him today. What was my company in 2014 and what is my company in 2020? There's a humongous difference. There's a phenomenal growth. Of course, there were a lot of challenges, which I would probably bring out in front of all the audience here. So one among the major points which I took away from you was about the lot of points of branding, some of which you already brought it out here. And with your permission, sir, if I may start my presentation.
Please do that. Please do that.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome all of you to the 10th National MSME Convention. I am Amit Raj Sinha, and I would be speaking on certain topics which you might find very, very relevant. Some of these topics are from personal experience. Some of them are from the learnings which I've had in the industry. My thoughts would be based on the need for sustainable growth, the challenges we get when we push towards this growth, the intellectual property rights cycle, the challenges in that, and certain conclusions. The whole fact of MSME is the fact that one day you start small, you move to a medium scale, and then gradually you push yourself to a large scale. When my company started small, it was a very small enterprise. We moved in gradually with a lot of challenges. Today, we are a 200 crore company, a top line company, exporting to 36 countries across the world. For our product, we are #1 in India and #6 in the world. I feel that's something to be very proud of. However, all this is not really come in easily. There has been a lot of change in our mindset. What we were 15 years, 10 years back, and what we are today is completely different. There's a change in the outlook. Few years back, we would think of selling things locally. Today, we think of selling things globally, competing with the top best. There has been a phenomenal change in our quality and in our service. We would compete with the locals, we would compete with the national players. Today, we compete with the top players, international players. Our focus has changed. Earlier, we would concentrate on production, we would concentrate on sales. Today, we concentrate more on technology, research and development, innovation. So these things is, I would say to all my fellow entrepreneurs here, is more of a perspective change. If you change your perspective, you change your position, you change your industry. Now, this growth need not always be sustainable. What we ought to do is to make it sustainable. Sustainable would only come in incremental forms. One really can't peak immediately. So you have to have a certain growth level, solidify it at that level, and then move ahead. You know, this sustainable growth comes in from a lot of things. First among them is innovation. I would speak on innovation in further depth as we move ahead. Kaka sir and Kaur ma'am has already briefed a lot about a powerful brand. We have this firm belief that we are all a brand, professional, personal, company brand, and we continue to deplete until unless we consciously work towards enhancing the brand value. We need to have an authentic purpose. Authentic purpose is the unique selling proposition. Why is it that people should come to us? And when we have an authentic purpose, when we have a core competency, we develop partnerships. The JV guys get attracted to us for our competency, not just for our product knowledge. Customers has already been brought out by Kaur ma'am. There's a saying that, you know, a 2% increase in customer retention can save you cost to the range of 10%. Wouldn't that be exciting? Now, all these put together add into the sustainable growth of what an MSME life cycle looks like. Now, what I would be doing is I would be looking at the challenges for growth. You know, we could have many challenges. Today, we have a certain geopolitical challenge. We also have certain, COVID challenges, so to say. Over and above that, there are certain political issues. There could be some local constraints. There could be some NCT issues. There could be many. However, what I'll try to do is I'll probably focus more on the challenges within, you know, climbing the Mount Everest within you. So let's move on to that. You know, the header at this point is why small remains small. The small remains small is primarily because of us, our thoughts, our perception, preconceived notions, our mental limitations. We ought to break this, and in breaking this is when we can actually move ahead. Our thinking. I recollect when I've had 15 years of military service, and then I joined the company. It was founded by my father, and I took the company ahead thereafter. So when I was joining the company, my dad told me, Amit, I can only afford to pay 20,000 rupees salary per month. Are you willing? And that time I was in the military service, and I think I was drawing some 32,000. And my gut feeling said, this is immaterial. This is not really what needs to be seen. What is to be seen is the bigger picture. And I said, yes, of course I'm willing, because salary is not the prime motto. And I had the bigger picture in mind that I could take Sigachi to a different level, take it beyond what people could perceive. And by doing so, my father thought about the resolve I had, and he said, yes, this person is ready to go through the grind of being an entrepreneur. So we ought to think big beyond what we could actually imagine. And that is when we will grow to that point. Now, when we start small, we really don't have a clear business model. That's true. But gradually, as we pick up things on our way and we gather momentum, we need to commence focusing on our competency, focusing on which business are we in, which segment we are in, analyzing the value chain to see which way can we extract value from the customer, what way we could offer our competitive advantage and see that we are able to extract the best value at the best price. This comes in with momentum. However, I would say that as people start moving up, as people start selling a bit more than what they usually sell, maybe a 10-15% growth, you ought to start focusing and not jump on every opportunity. There might be many opportunities, but until unless you don't have a team, you really can't take in all the opportunities. So you need to have a very clear, absolute focus and then move ahead in that direction. A short-term view versus a long-term view. I think this is very, very plain and simplistic. Sometimes we are chained to the short-term view. We take the easier short-term than the tougher long-term. And I agree, there are situations where even I have taken the easier short-term because of financial constraints, because of uncertainties, and one didn't have the guts to kind of think long-term. But however, in the absolute push of getting through this difficult terrain of not being able to see the long term, I would still say we ought to be thinking long term and put in resources, time, money to make things more of long term. Yes, this is something good. When we started, we were always product centric. We would always focus on production, nothing else. Gradually, as we move, we start getting customer centric. We start looking at what exactly is the customer looking at. He might not really be looking at our product. He might be looking at product into 1.2. We ought to change that and give him what he is looking. We ought to see which are our markets, which way we can cater to those specific markets, which way can we cater to all the customer hierarchy. It could be something small, something big, something phenomenal, but catering to all customer needs related to your industry is what catapults you into the customer inner circle. And for that, R&D and innovation is the only thing. We graduate from moving from product-centric to customer-centric. And this only happens on the platform of R&D and innovation. Yes, a lot of my entrepreneur friends would relate to this. When we kind of look at our 8-hour cycle or a 10-hour cycle, and we try to break it up into seeing what percentage of our time goes into routine work and what percentage of time goes into building a system. I mean, this doesn't need any further detailing, but what is important is we need to put out time and build on people, build on having good people and retain them, having systems around them, having products around the system, developing markets, building relations. These are all very, very essential, and it is only the entrepreneur who can build on it. Yes, this is again, I mean, very relatable, I'm sure. We always come to the office, entrepreneur's office, whether it's a production office or it's a work from home. We assume that, we'll have a set system in place and we'll work on these things, and 1 hour down the line, things are chaotic. There's some action happening, there's some customer calling, there's some product rejection, there's some power failure, and then things just go haywire and everything is haphazard. When the day ends, you realize it was only 20% of your daily activity which you had planned, which went through. The 80% didn't get touched upon. What needs to be done is we need to plan out self-management, time management, looking into the root cause of issues. Why is it that they come up repeatedly? What can be done to kill the issue once and for all? There's a very famous management guru saying, Ramcharan once said, team for looking at the problems and the leader for looking at the opportunities. So you ought to build a team. Build a team so that they can take care of the problems, and your horizon should be on the opportunities. And when this happens, then growth is just a byproduct. Yes. So we have had all these years, most of our life cycle, our profit orientation is only by cutting costs. We really don't work on seeing how we can create value. Value creation, branding is one part of it, but having a better economic performance is another part. How many of us think that capital expenditure is actually an expenditure? It's not. CAPEX, capital expenditure, is an investment. When you add in CAPEX, it adds to your assets. And when you have assets, they get in revenues. And when you have revenues, you automatically have profits. So you need to work out and understand the difference between your revenue, standard revenue expenditure and the CAPEX, cost and investment. Having a tangible assets and having some intangible. This is very, very essential because it kind of moves you out of the cost minimization structure to value creation structure. Okay, decision by intuition. We all in our life cycle have actually done decisions only by intuition. But gradually, when we start getting team members who are more qualified than us entrepreneurs, we start looking at facts and figures. That's very essential. Today, I would stake claim to this fact that I take my decisions on data backed by intuition. I mean, intuition is an inbuilt thing which comes in from within, and it develops over the years based on your experience. So let it not go, but see that you have facts and figures in place, data in place, and intuition added to it, and then the decision making taking place. There's a saying, think before you act. This is another interesting slide. Lack of communication. When we take in our own partners in business, we ought to see that we have some complementarities. So if I'm good in production, I'm good in local liaison, my partner ought to be good in sales, branding, structuring the business, statutories. So this selection builds in good trust, good rapport. However, what is important is to demarcate our lines of responsibility and to see that this communication of demarcation and responsibility doesn't stop at any moment. It's very, very essential to have communications open so that you don't start running in opposite directions. It does happen sometimes, and there are some, I would not really like to take some big name examples, but we all know that there are examples in the industry where things break apart. Next, I would move on to challenges in the intellectual property rights life cycle. Here is where I will come back to innovation. So like the statement says, a development of new ideas and their economic application. So innovation is some way by which you can add up assets in your balance sheet. And when you have assets, like I spoke, they bring in revenues, and with revenue comes in profits. And you could actually buy out assets, or you could innovate them. For buying out assets, you again need to have money, and MSMEs are always short of it. But for innovation, there is no dearth. Innovation could be of anything. It could be of a new business model. It could be of a service, product, process, of a new market. It could be anything. Once you have innovation in place, your assets build up. And when the assets build up, revenues come in, and then comes in the profit. And that leads to the growth. This is a very typical life cycle. I mean, MSMEs, there is always a need for growth. The need for growth comes in from the innovation. Once the innovation is done, we go about acquiring intellectual property rights. We build on those intellectual property rights, manage them, seeing that the particular trade, the brand starts having a decent revenue. And leveraging is something like seeing how you can, value the brand much more than what your company is valued at. What Kaka sir spoke about, having a brand value of 2,000 crores, 2,200 crores, whereas the company value being at a meager 500 crores. That is leveraging. When I joined Sigachi as a brand name was not registered. I worked around registering the brand name in the respective class. I worked around seeing how we could have brands in place. We make inactive ingredients for the pharmaceutical industry. So whether it is any blockbuster drug, whether it is hydroxychloroquine or any other specific tablet, the inactives more or less remains the same. So every time there is a blockbuster, the inactives come in. It is like what Intel is. So we are the inactive ingredient into every tablet manufacturer, every capsule manufacturer. This branding part has helped us push our position in the world level to number 6. People know the brands what Sigachi owns, and a lot of the revenues only come in because we are able to differentiate ourselves from our other competitors locally and internationally. We have challenges. We have challenges in intellectual property rights. One among them is developing the competency for the IPR. 2009, we developed a process. It was not really in the industry, and we worked on trying to patent it. We didn't have the knowledge. We didn't have the competency. It took 3 years to file a process patent and get one from the Indian Patent Office. Today, we have 2 more patents in place, and we have more than 33 trademarks and copyrights in place for supporting our brands. This is developing the competency for it. Developing the brand is, of course, what I just spoke. Kakar sir also spoke a lot about the way we can go around using the current media, having the first brand recall value when somebody wants to buy those inactive ingredients. All this comes in by having an intellectual property intelligent culture. So it's very important to have this culture percolated to the team member at the lowest platform, especially in the R&D and in the marketing and the sales team. Once this is done, then things come from the down to the up. It doesn't go in from the up to the down. This is very essential because it helps in kind of penetrating the complete IP culture to the last team on the platform. And of course, constantly good progress and wins gives us push and laurels, and that is how we kind of get to overcome our challenges even better. I would end with this slide, magic of mistakes. This is my biggest learning. We as entrepreneurs, end up doing mistakes. What is important is to see what is the learning behind those mistakes. I'm sure we all know about this brand Levi Strauss. Levi Strauss was a very smart guy, and 100 years back or so, when there was the California gold rush, he thought he would be a good miner. He would go there and make money by mining gold. Sadly, he was not that way. He was a very bad miner, and he didn't really make any money. That was his mistake, but he had time. He said, I could make money by selling canvas pants to the miners so that they are rigid, they can last long. And gradually he started making canvas pants, and that moved on. Today, Levi Strauss is the world's #1 denim company, the best brand in the denim company. So what I would say is, when no one serves at the boundary, when one serves at the boundary of knowledge, mistakes are inevitable. It's but natural. However, we ought to see that we never ever fail to learn from those mistakes. Once you start learning from your mistakes, you are on the path to growth and prosperity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. It was very good talking to you.
Thank you, Amit sir. That was really illuminating, and especially your last slide about learning from your mistakes. Because, you know, if you don't learn from your mistakes, then the problem is that those mistakes become a huge burden on you, because you keep returning to those mistakes and making the same mistakes again and again without ever having learned from it. And that is unforgivable, especially as an entrepreneur, because mistakes are inevitable. But mistakes are a huge learning milestone, because you learn from them and usually don't repeat them. We, in our business, which was making movies, had a resident god, and his name was Murphy.
Very true.
Murphy had a law, and the law said that if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. So the whole idea of training our people was to train them to anticipate more. Exactly. And anticipation is the most important part of an entrepreneur's nimbleness. How to change direction in midair. Because Murphy can strike at any time when you least expect him to, and he never screws you in the same position twice. So he makes Kama Sutra look like kindergarten. So remember that. So if you follow the principles of Murphy, even in the vertical industrial sector, you will always learn that you learn from your mistakes more than you learn from mistakes. Because a quick success gives you arrogance. A failure gives you humility and the propriety to learn more. So don't get conned by quick success stories, because they always end up in disaster. So you have to be able to learn from your mistakes to actually, capitalize on those. And the most important thing, which nobody has touched on, is HR. Your members of your company, which are actually extensions of your family. You know, Amit sir, I will give you a small story, and you will relate to it because it's about the army. You know, I came from a military school, and I became a civilian, and all my classmates and all my students became military officers. And once I visited the forward area somewhere near Siachen, which was very inhospitable, and I went up to a young second lieutenant who was standing on a border post, freezing everything off and looking across no man's land into enemy territory. And I asked him a very simple question. Why are you doing this? When you have a choice to have a comfortable job as a civilian in peaceful areas and not have to risk your life on the borders of your country, why are you doing this? What is your motivation? So he didn't say anything. So I asked him, are you doing it for your... So I asked him, I said, are you doing it for your country? So he said, no. So I got a bit of a shock, because all along politicians have been telling us that our Jawans are doing it for patriotism and for their country. You know, little do they know. Okay. So I asked him, I said, if you're not doing it for your country, why aren't you doing it for your country? So he said, because my country doesn't know who I am. So that's why I'm not doing it for my country. So I said, who are you doing it for? For your commanding officer, for your regiment? So he looked at me and said to the man on my left, and to the man on my right. So I said, but who are they? They are your comrades in arms. You hardly know them. Why would you give your life for them? He says, because they would give their life for me. It boils down to that much. If you expect your employees to give their lives for you, what are you giving them in return? Do you have their back? One of the most important lessons that I ever learned in my life was standing on that freezing outpost with this young second lieutenant who turned around and said he would give his life for the man on his left and the man on his right because they have his back and they would do the same for him. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman sir. I think we have few questions parked in. I'm not sure whether you're able to see the question. Should I read out the questions for you?
Please do that.
Sir, there is a question which says, sir, I run a handicraft unit sourcing from Orissa and Jharkhand. I have a Facebook page to sell. Since I am not a manufacturer, how should I go about branding?
What does he offer then? Does he offer a service? What is his occupation?
I think he is an aggregator for the products and selling it through the Facebook page.
Then that's the biggest companies today are like Ola, Uber, and Oyo are all aggregators. They don't own a single piece of equipment or property. They aggregate everybody else's stuff, bring it onto one platform, and make it easy for the consumer to actually use them. So he's in a very, very sweet position. You should just look at Ola and Uber and the way they branded themselves. Because if as a consumer, I had to go to 500 owners of cars to ask them which car was free to take me from place A to place B, I would go round the bend. It would be extremely inefficient. But because I can go to Ola or Uber, who is an aggregator, I can get a car anywhere from anywhere within 5 minutes. So he's in a very sweet position. He's got a job which did not exist 10 years ago. Today he has run an enterprise which is a world beater because it's an aggregator. So for him, branding it is such an important exercise because nobody will know that he's an aggregator unless he brands it properly and if he doesn't have a brand philosophy.
Right, sir. Right, sir. With your permission, I have an announcement to be made here regarding one of the AIMA's award. Sir, can I start?
Please.
So we at All India Management Association, we run a program and we also have a couple of awards, and one of the award is into the area of innovation and creativity. This is called Dr. J.S. Juneja Award for Innovation and Creativity. And we are seeking nominations for the current award. And this award was instituted in 2003. And it looks in for creativity and innovations done by micro, medium, and small enterprises. This year, nominations are out, and probably any MSME unit who has joined us today can really put in their nominations. The details would be shared there with them on mail.
Perfect.
Right, sir. So I think that was the announcement that I had to make. Over to you, sir.
Right. So therefore, the conclusion that we have to our session was, one is value. How do you add value? If you think that 2 and 2 is equal to 4, then you are mediocre because you add no value. If you think 2 and 2 is equal to 22, then you're constantly striving to add a value that cannot be calculated in the beginning of your exercise, but is calculated after you finish the exercise. Because every human being on this planet is valued for the value that he brings to the table. Nothing else. Not because he's doing his job, not because he's not doing his job, but what does he bring to the table which is different from everybody else. Whereas everybody else does 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, you add 6, 8, 10, 16 to that original value, and that is what creates value. Okay, the second learning that we got from here was quality. Quality, quality, quality. And that is what makes you competitive worldwide, and not just within your mohalla or within your locality or within your district. Because somebody will always come up with a cheaper product with less quality than you. But if you start compromising and competing with people who have less quality at a cheaper price, then you are doomed. So it's always quality, and especially today when your playing field is the whole world and not just your district. And the third and most important thing is innovation. If you do not think out of the box, if you do not think original, if you do not constantly patent your ideas and copyright them, you will find that you will lose your edge. So all the best to all the small-scale industries and medium industries in this country, because you are the spine, the backbone of this country. So regardless of whether the government helps you or not, eventually you have to help yourselves. So depending on an external factor like a government is actually a weakness. So the motto says that जब नौबत आती है और पानी नहीं मिलता पीने के लिए, तो अब दो लोगों को याद करते हैं, भगवान और सरकार, और दोनों एब्सेंट होते हैं. जब आप कुआं खोदना शुरू कर देते हो क्योंकि आपको और कुछ चॉइस नहीं होता, तो मिरेक्युलसली भगवान भी आ जाता है, सरकार भी आ जाती है. On that note, we should conclude.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful session and really sharing very insightful things today. I think a lot of small and medium enterprises would have benefited from learning tips from a branding guru. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And thank you, Mr. Sinha and Dr. Kaur, for a wonderful discussion that we have today. With that, we come to the end of this session, and we would like you to leave this dais because we have another set of panelists waiting to join in. Our next session is on digital and social media marketing strategies for MSME. I think this is one of the another session which a lot of MSMEs have been waiting from since morning, and I'm sure this session again would be something which would be very, very valuable. Typically, when we are talking about the way the digital has taken up the MSME in last couple of months since the time COVID has broken in, and probably we all are looking for social media strategies which can best work for MSME. To chair this session, we have Mr. Karthik Sharma, CEO Agnito, and to join him on the dais, we have Mr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey, CEO Omniscient IT Solutions, and Mr. Arup Mazumdar, Chief Executive Officer, Tarariti Consulting Group. I'm very sure this discussions today in this session would again be something which all of you can take back with you because we have a very, very young and very hard-working technology specialist today to chair the session. Mr. Karthik comes with a very rich technology experience and has been one of the companies which have been judged by KPMG as the top 100 awardees. And he's also been recognized by NASSCOM as top 1,000 organizations, startup organizations. And he has been also mentoring our young managers. He has been a member of AIMA Young Leader Council. And with that, over to you, Karthik, to take on the session.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. And thanks so much for having me in today's AIMA's 10th MSME convention on the theme of innovative solutions for MSMEs, challenges and opportunities. And thanks so much for Dr. Raj Agarwal and his entire team who has worked tirelessly to put this together. And also my best wishes to Shri Juneja ji, who I know is a champion of MSMEs and he's the chairman of MSME and also past president All India Management Association. It's all Juneja ji's effort to put this all together. So my heartfelt wishes to the entire team. Today's specific section in which I've been invited around digital and social media marketing strategies for MSMEs. And I also take the opportunity to welcome my co-panelist, Dr. Rajendra K. Sinha, Professor and Chairperson, Center of Excellence in Banking, IFIM Business School, and Shri Arup Majumdar ji, Chief Executive Officer, Riti Consulting Group. Welcome, Mr. Dr. Rajendra and Mr. Arup ji. Before I invite them and introduce them, I want to just talk for a couple of minutes because
Mr. Rajesh Pandey. Mr. Rajesh Pandey is your panelist.
Okay, sorry, Rajesh Pandey.
I think there's some confusion somewhere.
No worries. Apologies, Rajesh.
Some wrong list with you or something.
Sorry. So see, MSME and startup is very close to my heart as well because we are also essentially a startup and a MSME. And I have been voicing my opinion on many forums through AIMA and other organizations around specific challenges which MSME faces. And I think we've got two broad categories of MSME in our country. I think apart from the agri and other related sectors, if I talk about services, for example, I think there is a category of MSMEs that have remained MSME for a long time, right? These are like perennial MSMEs. And it's very hard for them to face the current situation. And their modulus operandi is also very old school and old fashioned. And for them, doing digital and technology initiatives is very difficult and has a lot of inertia. And there is a second category of MSME stroke startups, which is now the jazzy term which is used, right? They are started by mostly young entrepreneurs, and they from day one have embraced technology as a key enabler of all their processes. I think what I would really love to hear, and I'm sure our audience would also love to hear, because we've got a healthy blend and mix of both of these categories, my co-panelists. So we would like to cover both these aspects, the traditional MSMEs, as well as some of these new age startups and MSMEs who are emerging. So with this, the format would be as follows, that we would have both our panelists talk for 10 minutes each with their opening remarks on this topic and what are their thoughts. Then there are specific questions which I want to ask both of you, which I will take forward after the initial opening speech. Then parallelly, we would have questions from our audience members, which I'll take in the last 20 minutes. So it will be 20 minutes, and then last 20 minutes. So with this, I'm going to first welcome our first speaker, Dr. Rajendra Pandey ji, Professor and Chairperson, Center of Excellence in Banking, IFIM.
Sorry. Let me correct you. I'm Rajesh. I'm not doctor. I'm Rajesh Kumar Pandey, and I own Indian Omniscient IT Solutions Private Limited. I'm a CEO of this company. Am I audible to you?
Yes, I am audible. Yes.
And I have one small, presentation here, and I would like to share that along with this.
Absolutely.
So it will cover both the kind of industry you're talking about. Basically, I was under the impression that we have the audience we have is around mix of kind of people, MSME, SME, individual owners, even academics, even students. We have some other categories also must be having. So with that idea, I have prepared one small this thing, and this is purely based on our experiential, because we are the people who are working on the ground, and we are doing all kinds of development work also, as well as marketing, digital and social marketing work also. So we have the kind of work experience, and those experiential essence, I have tried to put that, nothing copy paste. So I would like to share that. Can I start this?
Sure, sir. Please. Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, I'll just share. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. We can see.
Yeah. So when we talk about this digital social media marketing, there are a lot of questions come to our mind, and I have picked up only 3 prominent ones. First thing that we see, that why is this so important today, and who does all this impact today, and how does it impact? Is there something for us to gain, for me to gain? I mean, not me means not Rajesh Pandey, but me means those who are sitting here, those who are connected with the business. For them, I have put this question. So when we see this, when we witness this in this pandemic situation recently, we've seen that people the businesses who were online, they did very well, and those who were not online had to face a lot of problems. So the time needs that people should be online, and people should use this technology because this enables businesses to reach places where they wish to. It gives you immense brand building values. It can give you opportunities to make your business go viral, because it has given kind of power to connect people to people. It empowers users to immense power, because today a user can decide what to buy, where to buy, at what price to buy. If he buys, he has the power to reject, and even if he buys, he has the power to rate the vendors, whether the product was good, the supplier was good or not. All these things, and this actually matters, because ultimately these are the factors which helps your business to grow or not to grow. So these complexities makes things very the possibilities of innovation and creativity increases. So this is and now when we talk about who all are impacted, I think it is almost every business is impacted, be it small or big, any kind of industry, individuals. Even we have seen how the communication is impacted. The way we run our business has changed. How we conduct, maintenance, we give support. Everything has changed because of digital impact. Now, what is there for us to gain, gain here? If we implement it properly with proper strategies, we have better control over our business. We can be better organized. We can hit the right target, save a lot of costs, and avoid a lot of wastages. We can do trial and testing of our campaigns to test at much lower cost than earlier system. When people used to do marketing as a traditional thing. A lot of data is available, information is available for us to do analytical reports to find out whether this business should do or not, when to do, what to do, how to do. All these things are available. So these are the things which it enables you. This gives you power. Almost we have seen, this is an eye-opener statistics figure I would like to just mention here. So 30% of MSME went online during the lockdown. That is what I've got it from somewhere. Out of them, 50% switched to Zoom and WhatsApp application to do video conferencing. Okay? Almost, Government of India's platform, GEM, had witnessed almost doubling of registration of startups and MSMEs both. So these are the figures I've collected. This is my company, Omniscient IT Solutions Private Limited. I started this company in '85 as a small proprietorship company, and now today we are an proper IT company with valuable, rich work experience for such a long period, covering wide range of clients all over. We provide cost-effective solution, be it development or in marketing, both. And the main thing is that whatever we commit, we deliver. No excuse given. Absolutely. And the motto is to empowering business through technology. This is an opportunity I'm taking for MSMEs. We can offer something really useful for them. This is the agenda I was thinking of. I don't know whether we have time or not, but I'd still just read out. I was thinking of speaking about what digital marketing is all about, myths spread about it, how challenges can be, what are the challenges the companies are facing, strategies that you can overcome these challenges, opportunities that you can grab today, whether you need to be digitally transformed to get into social marketing, digital and social marketing, or you can go without that. That also you can. I mean, I was interested to tell you about what exactly is done in digital and social marketing. I could tell that. That is one slide each. Do you need an agency or consultant, or you can do it yourself? That also I can tell you. how much time is needed for that result to be visible. That also is clear. Ideal results, I can tell you, but the second last is how realistic. You should have a realistic expectation and about the outcomes. And one recent most case study I'll talk about is devdrishti.com. So if you talk about social media marketing is almost same. Earlier it was TV, radios and all. Today we are on laptops and mobiles and all this. So not much of a difference, but it has given power. The concept is same, almost marketing concept is same, but it has given power, of giving you connecting people to people, which was not there in earlier. Today, a company can have direct, information, feedback from the user directly. That is amazing, because a company can have a taste of what his product is doing in the market, the impact it is having, his services, or whatever he's providing to the market, whether what kind of feedback is coming, that can be done through this channel. These are the myths I would like to speak about. When we interact with people, we meet them, we hear them, we notice them, and then we have collected these information. Some say the technology is only for tech-savvy people. Okay, not much for me. I think Karthik was just mentioning about that part. That there are a lot of people of different kind of MSME. They have different concepts. This is where we have collected this information. Some people say it is costly affair because a small company like us will not be able to do. This is all wrong. I've written in red, wrong. It will kill all modes of marketing, earlier modes of marketing. No, it is. We are still doing all kinds of marketing. Systems are still running. So you cannot say absolutely that everything is wiped off. Only digital is running. It's not like that. Some even have noticed miraculous results. So they think it is very easy to to get that miraculous result. That also is not fully true. In some cases, it is there. Similarly, some say it is same way everywhere. It is not like that. It is properly designed, strategized for different conditions, for different business, for different products. Everything is different. So if it is a properly designed strategy, it will be different. It will not be same thing everywhere. The modus is same, system is same, marketing concept is same. Now these are the challenges I've noticed. People are confused because of the myths spread about this. We feel, I feel that MSMEs and SMEs, small segments of people, should be more given more education, should be made more aware about it. Their fear should be removed. That is what I feel. Because they're not much aware about it, or some people are half aware about it. Half aware is more dangerous because whenever we have met somebody who says, yeah, I know things about this. This is creating more problem because their implementation becomes much more difficult. So the lack of genuine experts availability in the market is again a big problem, because a lot of people, they just complete a course, they think they have become expert, and they start giving services, which leads to confusion in a lot of problem, creating mess in the market. And interesting thing is that a lot of people who don't know how to market their own product because they have not focused on exclusivity. They have not built up their own USP. Let me tell you that if we have to talk about our own product and we have to sell it, unless we are different, we cannot expect some great result. So we need to work on, I mean to say we means the MSMEs, the business owners. You need to work on exclusivity part. What is something that you should hit that that clicks to the market? And the biggest part is the lack of big vision. As you were just saying, Karthik, that hello, you said something?
Yes, sir. No. In fact, not saying something, but I think we have to take some questions also, sir. So if we can
quickly, I'll just finish it up. So lack of big vision is something big problem, because I'm giving you these information straight from the ground. So this is going to strategies. I'll just talk about the strategies, then we can quickly wind up. The first thing is that you need to have acceptance, adoption of, that I need to change, I need to explore things, learn about it, have patience that the result will come. It is not that it is quick in one click that things will turn around. So you need to choose the segment. You need to choose the segment as to this strategies is not meant for digital professionals. These strategies are meant for business owners. So I'm talking in that manner that they need to think that which segment they need to do, what niche they want to hit, what is your USP that you have to find out, whether your business, are you customer friendly, customer centric, consumer centric or not. That also you need to be focusing upon. You need to look for good agencies who can support you to get into this. Don't be panicking. Never have greed about anything, because these are two killers. Because I've realized it I've experienced it this in our lives, that people who get into panic, they get into trouble. Those who get into greed also get into problem. So be understandable that understand this, that social and digital marketing is lifeline of business, and we need to get into this. So this is, I can skip that.
But we'll pick up some of these things in Q&A also, sir. So
okay.
we can come back quickly, just in the interest of time.
I just wanted to give you the last one is recent most case study. What we just this company just took birth during the COVID time, and we have just last 1.5 months we have started this promotion for this, and this is doing wonders. You can always test devdistry.com. This is something really interesting for everybody to see.
Great. And we'll come back again to questions.
Wishing you a great takeoff, everybody. If you wish to.
So they have a lot of questions, sir, which we'll take up quickly.
Please. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rajesh Kumar Pandey, CEO, Omniscient IT Solutions, for the opening remarks. Now I would like to welcome our other panelist, Shri Arup Majumdarji, Chief Executive Officer, Sarviti Consulting Group. A quick intro about Arup ji. Arup sir is a BTech from IIT Kanpur and MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and he has had a very seasoned career working in Malaysia, Hong Kong, France, China for more than 20 years, working with a host of Fortune 500 companies. And he faced the market uncertainties of 1999 Asian financial crisis and 2002 SARS epidemic. So his skills would come in really handy, because he has seen 2 or 3 of such large pandemic situations. So I think it will be really interesting to learn from him. And now, as CEO of Sarviti Consulting, a management consulting firm, he's been focusing on supporting entrepreneurs and SMEs in their business strategy, and advises them on a host of issues. So I think there's a lot to learn. So Arup ji, welcome to our today's session, and we really look forward to hearing your advice. Just a small request, we want to limit the opening remarks to 10 minutes strictly, because there are a lot of questions from audience, and I think it's always interesting to focus more on their questions so that we can give them tailor-made advice. So over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Karthik. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to go pretty quickly, but I will want to emphasize on the execution part of it, because that is something which people who are on the audience would be very keen to know.
Right.
So I would like to, So I'd like to start off by saying that our Prime Minister has given a vision that we have to be a 5 trillion economy by 2025. And the role of the SMEs, MSMEs is very clearly understood. So our focus is how can digital and social media marketing strategies enable them to make it happen. Now let us look at what does it mean to get to the 5 trillion economy mark. There are 3 phases. I've said A, B, and C. The first phase is get the basics right. The second is step up the business. And the third is made in India. So here in this particular slide, I've gone through what does it mean to get the basics right. It means look at the current business model, look at the effectiveness of the different ways you are conducting business, remove the one silo mentality which we have seen in many SMEs, departments working in individuals, remove that. Create the organization for the next phase, which we call as the step up of the business. Why is it important? Because you will see the results right now. Now let us look at our experience of why is digital strategy so important. Digital strategy, if you look, the technological innovations, the disruption, all this is giving us an immense opportunity to get ahead of other countries. If you look at our neighboring countries, they have become economic powerhouse, export powerhouse. They got an opportunity. So here is a good opportunity for us to go and grab this time to get ahead of competition and establish ourselves as an economic powerhouse. Now, what does it mean when we go specifically into digital? Let's go into that. Now, digitalization of the business has got three parts. The first one at the very bottom, you can see, is what we call as the social media strategy, which is what you do on Facebook, Twitter, and all the other platforms which are there. A step above is when you go into a little bit more into the e-commerce space, where you see Flipkart, Amazon, and all the other players which you come in, which enables you to sell on a virtual platform. And the third part, which is the true digital strategy, is when you look at all the aspects of business, not only marketing, but different areas of business for which there are enablers, technology enablers. And that is what we call as the true digitalization. Having said that, the question comes, how do we move from below, which is the social media strategy, towards a digital strategy? And there is a way. The typical way is you move from social media to digital marketing to digital strategy. That is the conventional way. But if we follow that way, what happens is that other companies, other countries will get ahead of us. So we can actually accelerate that path. And we can go from 1 to 3 if we have the strategy. And that is where I will talk a little bit about strategy and then move on to execution. And that is where the strategic mindset comes, that how do you go from step 1, which is a pure social media strategy, into a digital strategy. Now the question comes, you will say that what is digital strategy? Now there are 9 different elements of digital strategy, and digital marketing is one of them. Here is a broad framework, not going into the details, but you can see that it starts from customer experience, operations, data, commerce, resources, multi-channel, and one of them is social. So social media marketing is an element of the digital strategy, which is the overarching strategy which we have to keep in mind. Now comes the buying journey, that how do you translate your messages from your company to your customer? So if you look at that, this graph looks complicated, but it's actually quite simple. That you start from the left, which is your initial consideration, that is where the customer is right now, to the moment of purchase, and there's a journey which happens. And the journey which happens takes different social media and marketing media in account. There used to be some traditional ways of marketing before. Now it is more digital, but there is a clear map that we see in front of us, that how is the customer going to experience a product, a service, if they want to really get customers to buy into the product. So now comes the detailing. So here we will not go into the detailing. Let me go a little bit about how some companies have used it. Now you all have heard, and probably all of you may use Twitter. Here is a very interesting example how Dell used Twitter to clear inventory. Dell found that at the end of the year, they had a lot of inventory, and they had to get rid of the inventory to improve the cash flow. What did they do? They used Twitter. What was the objective? Sell inventory. So they are clear of the objective. Objective was clear. Sell inventory very quickly, low cost. So they set up a Twitter account, they put the KPI, number of units sold, revenue. And within 1 year, they had done an immense amount of work and business simply by creating individual Twitter accounts for different sales and service people who were able to communicate with the customer much faster. Think of it in India. We have different languages. People want to communicate in different language. If you have a service center or a backend center supporting only in English or only in Hindi, you are restricting it to certain parts. But if you have an account which is handling on a real-time, one-to-one basis, a regional language, you are much more effective. So there are ways where you can increase sales, you can increase your customer engagement, customer satisfaction. So social media becomes very, very powerful, and this is a live example. Now comes the crux, that how do you actually do it? And there are 5 steps. So the first step is that you create a communication strategy. And communication strategy means that you have to say that if I'm in a B2B space or in a B2C space, what is the demographics? What are the drivers of purchase? That driver of purchase is very important because you have to look not only the rational driver of purchase, but the emotional driver of purchase. Why do people want to buy your brand? What is the emotional drivers behind it? What are the proof points of that? What are the important messages you are going to give? What are the color that you are going to portray yourself? What are the language you are going to use? It depends and it changes from platform to platform. So all these things have to be created in a communication matrix, which will allow you to move from the stage of awareness in the path of customer journey towards the place of customer when he actually buys it and he becomes a promoter of your brand. Now, to very quickly go through how you do this is you create a social media roadmap. And this is specific execution. I've taken 3 examples. You pick up let's say your website, Insta account, LinkedIn account. Create a map that this is what I'm going to exactly do on my website, on my Insta, on my LinkedIn, blog, subscription, payment. There are different things, but it's important to lay them out that, look, this is what I am going to do in my digital marketing strategy. This is important for you, those of you who are youngsters and trying to do digital marketing. You have to be very, very clear that how do you use each of these platforms, which are unique in their own way because there are different demographics who come in each of these platforms. Then comes the timeline. Many a times we see people become excited. Oh, let us start doing something on Twitter. Let us start something doing on Insta. But then after a month, 2 months, they become very slow. But don't fall for that. When you decide to engage in a certain platform, make sure you have an annual calendar planned out. And here is an example of how you can plan it out. You start from December all the way to next December, identify certain themes. For example, in March, Colorful Life, Holi campaign. Independence Day, you can have a campaign. So have a very well laid out campaign strategy in your mind when you engage so that you don't have to rush at the last moment to create what should I do for this particular month. So have it all planned out and execute accordingly. Now, when you've done that, people always ask this question, how do I measure the money that I'm going to spend money? How do I measure my effectiveness? Now, let us see about how do you measure the effectiveness. Now, in our firm, what we do is that we look at the different channels, email marketing, mobile marketing, search engine optimization, all those different so-called digital media marketing platforms that we have, and we look at the metrics. And you can see amazingly how many metrics you can actually measure. You can measure a lot of metrics. And I've just taken one metrics on the right to show you how we can actually measure the effectiveness of the metrics. So I've taken an example of YouTube. There are 52 metrics you can use in YouTube to measure the effectiveness of your YouTube channel. So like that, for all the different 8 different strategies that you may have, there will be metrics to measure your performance so that you know what you are doing in digital marketing is right or wrong. Now, when you know that, question is, show me the money. Here is where the money comes. This is a tool where we talk about the money part of it. This is a calculator which we have developed after doing intensive research where we talk about how do you measure the ROI. Not easy to define because marketing, as you know, it's not easy to define ROI. But if you see here, we have clearly said on the left, you see INR spent on each platform. You can say, I'm going to spend so much money on Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn, Twitter. I spent so much money. At the very bottom, you can say total Indian rupee INR spent on digital marketing. So you know this is my total budget which the company has given me. I have an option to put money in different buckets. On the right-hand side, you see the result. And for each of the platform, as you can see from the middle, this circle which is there, you can measure the ROI on each of your platform. Are you getting enough return on Facebook? Are you getting enough return on Twitter? Enough on LinkedIn? You can actually measure all your returns. When you have this tool in front of you, it is so very easy to say, okay, I was allotting money this and this way, but now if I change my money being spent in this and this way, I will have a better ROI. So it gives you much better transparency in how you actually spend the money. Now this is very interesting for all of you because all of you struggle because the owner or the boss will ask you, how do you know that this money you're spending is good? You're spending on Facebook, you're spending on LinkedIn. How do you measure? This is a tool to measure what you're doing. So having said that, how do you start your digital journey? That is fairly simple. We know the problems faced by most MSMEs. It's pretty much well understood. But at the end of the day, it is the people. It's the people who are going to make a difference. And that is where we see that MSMEs have to step up in the mindset change of the management, which is to empower your people. And the definition of empower, which we use, is you can see on the left-hand side, E stands for empathize with your people, keep your meetings short, frequent, engage with your people, let people have pride in what they do, originality of thought. Just before this session, there was Prahlad Kakkar sir who was talking about originality of thought, innovation. That is what we must breed in the youngsters of today. Work from anywhere. Don't shackle them. Engage your staff. Train them at different levels in the organization and respect people for what they do. The enablers, the technology is all there. It's all there. There's no fancy technology which is going to come up immediately. You have it all with you. It is just a question of using it and taking the right impact out.
Right. Sir, I think we have to take the questions also in the interest of time. I think we're almost done, right?
I'm done. So thank you for your time. Let's take the questions.
Right. So, sir, I'm going to take one just on behalf of the audience members. So as a typical MSME entrepreneur, looking at both these opening remarks and your presentations, informative as they are, I'm thinking in my head that this is like a lot to take. This is a bit overwhelming and scary also for some, that, a lot of things need to be done, execution strategy and whatnot, right? I am a small time entrepreneur. I've got 2-3 people working with me. I barely make break even. And with pandemic, I'm in the situation of even removing those 2 people. I cannot pay my office rent. How do I start? What's the first step for me? And I have no experience in IT. I don't know anything about social media. I don't have money to hire a consultant. Can I do something or there is no hope for me?
Your budget is such that there's no we are not left with anything to speak about. If you don't have money, if you don't have this, if you don't have that, then how do you think that you can start a business? You need to have some kind of...
So is there some free tools? There is something I can start with?
See, there is no. See, Dr. Majumdar has very nicely presented, very, very informatively presented things, which is much more technical thing and things for people who can understand the basic things for social media marketing. But what I can tell you is the kind of people you're talking about will not be able to afford immediately that kind of thing. But they need to have a vision. I was telling you to have a big vision. People in MSME section, they think small. They want to remain MSME. They don't. Even government has now, changed category. They have increased that so that they don't want to let them remain in the same category. But still, the mentality has not changed. It requires change. That is what I'm trying to tell in my presentation also, that people should be adaptive to change, to grow bigger. So unless you have that risk-taking capacity, you cannot think of implementing. You need to first have a mental mindset, what Dr. Majumdar has just said. It's really fantastic.
So, sir, in your view, we've got one audience person who said that they pumped in 20,000 rupees a month and in social media and digital agency, but they were not getting results. So just putting on to your question, Rajesh ji, is there a minimum threshold? You believe that, like,
I'll tell you. There's no formula of 20,000 or 2 lakhs. You need to first understand. See, people, I told you that people, when I meet people at the ground level, they don't even know how to market their own product. So if the owner does not know about himself, his own strength, his own weakness, the person who is providing agent will come and he'll say, "Achha, 20,000 de do, main tumhara ye kaam kara deta hu. 3 mahine, 6 mahine de dega," because he doesn't have any idea. So unless the person is himself aware about it, that is what our strategy is, to first educate the person. First, this is where people don't have patience. I'm requesting to people to have some patience, because unless you have patience, you will not be able to understand. They want magic result. No magic result is there unless you pour in so much of money and then you get the result. If you don't have money, then you have to have patience and understanding. That is what I can say.
Right. Majumdarji?
Yes, I would say that first look at what is the need of your consumer. What is your customer want? Do they want information? Do they want sales support? What is it they want? If you understand that, then figuring out which medium to use to reach to them when you can't reach them physically, that is important. So for example, you want to tell them about your product. You have got an option of Facebook, you've got an option of Insta. You have an option that either you go for both or you choose one. Now you look at the demographics. Does your customer go to Facebook to look for information, search for information? Would they go to Insta? All the social media platforms have a different type of audience. So if you understand who your customer is, what they want, then it's very easy to identify which are the platforms which are most effective. And then what do you want? Do you want quick sales? Then look at the case of Dell. They use Twitter, quick sales. You don't have to spend money on that. If you want to do brand building, then it's a different story. So what is your objective? Be clear of the objective. Who is the person you want to talk to? And then automatically all the platforms will fall into place. But if you simply say, I have got so many platforms, I have limited money, where do I put it? Then you are trying to attack the wrong elephant. You got to see your customer, how to reach him, and then bake in your different digital platforms.
Right. And sir, many of these entrepreneurs or MSME owners, they do not have the capability, right? Unless there is a younger member in the family or second generation who's IT aware, they don't know, right? So they inevitably go to a digital agency or a solution partner or a consultant. Now they don't know how to do vendor selection also. So I know so many MSMEs who come to me and say, "Yaar, ek baar dekh lo, is he saying the right thing?" Because they see jazzy presentation, they see ROI metrics, case studies, and it's pretty similar in all the agencies, right? So they don't even have the capability to select the right partner. So what's your advice to such MSME owners? How do they go about selecting the right digital marketing partner?
Select a partner based on outcome-driven result, which means that you tell them that I want to achieve A, B, C, D. Be very clear what you want to achieve. Then get the partner or the vendor to say, yes, I'm going to do this, and set up performance metrics. And then you engage them if you feel confident that whatever you want is what you are going to get from them. If you're not clear on what you want, then you cannot blame them for not giving it. Because any agency will say, I'll give you visibility, I'll give you this, that, but those are fluffy stuff. We are talking hard money. Okay, our rupee spent here is important here. So I need to know what is my objective and can you deliver my objective? If you give me that, I will go for you.
Right. Sorry, Rajesh, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I can add something. Just by finding, you can see the track record. You can see their, what kind of companies they are dealing in. The agency, if you interact with the agency, don't have only money in your mind. Money should not be the only criteria to select or reject somebody. Just because somebody is offering less, you don't know unless you see the background. First of all, what is required is that you should know what you exactly want from the outcome and how you want to go about it. That is what.
Fair enough. And also, see, once you have selected the vendor, I think one of the major problems is, one, obviously, as you were saying, sir, that they expect magic to happen, right, immediately, which never happens. And then they get into that whole vicious cycle of selecting a next partner. Then the partner says, I also need 2-3 months to get started. And they realize that 1 or 2 years is spent and they have worked with so many partners and say, oh, digital is not for me. It doesn't work, right? Tall claims are made. Now, is there a way that an MSME owner who doesn't have the technical bandwidth or capability can they in some minute manner start themselves, or do they definitely need to go to a third party or an agency partner? Because I've got somebody who asked me a question that he or she is trying to do this social media coverage on their own, but it's very time consuming, and probably because of lack of skill and ability, they feel that it's so much of time which is spent, and probably they get a lot of traffic, but they don't really get any ROI or real outcome. Which also brings me to the second part of the question, wherein how do you, and I think Majumdar ji was defining the matrix. He had a very beautiful Excel template. Is there do you want to give some pointers around what are the 4-5 key metrics which they can derive out of it? Because I have seen in Google Analytics and some other free analytics tool, there's a host of information which is available, which can be very scary for a MSME owner, that how do I really translate into dollar value? So do you have any tips for them?
See, there are two elements of it, and the question is of time, because the MSME owner has got so many things to do. If you bog him down with all this nitty-gritty thing, he has nothing, very little time left for doing other things. There are two elements. You know, as an SME owner, your customer the best. The agency will take some time to pick it up. The agency is good in execution. They can execute it. But the thinking part of it, that what is it you want to communicate to the customer, that is your domain, because you know your customer the best. So invest your time in figuring out what do you want to communicate. Then don't do it yourself, because it will consume your time. Give it to an agency where you tell them that, look, this is what I want to achieve. This is my messages. You guys, and put it on a calendar and you execute it. That is probably the cheapest or the most cost-effective way to carry out engagement on digital media.
Right. Rajesh ji, anything?
Provided the agency is of that level that the communication is the biggest problem. If it is conveyed in a way that the agency understands and convert it into business, I mean, the outcome is only the interesting part to know.
Right. And also, some of the MSME owners tell me that they receive proposals from so many agencies, and it's very hard for them to differentiate what's the USP. Like, we know there are a lot of jazz and frills and fancies, like, oh, we'll put a chat bot into it, we'll do vernacular, we'll give you these kind of personalized dashboards. So how to draw the line between what's really essential in terms of digital marketing and what are these bells and whistles? How do they develop this prudence to figure out?
There's no shortcut to education. They need to invest time about their own product, about their own customers, about the technology, some bit. They don't have to become expert, but at least some understanding they should have, so that they can communicate they can understand what kind of service provider is in front of him, sitting in front of him, what he's offering, what he's not offering, what he's hiding, how we can extract from him. That knack the business owner should have. That is the thing which is where the problem lies.
Are there any free resources, sir, which they can look at for digital marketing education? Are there any free resources available?
I didn't get that. What is it?
Are there any free resources available where these MSME owners can get education about digital marketing, basic education, no certifications or courses?
Let's first tackle your question, which you said that how do we select an agency? Let's tackle that. First of all, there is a problem and there's a solution. If an agency comes to you and says, I have a basket of solutions for you, you can take chatbot, you can do this, you can do that, say, I don't want it, because you've not even understood my problem. First, understand my problem, then you tailor what you want to do and give me a solution for my problem. Don't come with a big supermarket, which I will have very difficulty in figuring out which one is the right product to buy in this huge supermarket. You understand my problem. So an agency which takes effort in understanding your problem and customizes his solution to help your problem, that is the agency, or those are the agencies to narrow down, instead of having somebody open with a whole basket of things and giving you two. Doesn't work. Now, coming to a second question, that are there tools or are there some free courses to learn about digital marketing? Now, Google has got, LinkedIn as well as Coursera and other platforms, they provide you digital marketing certification. So you can get certifications from them, but they are very theoretical oriented. You have to get into practical. So a lot of students we see on LinkedIn today who says, I have got this certification from ABC Academy and I'm a digital marketing strategist, or I'm a digital marketing person. No, you just learn the basics. You got to go down to the root, understand the customer, and then tailor your learning to the customer. So don't depend on simply taking a course and saying, okay, I've done the course and I've become an expert. It doesn't work.
Understood. So in the interest of time, final 30 seconds comments each from Arup ji and Rajesh ji. Final 2 cents of advice in terms of what bare minimum they can all start with when they're starting their digital marketing journey, given that they are short on budget and they don't have the best skills and capabilities, which represents an average MSME in the country. 30 seconds of advice, please.
32nd is know your customers, number 1. Number 2, know which platform they use to get information or to get support for their business. And number 3 is work on those platforms to reach your customer. That's it.
Rajeshji?
Regarding budget, if you're saying, I can only say whatever Dr. Majumdar has said is very fine. I mean, that is the basic thing. But apart from that, budget-wise, I can say one cannot expect less than 20,000. What somebody has mentioned, 20,000 rupees is the basic cost. It will be much higher if they want a result. The kind of result-oriented thing will come only at a higher cost.
Right, absolutely. So
we can take this question of one student talking about taking some live project.